Okay, I don't know anything about this game. All I know is that it's an MMO. Apparently from 2017. I thought this game was recent, but it's not. Alright, so create a character. Can I create a character? Let's create characters. Blonde, redhead, tan, redhead, brunette, blonde, fade, long hair. Oh, okay, don't care. Long hair, don't care. Oh shit. This is fine. My skin tone is fine. My hair is alright. My hair color. Yeah, I like the sun-kissed brown. My underwear. Oh no, I'm exposed. Yeah, we gotta cover up. Okay. Color of my underwear. Black or white for sure. It's not my colors. Let's do gray. It's cute. It's cute. What's my name? Well, my name is not taken. Maybe I've moved on the character. Look at that. Let's see what we got here. Based on your device location and connection speed, we recommend you play on Albion Americas, Washington, D.C. You can have characters on multiple servers. Switch servers by using the drop down in the character screen. Okay. Maybe we need to switch servers. Play a tutorial. Play with friends. I don't know anybody that plays this game. Okay, very Path of Exile-ish. Okay. Click on the ground to move and find a way off of the beach. Okay. Turn the music down just a tad bit. Two days. What's this? Game settings. Audio. 100%. Bro, we need this down to like 50. Do I need to hear the world that much? Alright, what we got here? Skip intro video, camera shake, automatically pick up silver. Safe streamer mode. You accept that you may be restricting your player experience. In the key bindings tab, you can set a key to toggle all safe streaming mode options. Key bindings tab. Bindings. What the? Screenshot, search inventory, guild finder, social UI. I wonder if we'll be able to find a guild. We might not be, we probably shouldn't join one like today, but eventually we should be able to find someone and interact, I guess. Inventory, journal, board, unmark, 1 through 6, whatever. Auto run. We have an auto run here. Okay. I don't see anything with safe streamer or whatever. Social tab, lock window. Decision. What does that even mean? Controls. Quick presets. Interface. Name tags. Guild name. Allied players. Other players. Sword party members. Rank DPS, range support, healer, battle mount, freaking map, open world, alternative. Bro, I thought you said there was a save streamer mode. Weird. Set a key to toggle safe streamer options. Oh, look at that. That's cute. Maybe blue. Oh, blue. Alright, let's go to binding. Maybe it's not obvious. I would assume that it would be obvious, but maybe it isn't. Toggle, force combat, unmark. Bro, am I crazy? I don't see it. Maybe it used to be here and it's no longer here. But the note is still in the menu. It is from 2017. I'm sure there's a lot of stuff. Oh, here it is. I found it. It says none. Okay. What number am I never pressing? Okay. How do I know if it's on or off? Did I save it? Game setting. Where'd it go? It's just not obvious. It should be obvious, but it's not. Save streamer mode. Inventory, nothing. I got jacket on, some shoes. Average problem is 33. Okay. Click on the current.
Another survivor. Need some advice? You're my my right hand.
Your right hand? I just got here.
Need a hand? You'll be all right.
I don't know. I'm sus about somebody who's so available to put me in charge so soon. That's kind of ass, don't you think? Go back downstairs. Mercenary hood. Like, using the spell on your boots. F is dodge.
That went swimmingly.
Everything is left
Yeah?
click. Gather rough stones and gather rough log.
There is no time to waste.
Okay. Okay. Resources depleted. If it's depleted, why is it still bright? What's this? Also stone. How do I change my camera angle? Q, E, you can't mount up.
So far, so
Can I not change my camera? Is this it? Mouse controls, classic spellcasting. Double press to attack, yes. Force combat mode. In combat mode, you cannot click on objects that are not combat relevant, such as resources. Yes. Because why would you pick stuff up while you're fighting? That sounds insane. Where the fuck? Emotes. Do I have emotes? That's cute. Screenshots, search, build, world map, region map, unmark, select party members, walk up and down, left, right, current target. Oh, I can select target. I can select myself. Y is inspect. Shift O is overcharge. Food spell slot. It's fine. It's fine. Interface. Is this my camera? Oh my god. Am I stuck? I'm fucking stuck. Frame rate. Water quality is high. Well, it needs to be high. Actually, none of this needs to be high. None of this needs to be as high as it is. I don't need to turn it down because it's working just fine, but it doesn't need to be ultra either, does it? Show effects, animation. Bro, I can't even adjust the fucking shader quality. It needs to be an ultra. Mandatory is crazy. Blah, blah, blah. Whatever. Oh, login credentials and locations are disabled. I see, I see. This is, I guess it is on. Camera shake. Okay, it shakes, but I can't change it. Return to the wounded crafter in the last
Good
house.
job.
Bro doesn't even have a name. His name is Wounded Crafter.
Need some advice?
No.
Let's get this done. Lovely day.
Beginner, broad, sword. Okay, craft.
Right.
Open your inventory by pressing this button. Is it not I? Also, this is mine. Only one spell can be active per row. Heroic Coolie. Swing your sword in a 6-mile radius around you, dealing 92 physical damage. Dash to the target, dealing 118 physical damage. Do I want to protect myself? Or do I want to bring the fight to them? Let's kill him.
You're doing great. Need a hand?
Those heretics mess with the wrong crew. Still, raise your sword and shield and give them hell. Give who hell? Get to the
You
ship.
can do this.
What? Q. I can't. A is mount. I'm trying to. Oh, Q is a W E. Oh, no wonder the camera's not on the keyboard. Is it on the keypad? No. Travel mode? That's cute. Oh, you can see the map above you. Opens the map. Okay. All right, we're gonna go kill the ship. Apparently, I can't. Oh, I need to go the other way. I can't move the camera. Oh, y'all ready? Go to the gate and get ready to fight. What's this? Healing shield. All right. Oh, I have to double click. Maybe I should change to double click. I didn't want to fire on friendlies, but I guess it doesn't matter. I don't even know what I did. I don't even know where I did it. Damage. graphics, audio, interface, hideouts. Disabling this option will activate the IE integration into your operating system. The fuck does that mean? Bro, I just want to play the game. I don't need you to destroy my computer or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Action. Honestly, I don't know where it was. Oh, here it is. I found it. Double press to attack. Oh, this is selecting. The second is to attack. No. No, I like this. No, I like this, actually. Yo, you are huge, dude.
Let's open a can of whooping.
Oh, look, there's like a chat. How cool. Oh, can I not close chat? Can't close chat. Auto hide chat? Show timestamps. Idle chat in the background. There's advanced. Oh, these settings. Wow, there's a lot of people in here.
You killed those heretics? Bloody good work. Do I have to do it myself?
My ship is damaged and this bloody island isn't even albion. We need to repair my ship if we're ever going to leave this island. But first, get yourself a mount from the marketplace and talk to Silas. Buy a mount at the
Make haste.
marketplace. Marketplace is... Which one of you is Silas? Oh. This guy is Silas. Do I have enough money? Okay. I got 16 silver. Is that the thing here? Silver? Okay. Novice mule. Beginner axe. Can I not scroll? Hello? Game. Oh. Next. Find novice mule and buy. I see. Holy moly, this is red. Mercenary. Oh, it's red, so I can't buy it. It's good. It's good. I can buy all these. I can't buy this. Only one spell can be active. Resources. 8 item craftable. Oh. Okay, we'll just buy the horse. That's my horse. Tier 2. Normal. Use the filter to compare different versions of the same item. Oh, is this the rarity? Okay, so it's a normal, I have a normal horse. No enchantments. It's tier 2. Transfer completed. Purchases directly to inventory. A horse only costs 3? It's crazy. Equipped. Right click. Auto equips new items. Mount. Nice. Find the wounded crafter.
Less talking, more walking.
What? Find the wounded crafter. I had to go back? Or did you come up here? Oh. Bro, I need you to have a name.
Handle yourself well, friend. You can call me Silas.
Oh, you're Silas. I thought the other guy was Silas at the marketplace.
Stick to the basics.
First, you'll need a pickaxe and an axe to gather high tier resources. Gather 1 beginner pickaxe and 1 beginner's axe.
On you go.
What is this guy? Oh, tool maker.
Yes.
I need one of those notepad things for OBS. Somebody has it, and I need to ask how they did that for this game. Alright, Albion Online. I need to get a beginner's pickaxe and a beginner's axe. And I need 3 logs, 3 stones, 3 logs, and 3 stones. Now, if I'm feeling frisky, it looks like the skinny knife is also 3-3. The beginner's stone hammer is 3-3. And the sickle is also 3-3. So 9 plus 6, I'll just get 20 of each. We'll do that.
Goodbye.
I'll be back. How do I... 17, 18, 20. Okay. I assume you don't need this, good sir. It's pretty great, actually. I want to get out of the starter area though, for sure. Well,
Finest tools. Outstanding. Stay civilized. Good day. Careful now. Outstanding.
I can sell these too, bro. I will have so much coins. Return to silence.
You've done this before, haven't you?
Maybe. Find and gather birch logs and rugged hide from foxes.
You've got this.
I'm not meaning to press A, if I'm being honest. And the region map displays detailed information about the region you're in. The bar above shows the region information. The top right corner shows which resources can be found. Alright, birch trees recognized by their white bark and yellow leaves. Foxes are small animals. But these don't auto-equip to me? Oh. I see. They replace? Bro. What? Bro, that's crazy the way that it leaves it down like that. And then they just like respawn. That's insane. I'm gonna need a lot of hide, actually. This down here. I actually don't know how much I need. skinny knives? I get two. Let's do this tree now. Oops. I did it. Oh, how it tells you that it's two. I just can't wrap my head around that I can't like adjust the camera in any way. Cool out here actually. 24. Okay. I don't know why I have two skinny knives. I guess I made two, but it's a two-part process, it seems like. Stylus.
That was fast. One step at a time.
Find and gather copper ore. Find and gather copper cotton
You
fiber.
know what to do.
Can I sell this to the marketplace, Cap? Hello, sir.
Welcome, friend.
How do I sell? Buy from market? Can I not sell?
Got everything? Buying or selling?
I guess I can't sell yet because there would be like a sell option.
Satisfied?
Oh. No, I'm not. I don't have a box. I don't have a room. Go into the mountains and gather ore and fiber. Do I have everything I need for fiber? I guess I just need the sickles. It's fiber. I was a bush. Bugs. Got some mushrooms. What the heck? Those are not players. They're like NPCs or something. Oh, what is happening? Did I walk into like a PvP zone? I guess so. I guess east. The PvP zone is like this back there. Also, if that's PvP, I don't think that that's bad. It's pretty high, pretty manageable. How do I get like gather? Am I like in the wrong? Wait, 12 friendly. Not in this region. Oh. Do I have to keep going? Go into the mountains. Maybe I went the wrong way. Oh, here's the mountain. Oh, I have to go this way. I have to go east. Okay. I think I was going the right way. We do have to go east. East is the right way to go. Mm. These guys want to like attack me or something. I just need Lord, my dog. Oh, cool down. Bro, is there no way out of here? Am I just like trapped? Oh, I think so. There's no like door. Oh, what's that? I bet you that's what I needed. Bet you that's what I needed. I almost died too. Okay, now that I know that I need to fight them. Well, it's just money. I went the wrong way. How crazy of me. Bro, I don't even look at the map when I leave, apparently. Are you gonna follow me if I leave you out? Copper ore? I'm so used to clicking right click on everything, but now I have to click left click on everything. Out of region. Let's see. Wow, it's already 2:24. Wait, is there like a group page? Fame? I got 42. It should be enough. Alright, now I need to get... This is like a different type of perspective when gathering. Oh, it's 45 actually. That's enough. What is this R? Oh, I keep forgetting I can heal myself. Return to the camp and talk to Silas. Haven't you had enough already?
Back already?
You got what you asked me for. Time to refine these raw materials. Refine your raw resources. Bring your resources to Crane. You're gonna give me carrot soup?
On you go.
Oh. Smelter? Do I just smelt it all? 45. I don't have any focus. Bro, what? Okay. I did it. Oh, and I guess I don't need to switch to it. I guess it just needs to be on me. I also have 2 of these. Oh, I must have gotten it as a reward or something. I see. I probably didn't need to make that because I would have gotten it anyway as a reward. I see, I see. Okay, what's next? Refine your rugged hide at the tanner.
What you want?
Which I won't hide, sir. Stiff leather.
Later then.
Refine your birch at the lumber mill. Bro, Bitcraft does crafting way better.
Back and forth.
This is cute though. I feel like an action game. I want to be able to. Fine. Okay. Refine your cotton at the weaver.
Lovely day.
45. I like how it's like instant though. We'll put this here, we'll put you here. Okay. I did it. These are tools, I guess. Bring your resources to Crane. How do I? How do I leave? Yeah, I'm pretty much just local.
Stay focused.
Oh, to Crane?
You know where to find me.
Who's Crane? Bro, who's Crane? Who the fuck is Crane, bro? Oh, this guy.
One step at a time.
I don't even know what I'm giving you. Fix Captain Tia's ship. Journeyman Refiner. Refine tier 2 resources 206/240. Look, I'm almost there. I'm 85% of the way. Bad. Oh. Oh, really? Probably should. Yeah, I don't know how to unparty. That would be user. Speak to Captain Tia. What is this Captain Tia? Maybe I should learn
Chief
people's
looks
names.
again. The tides have turned.
Sure.
Show them hell.
Destiny board shows your character's progress. Progress your character, perform activities to earn fame, progresses you through the Destiny board, complete nodes with fame to unlock new items and abilities. Training fighter. Select a node to see its unlock requirements. Okay. Wow. Look at this tree. I didn't realize it was so intense. What is this? Novice adventure. So did I not complete any of this? It says I did complete it. Destiny board. Show locked. Auto respect. Activate quick learn. Okay. It's kind of crazy. Go into the forest. Well, how do you unparty? Oh, here we go. Small view. Hide party. Why can't I leave the party? Make leader. Bro, I can't leave a party? What the fuck? Oh, I had to click on myself to leave the party. I see. No roll. Bank. Emotes. Last death. Loadout. My appearance. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave the party. I don't want to be rushed. If I'm being honest. I'm naked right now. Oh, everything's locked. Great. Go into the forest. The guy was super helpful though. No Portuguese, unfortunately. Also, I don't want to be rushed. I don't like rushing.
colour me impressed.
Craft a bow.
Yes? Take your time. It's simple, really. I
One
love
at a
this
time
book.
is crazy. Obtain birch planks. Oh, they're 1-to-1. So with this give me 32. It's gonna give me 37. No, it's gonna give me 30. I need 32. Need more logs. Oh, wait, I didn't know birch trees up here. No, this is where I get cotton and copper. I need to go back to the other place. Alright, now it's time to go to the lumber person. This is the smithing station. This is the tanner guy. Lumberman. Birch planks, all of them. Thank you. Acquire one novice bow.
That's it.
I gotta go to this guy who's a hunter's mom.
Deadly weapons, agile armor.
Craft.
Help yourself.
Does this switch? It does switch. The switching is so weird.
Come back if you make it.
Sure. Only one spell. Multi-shot. Release a volley of arrows in a cone in front of you. Damage, shoot an arrow in a targeted direction, piercing through all enemies. Wow. Do I want to do multi-shot or deadly shot? The cooldown is 2 seconds. Oh, this cooldown is 3 seconds. I think I always do the deadly shot, but I think multi-shot would be good. Should I change this? Swing your sword in a radius around you, dealing damage. This one actually might be better because I'm always surrounded. Okay, then we'll do this one. This works for me. This is Ray of Light. Fire an arrow into the sky, which lands after 0.6 seconds at the targeted position. Roots all enemies in a 3-mile radius for 2.01 seconds, dealing 311 magical damage. Pretty neat. Enchanted Quiver. Enchant 4 of your arrows for the next 8 seconds. While you hold them, your auto attack is increased by 50 and your physical auto attack damage by 280. Each auto attack consumes 1 enchanted arrow. Oh. If an enemy player is in a 6-mile radius around you, your auto attack will decrease to 200. We cast the ability to dash to targeted position and enchant 3 more arrows. Cannot exceed 5 arrows. So there's 2 attacks here with different energy costs. I have 130 energy. Although the second one doesn't take anything. And they both have a 10-second cooldown. 10 seconds is so bad. It's also 10 seconds. It's 2 seconds. Each auto attack slows the target by 10% for 1.12 seconds. That's pretty cool, actually. It's two-handed. Cool. Now I need to do something else. What else did you want to give me?
What is it?
I don't know. Buy armor from the marketplace. Go to the marketplace. Buy tier 2 head, chest, and foot.
Come back when you're ready.
Head, chest, and foot. Do I have enough money?
Don't be shy.
I can craft novice gear. Interesting. Use the marketplace to find specific items. Head. What? Tier 2. This is tier 2. Category. Head armor. Okay. I have 536. Soldier helmet. I can't see anything. Oh, I can. Yeah. Item power 500, 500. They're all the same. Howl 96 magic, magic. Healing. Fast. 101. Plus 33. I can make this with 8 tier 2 hide. This is novice mercenary hood. Eight simple cloth at 41. I can just make this. Plus 101, plus 33. It's the same as the first one. This one has a force field and aggression, concentration. Oh, they're all the same price too. Block, energizing shield. Up my defense, increases duration. Yeah, they're literally all the same. And I can just craft this. I don't need to buy it. Do I have to buy it? High defense, low damage bonus, plate armor, increase resilience and crowd control to an army setup. Leather armor, medium defense, medium damage bonus. Leather armor is survivability, attack speed, cooldown reduction, cloth armor. Low defense, high damage bonus. Medium defense, medium bonus. High defense, low bonus. So this is plate because it requires iron. This is cloth. This is medium because it requires hide. What do I want to do? Such a great question. I do want cooldown reduction. Let's do leather. Is this a leather one? 8. Do I have to buy it? Can I just make it?
You planning something?
Yeah. Oh, I can't.
Beware of the wild.
I can't make it. I have to buy it. Crazy.
Honest prices.
Oh, look, it keeps your filter in. That's cool. All right, is this leather? No, this is cloth. This is leather. Mercenary hood. Does it even tell you that it's leather? How do you even fucking know if I didn't scroll down? Mercenary hood. It doesn't even say that it's like a leather thing. I do chest armor, which is a mercenary jacket, right? Also leather. And then we're gonna do foot. Leather, all leather shit. Oh, you have to, you can, oh, I see. There's a category for leather. Also, you only see leather. It's kind of cool, actually. Shoes. equipped
Deal.
all your gear to increase your item power. What is my item power? My item power is 86 right now. Now it's 153. Now it's 200 something. Now it's 280. Okay, I gotta get my item power to 400. Does that work? Select a spell for your head armor. Oh, I see. Damage control is a sonic wave in a cone in front of you doing 96 magic damage. Slows all enemies. Pretty dope. Gather ambient energy to gain a shield, absorbing up to 357 damage. Restores 25% of your missing energy. My energy went up from 130 to 180. Let's do a shield. Increases all your damage and your healing cast by 1.5. Let's do that. Okay. Given to your bloodlust, restoring 67 health whenever you deal direct damage within the next. Oh yeah, let's do that. While not engaged in combat. Given to your bloodlust, restoring whenever you deal direct damage within the next 6 seconds. Increases all your damage and healing cast. Okay. Leap towards the targeted position. Start to sprint. Uses your movement speed. Leap. Leap. What am I leaping? 32 seconds is insane. Wait, I'm not done. Ooh. I'm into this. All right. Item power is 520. Oh my god. 520.
You are what you wear. Yes?
Call the ship by lighting a signal fire.
Let's do this.
Yeah, that must have been that guy's like second character or something. Find the heretic fort in the mountains. Who knows where that would have took me, to be honest. QWE. enter the fort.
Albion is waiting.
Choose your starter town. Bro, I don't even know. Okay, Mountain Cross. Primary resource is whatever the fuck that is. What's this? I can't see. Hide. Swamp. Highland Cross. Forest Cross. Where do I want my starter town to be? I'm gonna do hide because I'm wearing leather and I need lots of leather.
Do you smell that? That's the smell of adventure up ahead. Ancient ruins, deep dungeons, and ugly monsters lurking in the dark, guarding unimaginable wealth.
Ah, lad, those myths can't be true. Now, what I do know is that this land is ripe with resources, ready for the taking.
You sure you can carry it all?
Well, what do you think I brought him for?
There is something much more valuable to be found than treasure and resources. It takes practice and great skill, but over time, you can make a name for yourself. Land ahoy!
And you? What will you do when we arrive?
Thank you for registering your account. As a reward, we've attached some non-tradable tomes of insight to this message to kickstart your Albion Online experience. Tomes of insight grant combat fame to the gear you have equipped, so make sure to equip it to desired gear before using them. Oh shit. I have 5. Pick all. Any tradable items you accept now will drop or trash if you are killed. Are you sure you want to retrieve these items now? Yes. Clothes. Clothes. Are these different people? Yeah, I didn't know that I wanted to be here. This is my destiny board. 6 out of 7. What's this? Is it this? Progress faster with premium. 50% more fame. 30, what is this? Learning points every day. 500 learning points and 30,000 focus point with your first purchase of premium. Quick learn is deactivated. I don't want to unlock premium right now. I don't even know how much that is. What is that? How much is it? $360 days. 160 bucks a year. $85 for 3 months. 6 months. $45 for 3 months. 15 for 30 days. 5 for 7 days. $160 a year. Seawood Starter Bundle. Essential Pack Druid Starter Bundle. 30 days premium. And 2,500 gold. Bro, I only have silver. Corrupted Preacher. Armored Pony. Yo, these are not look good at all. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of dig this game a little bit. Swamp Strider. I don't know if I want to buy anything. Bro, I don't have any gold. It's crazy. Okay.
Play to your strength.
Choose a path. Adventurer, duelist, or gatherer. I'm a gatherer. Okay, I know my strength. My first steps would be gather 80 tier 2 resource. Okay. What is this? Store items locally. Oh, that's neat. Your items in this bank. This means you cannot access this. Alright, let's put you here. I have a cape? Bro, what? Let's put you over here. Can I don't know if I'm gonna sell those yet, but I definitely want to sell these. Come out of here. I got a motherfucking cape. What? Oh, I see the resemblance now between Bitcraft and this. I see it. If I hit you. No, oh, they have sides. So that's a blacksmith. Can I sell? Craft. Do you pick up my box? You do not pick up my box. You get a shield. Ooh. 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 Do I have this? I don't know if I like.
Good luck.
So I can sell this. Shift. Two. These are ones.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, I could have made it twice.
Sure.
All right, now we're gonna put you here because I don't like the bow as much as I like sword and shield. Heroic strike or cleave. We'll do the cleave. Okay, can I, is everything else twos except my food? So I can't do any threes until I get Missing Destiny board unlocked. Okay. What's this? Adventure. Gather 80 tier 2 resources. We will just put you right here. I guess I gotta make these tier 2, right? That's the blacksmith. What's this guy? That's the magic guy. Journeyman's hunter's line.
Hunter or hunted? Strike true.
I probably don't care about these. Journeyman's repair station.
Shall I fix or break that?
I don't need to repair that because I've switched it. How can you even tell if it needs repair? Oh, 95. 100%.
Careful. Always breaking things. Good as new.
All interior items. But it didn't repair this, right? I don't care. Or does it repair everything that's equipped?
You're welcome.
This guy is the marketplace.
Want to trade?
I still can't sell anything. Oh, it just shows me whatever this is. I am crazy. Okay. This one is 79. This one's 90. Which one is this one? This one's 70. 49. Oh, it's still 49. So it doesn't even matter. But I can't sell it. Oh, it has to be repaired for me to sell it. I see. They're all beginner show sale. Sword sell. No. Too much tax. Bro, this game is crazy. Bro, they're taking tax from me. It's crazy.
Made a profit?
I did actually. Did make a profit. Now I can close my inventory. And now I can leave. $80 tier 2 resources. Rough is tier 1. Stone, logs. No target to inspect. That's tier 2. I don't know how long the tutorial is on this thing, to be honest. Can I attack these things? Let's see what we do. But I probably can't skin it until bro. Why did I even fucking kill it? Why did I waste the time? Mount up. Journey back. 170? Hell no. Where am I? It says I have to go through here, but there's something here. How did I even get over here? I need to go down. Oh, I'm on the royal. Oh, look how cool this looks. Whoa. Oh, they're not fighting me. Let's see. Oh, look how big the map is. Whoa. Whoa. This is so cool. The world of Albion. I'm okay with a little PvP, I think. I think I'm okay with a little PvP, I think. This looks pretty dope. We might be here for a while. How the fuck do I get out of here? Please. Oh, wait. I think this is the way. Yeah. This is the way. I don't know about buying anything yet. That's for sure. See how far we can get with a free account.
I have lots to trade.
Create a buy order. Huh. That's cool. I can sell this stuff here? $4,000, bro. Is that all the stuff I have on me? It's definitely not the stuff in my box, right? I can't see my inventory. It's on me. If I repair it in the shop, it's free? Bro, there's so much money. At which point does it turn into gold? Yeah, you can sell it all. Bro, what? That's crazy. An 8% tax? 3% above average? You're killing me with this tax. Oh, I got some monies.
See you later.
Buy a tier 2 tool from the market.
No
Ah.
goods.
Tier 2 category. Your inventory is updated. What do you mean my inventory? Bitch, what is your inventory? Tools? It says tool, I don't see a tool. Laborers? There's nothing here. You guys unlock trainee gatherer. Trainee gatherer. I see. Now let's see.
Have a look.
Your inventory. Oh, I'm under sell. I see. I need to be under buy.
My pleasure.
I didn't sell my inventory, did I?
Don't
Alright,
be shy.
tier 2 tools. What is this? 5, 5. Oh, I can salvage it and get money? Bro, what? Do you hear a cat? I hear a cat. It doesn't have to be a knife category. But I guess a knife is the first thing I need. Why does it say 575? Why is this 500? Why is this 182? Salvage values in 3 and 3. Normal. 300. Are these literally all the same? 29. 29. Yeah, I don't know why. It seems like they're the same. Buy one.
Deal.
Excuse me. How do I get gold? Sell gold or silver. Buy gold with silver. The gold market, you have the current price for 1 gold is 7,905 silver. Bro, what the fuck? I like this actually. 24 hours. What about 7 days? 7,905. Okay. I mean, silver isn't that hard to come by, so. What else? Oh no. Alright, what's next? Catch 5 fish. Acquire a tier 3 fishing rod. Bro, I don't even have a tier 1 fishing rod. Now I can sell tier 1. What do you mean? I can't sell anything.
Satisfied?
No.
Local goods. Made a profit?
Yeah, but I can't sell this anymore. Excuse me. Instantly rewards 1,000 frame for your equipped item. Where is my fame anyway? Gold market, social, ranking, guilds. Average item power is at 500. Guild creation, guild finder, guild overview. Wow. Season 33. Let's see. Requiem, Gankers, Two Mama, Furia, Life is a Game, Victoria or Valhalla, The Lonely Skippy, The Celestial Lions, Pure. Oh, wait, are they in the same empire? Oh, wow. Immortals, Mind Gap, Take Care, The Lonely Men, Be Careful, Antisocials, The Jokers, Warhead, Nameless, No Freethinkers, Wrecking Crew, Outlimits, True Gentleman, I'll Be in Your Man, I'll Be in Your Mom. Wow. Oathbreakers, Make Albion Great Again. That's hilarious. Error 404 not found. The New Order, Anxiety. Anxiety. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Okay, this is kind of cool. I wonder if we will have this. I wonder if we will have seasons of like the best towns, best claims. That'd be cool. Guild Might. Season ends in 22 days. So in 22 days, it'll be September, right? Maybe I'll join a guild next year. All right, how do I acquire a fishing rod? I don't even have This guy only gives me weapons. Alder, mace, battle axe. A hammer? Oh my god. You know, it loves me a hammer. What's this? Or 10 ore and copper bar. Okay. What we got over here? Stone mason.
Yeah? See ya.
Banner guys.
Good hunt.
Thick leather. Stiff and thin.
Nowhere to hide.
The hell is this guy on? Lumber mill. Stone masonry. Tool maker.
Only the highest quality.
Two. Okay, so I need I need a hammer, I need a pickaxe, I need a sickle. Your pocket thing is crazy. 6'2". They're all 6'2", except the knife. 6'2", 6'2", 6'2", 3, 5. Oh no, this is 12, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4. Six logs, 3 ingots, 2 ingots. 2 ingots times 4 is 24 logs and 16 ingots. I think I have enough. But then we have a 12-12 hammer. Which puts us at 36 logs and 28 ingots, which I am short from. So 36 minus 12 is 24. 24 copper. And I need 28 minus 16. Oh, 36 minus 24. It's 12 lumber. And then 28 minus 16 is 12 lumber. 12 ingots, I mean. Although technically I have 21 here. 21 is 7. We'll do 12. little more than we need. R. Firepower 1000, tier 6, arcane staff. Yeah, they go for like 65k. Oh, I meant to see if there was a fishing rod here. Because there's no fishing rod anywhere else.
Yes.
I don't see a fishing rod. Oh. It's a tier 3 tool? That's crazy. 6 chestnut planks and 2 neat cloths. Okay. It's not too bad. Alright, right now I need to go get logs and ingots. And I went to go see. You know, this isn't too bad. I want to see how much the ingots are. The ingots are on the other side, right? I kind of like this game a little bit. A little bit. Marketplace, the blacksmith guides right here.
Swords and armor here.
No,
They lie.
I need this thing.
It's melting.
Okay, so they are 1-to-1.
Thank you.
So, alright, I do have things to do in Bitcraft, so I'm gonna leave this here since I'm not tier 3 yet. It'll take me a while to get there. But I think I'll be back. It's kind of cool. It's a cool game. How do I leave? How do I get out of here? Claim rewards, log out, close application. Yes. I'm a little hungry. A little hungry.
humiliate him, and I agreed that I wouldn't, but that talking about our marriage goes into our finances, so it's going to happen. Right now, we're sleeping in separate rooms, and he's love bombing me like crazy.
Yeah. All that.
2 days ago, you chose to leave and asked for a divorce.
Yes.
So
No, I'm gonna give you a chance to respond.
So we'll go into the cheating. I'm sitting there at my parents, and I get a text message from a random number. Your wife's a whore, your wife's a homewrecker, and then I get like 5 attachments of her, you know, shaking ass, no panties, titties, playing with herself on the toilet. And this has happened like 2 times already. From the day that I met her, it has been nothing but trust issues because she's like, oh, this guy told me, you know, back in high school, if I threw a bag over my head, he'd the shit out of me. Bro, why the would you sit there and tell me that as I'm sitting in bed laying next to you trying to go to sleep?
You do all the bad things, and now you say you don't even know if you want to stick around, and you're making him wait. All the pre-interview stuff was interviewing you mostly, and everyone's expectation was he was going to be the bad guy in this conversation. So far, you are the bad guy. I already launched Liquid Assets, my official GamerSupps flavor, Raspberry Apple, and it's been selling like crazy. Here's the update. The free gift stacking promo from Christmas in July has officially sold out, but the flavor hasn't. 0 sugar, under 1 calorie, 100 servings a tub, same nootropic blend, same full vitamin stack, still just 4 scoops a day max. Code Caleb still gets you 10% off your entire order. And there's still a shot. 1 out of every 10 that your tub comes with my face on it. All you need to do is head to gamersubs.gg/Caleb or click the link in the description below.
Hi, I'm Samantha. I'm 26.
I'm John, and I'm 22, and we live in Longview, Texas.
And this is Financial Audit.
Guys, thanks for coming over to Austin from Longview. Samantha, let's start with you. What do you do for a living then?
I am a stay-at-home mother.
You sure are. Listen, out there in my kitchen right now are these 3 adorable, honestly, children that are causing chaos, but you know, I support it. Beautiful family, love it. So obviously that's not money. I'm gonna need you to make a lot of money because there are a lot of kids and there's a big household to deal with here. What do you do, John?
I'm a line clearance tree trimmer. So I trim trees that are like...
Talking for like the electricity.
Yeah, I work for a company called...
Okay. Well, let's leave the name of that company specifically, but what do you make?
It averages because, you know, during storm season, I can make 5-6 grand a month.
So it's on call, so it's hourly paid and it's on
24/7, 365. So...
Okay. So average month, what are we making?
45 to 48.
Hits your account?
After taxes, probably not, no.
How much then? What's the average?
I have my entire family on my insurance. So I have her, all 3 kids, and myself. So they take out...
Yeah, that makes sense. You're the only working person.
Yeah, they take out quite a bit. So I think I'm supposed to be getting close to like, I think it's like 11 something.
A month? No.
No, a week.
Oh.
No, a week.
What are we calling her? 1150?
Yeah, we'll say like 1150 before taxes, and then after taxes, I'm getting like maybe
It's like
barely pushing 9, like 915.
Okay, 915 a week.
A week.
Times 52 divided by 12.
Yeah.
So $3,965 a month. I'm glad at least health insurance is taken before that number, but even with that, a family of 5. How we doing?
It's a little hard. It's a little hard. Oh, well, so I'm a stay-at-home mom, but I've had a few like side businesses.
Oh, businesses. Why not just side gigs working for like someone who has a business that makes money instead of you trying to do this business? Come on. What's your side business? What are you making in the attic?
I don't do it very often. It's kind of hit or miss.
What is it?
Detailing. Well, I have 2, baking and detailing. And I know,
Baking?
yeah, baking.
Oh, yeah. Okay, great.
Bake.
So you don't make money.
No, nope.
Okay. And do you support her doing these things?
Yeah, dude, I paid for all of it.
You've paid for all of it. You guys don't make money. So it's just he's paying you to do your hobby, so you feel good while you make nothing.
Basically.
Okay. Okay. I mean, I don't know if I'd be giggling if family of 5, $4,000 net and not the cheapest area. I mean, it's also not the most expensive area, to be clear, of Texas, but like it's not. This isn't dirt cheap.
Yeah, well, that's on basic 50-hour weeks. So, I mean, I do get overtime. I do get call-outs and stuff like that. So my paycheck does vary quite often, actually. I get called out more than
Well, I'm glad there is higher months, but if that's our average months, though, that is concerning. Now, my big question is, and I don't know who this note is from, but why is she not, quote, permitted to work outside the house?
Permitted. I actually.
Okay, that must have been her then. What the f is that?
No, that's exact. That
Oh, it was you.
No, that's her. That's her. Because
You tell me then. I want to hear her.
I want to
say
hear
it.
this.
that part goes into the thing we didn't want to talk about.
We'll say it's trust issues. We'll leave it at
Yeah.
that. Anyways, I never once told her she couldn't work outside. I actually told her to get a weekend job, and she told me she didn't want to because she didn't want to give up our weekends together. So
Okay.
Wait, I'm confused because I'm not going to talk about the thing we're not going to talk about.
Yeah.
But I want to know why you're not permitted to work outside the house
So
without mentioning the thing we can't talk
yeah.
about.
So because of that, he didn't want me to work outside the house. I was allowed to, but he didn't want me to. And so we talked about me getting an at-home job, like a work-from-home job, like customer service or some shit.
Yeah, they agreed to talk about it in the post show, so you have to see the post show for that. Okay, so, but what does that leave you with? What does that leave her with? What can she do?
I
if
mean,
anything?
I told her she can go get a job on the weekends. Like, I mean, gas stations, you know.
So when you're able to be home for the kid, no, you're
Yeah.
24/7. So
Yeah, but that's the thing though, is I can decline call outs. Like if she's working and she's got a steady paycheck, then I can decline the call out if there's other people on call. Like my boss and we have a pretty decent relationship. He knows I have an outside life and I've got kids and I got to take care of them. And if he knows my wife's at work and I'm taking care of my kids, he's not going to make me come in.
what's y'all's dynamic here? 'Cause I'm getting a weird read, I'll be honest. Plus just a little bit of tea I know behind the scenes, which is rare
Okay.
for this episode. Not y'all's tea that you told me, tea that a producer told me. But what is your guys' dynamic
Can you specify what you mean
Yeah.
by dynamic?
of you guys in your relationship and how you guys do things and everything? I'll let that go how you guys want to.
So I'll be honest. I'm not gonna sit here and I'm not gonna bullshit. I'll be
I
honest.
appreciate that.
I've been selfish. I mean, I grew up super like dirt poor. I had 8 adults, 6 kids living in a 2-bedroom, 1-bath house. So I've always been, if I want it, I'm gonna get it. And I've been that way
and the
since I was
first thing you wanted were gay nose piercings?
No, I got these a long time ago, actually. I was 15.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bottoming at 15, that's interesting. Okay.
When I was in the 3rd grade, I was gay.
Okay, but go on.
But yeah, if I wanted it, I'd just kind of go out there and get it. So I've always had that selfish mindset, even when I met her. So, and that's just kind of how I've been since then. I've worked on it. I've been a little bit better, but you know, I still struggle with it.
What are you holding back right now? Look at you. You're holding something back. What is
I
it?
mean, I'm not really holding anything back because
Samantha, please. I saw you
he
sitting there the whole
definitely
time.
knows that he's selfish, and I'm glad that he can admit that. I'm glad that he's come to senses with that because
Uh-huh. Is he coming to senses with it, or is he coming to the senses with it for the show?
I think a little bit of both. A little bit of both. But I mean, it's something that we've been talking about for the last, like, I don't know how long. It took a little bit of confrontation.
Where's the confrontation? Because you applied for the show. He refused to come on the show. I'm glad you eventually decided to.
So,
Yeah.
so
Which
the whole
apparently
thing
was this week.
Yeah. The whole thing is he didn't want to come on the show because as a 22-year-old man, he
Had
didn't
many
want,
of those, by the way,
yeah,
but
he didn't want another grown man telling him what to do with his finances
why?
because he thought that his finances were great.
Well, you're on
because
this show, so I'm going to give you a spoiler
The
alert.
reason that he thought his finances were great was because we just bought a house and he's 22, which is a big deal for a 22-year-old.
Not really. With FHA, not really. You can immediately rush into a decision that is completely unaffordable and a dumbass
FHA.
decision.
Yeah, no.
Okay, but I'm saying like anyone could
Yeah,
rush into that.
it
Doesn't
can
mean
be
it's
easy.
good or doesn't completely put you in the hole.
Yeah. Which
What was the price of the house?
Nothing 103 for a
no,
brand new.
no. It was 92.
Okay, so it was, by the way, less than a fourth
Yeah.
of the median home price in the United States. So also less of a bragging point. Is it a home?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a brand new
it's a
house.
mobile
So it's a house.
2025.
Mobile home.
Okay, so you don't own a house.
I'm on a mobile home.
You own a trailer,
Yes.
Yeah, it's a 4-bedroom, 2-bath.
but it's not a house.
It's a trailer. It's a trailer.
It's
A
not
mobile home
an
is a mobile
appreciating asset.
I
I'm
mean,
not trying to shit on your parade, but like if we're coming in here and we're like,
I mean, it's a roof over.
He
our
doesn't
head.
want another man bragging about it, talking about his finances. He thinks he bought a house at 22. It's
Yeah,
like,
right.
I mean, brother. Yeah. Like, I mean, that's great. No. It's safe for your kids. That is good. But if we're talking house appreciating an asset, there is a realistic conversation to be had there where you are in a, doesn't depreciate as much as it has in the past, but still likely depreciating asset. Do you own the land that it is on?
No.
Then what are we talking about?
It's kind of like a package deal. We found a guy. He said that we could pay almost a quarter of the price that everybody else was charging and put our house out there. Hook up.
Well, I feel like
basically
you
a
just
trailer
got
park.
sold on.
It's basically a trailer park. It's an empty trailer
yes,
park
it's a
because it's
trailer
brand new.
Yeah.
Brand new.
Well,
but
get ready for whoever's gonna move in. You guys don't look like the people that like who's gonna move in. Actually, no, they usually look like you. Actually, in trailer parks,
That's
usually
crazy.
Section 8 is what I was thinking.
Section 8.
Yeah,
That's
you
crazy.
guys would like
crazy.
that one.
That's crazy.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is that crazy?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
You guys look like trailer park.
Trailer park, huh?
Well,
Yes, you live in a trailer park.
I haven't lived in a trailer park my whole life.
You live in a trailer park now.
Yeah, 22
I'm not
years
shitting
old.
on you. I was making a joke that you guys look like you live where you live, and that's okay.
Yeah,
There's
right.
nothing wrong with it. I do want to separate the idea of like literally owning an asset and land with a depreciating asset. Sometimes that's just what you have to do in the world of markets.
And that's what
demand.
that's what I'm doing. I got a job.
Well, there you go.
in
A new
working-
job.
Yes, in Louisiana.
Oh.
It's a lot more.
Wait, are you picking up the trailer and moving it?
No, we're gonna rent it out.
Gonna rent out the trailer?
Yeah, I have a buddy. He's a diesel mechanic for Halliburton.
Okay. Okay.
It's an oil field company. He makes consistent money, so he'll take care of it. If he,
pretty decent money.
you know, I told him a certain price, I'd pay, you know, the lot and some of the utilities, and then other than that, I'm gonna pick up me and my family, and we're gonna move up to Louisiana, and I'm making almost triple what I'm
You
making
agree with
now.
this?
I'm okay with it.
You're okay with it?
Yeah.
Are you?
So I'm okay with the aspect of picking up and moving, but I'm not.
Are you?
I'm kind of in a way not okay with who he wants to move in.
What?
Like who he wants to move into the house that we just bought.
Girl, that's not what the I'm talking about.
I know. I'm okay with the whole him getting the job, and it is way better money for sure, and it'll kind of set us up a little bit further into life. But
Come on,
what? I mean, I don't want to move, but it's something that I'm okay with. Like,
I'm gonna intervene. Don't let her lie to you. She's always talking about how she wants to move out of Texas.
I mean, yeah,
It's
100%.
always, you know,
So I've been talking to him because we have had issues with both of our families for the entire time we've been together.
I think there's a bigger issue you're not talking about.
Well, I mean, our relationship, yeah. There's a lot of problems.
What
with that.
about it?
So
If we're picking up and moving.
okay, so we just recently had a very serious conversation about me leaving, about separating.
Interesting.
And that kind of went in with the whole moving situation. So he found out about the job and applied for the job and everything before we had the conversation. And then he was still waiting on hearing back from the job. But that's whenever I was like, okay, we were going through some shit. And I was like,
I would like both of you to turn around right now. Just your heads. Just your heads. Yeah, turn around. You see that man?
mm-hmm.
He's anonymous. No one in the audience knows who he is. He sits at the front. He never sits in this room.
right.
That's a rare situation. He's my security guard.
Okay.
Okay.
Buddy, she sent us an email 2 days ago.
Okay.
I guess she's too much of a coward. I just want to lay it on you because this is reality that you need to deal with.
Yeah, I'd like to hear it.
Yeah, and I think you should. What the f is wrong with you? Why don't you just tell this man shit?
About me wanting to leave?
Here it is, the email.
Right.
2 days before coming on the show.
Okay.
This is, what is it, Friday? So this was sent Wednesday. So, straight from her, screenshot. Okay. So I've been planning to leave for the last few months, as you know. And he almost found out because I was talking to my best friend about it. He's seen the texts. We got into a huge fight, and he tried to make me choose between him and her. I chose her. We tried to fix things, but then he woke me up after getting our son to bed and made me give him my phone so he could go through it. I finally got to the point where I told him I was done. I wanted a divorce. Then I went from a divorce to a separation. And every time I tell him I'm done and leaving, he kisses ass and does and says everything he can to make me change my mind. Sound like the beginning of this conversation so far?
Yeah, I mean, we've all talked
So
about that.
I asked him if he'd be willing to go on the show with me. He said,
Bored. I'll be honest. I didn't hear anything he said. But technically, I can't be stealing content if I wasn't listening. All right, where am I going? Back to the house.
A new relationship is about to blossom.
I'm never getting married again.
Do you ever worry that it'll affect our relationship? Invest in family.
You act like the 18-year-old douchebag.
But I'm like, listen, I'm grinding with fresh wool.
The real kindness comes from within you.
Your lips look like a vulva.
You can suck on them if you want to.
This season on The Real Housewives of Salt Lake City.
It's St. Patrick's Day? I had no idea. 5, 6, 7, 8.
Hypocrisy in bullshit, bullshit, bullshit.
Do I look like a dried up old hag? It's used that.
You've been my strength, like my side piece.
God.
I mean, my sidekick. I'm so blessed and thankful that I can go through this with Robert Sr. I could not have got through without you guys. You all was there for me. Thank you.
Cly's fierce, she's bold. She's friends with Whitney, but we've all had lapses in judgment.
I'm gonna finish my roast by finishing Angie. The way her husband doesn't.
The most important person here is Electra. If we choose to go our separate ways, that will crush her.
I don't know if you and I can move forward in our marriage or if it's over.
Do you think that the boyfriend's a stunt?
Bronwyn always tells on herself. It seems like a big PR move.
You like to keep your secrets hidden and then get surprised when I bring them up.
I'm not doing this with you. Help your hat.
Bronwyn weaves a web of lies.
Why do you think I'm poop? You don't know anything about what I'm doing.
Breath way farther back from my face.
Damn!
I hope you guys come here to be a boss about your own feelings. If you're hurt with someone, say it.
Shut the up!
We're all swallowing things that were said falsely about us.
I'm speaking for me.
Where's my husband? I'm pissed.
You lied!
Shut your big mouth.
Can we move forward?
Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
Get on your knees and ask God to help you. I wish the fortunes just said, shut the up and let's move on.
Oh my gosh, you guys, shut the up and let's move on.
Hey girl. So apparently there is this new era of pick-me girls and they're called birds. So if you guys don't already know, there is this recent trend on TikTok calling out bird behavior. The bird meaning a woman that is a pick-me girl that has an extra emphasis on doing anything for male approval. Women that are bending over backwards to justify men. Women that post their men on TikTok and then like defend him the next day. And for some reason, this summer has summoned this new age of pick-me girl. And you guys already know, I was like the biggest bird ever, okay? So as an ex-bird, an ex-pick-me girl, I thought that we could look at these trends together. I have categorized these bird behaviors all the way from the common loon, all the way to big bird, Missy in 8th grade level. So without further ado, let's get to it. Chapter 1, the common loon. So these are the most common, the most mild of birds. As an ex-bird myself, I would say that every girl goes through this stage of life, usually in like 8th grade, high school, maybe a little bit in college. And so there's this trend on TikTok of women confessing to bird activities they have done in the past. And I thought that would be the perfect opportunity to show you common loon type of bird activities, if you will. When they're laughing, but I haven't gotten to the part I went to online school and got his degree for him. Girl. Look, I almost got recruited to a pyramid scheme for an ex-boyfriend of mine, so I can't even talk that much, but girl, getting a degree for a man? You guys ever have to do those stupid discussion posts where you have to respond to 3 other discussions and you have to be like, wow, Brayden, that's so interesting. I never thought that the mitochondria was the powerhouse of the cell. Like, she was doing that for him. She was doing econ projects with student athletes for this man. She probably had to do a Socratic seminar with the real crypto bros of Simi Valley. Somebody get Mel Gibson on the phone because this is a new age of Braveheart. Okay, the next one says, when they're laughing, but I haven't gotten to the part where I thought he ghosted me because he gave me up for Lent. Guys, I just started Lexapro about like a month ago. This is the level of Delulu I aspire to be, okay? Who do you guys think is more Delulu? This TikTok or me thinking I could have gotten Harry Styles when I looked like this in 2012? Which one? Which one? Like, what even is this logic? This sounds like a early 2000s rom-com plot featuring Mila Kunis and Vince Vaughn. Guys, he's not ghosting me. He got Freaky Friday with his dad, and his dad doesn't want to just text me on his phone. That's why he's been ghosting me. He's not ghosting me. He just got amnesia, and he's picking up my hair ties and old undies to try to remember the love of his life. But if he was giving you up for Lent, how does that make it better? Girl, you're okay with him putting you in the same category as like fatty meats and alcohol, gambling, jacking off, cussing, League of Legends? You want to be in the same camp with those things? Okay, and this next one says, when they are already laughing, but I haven't gotten to the part where he told me to dye my hair blonde. His ex was blonde. And the sad part is I'm going through her profile right now and she did go blonde, you guys. She actually did dye her hair blonde to please her ex-boyfriend. Okay, there's another very similar video here, and there's this girl talking about how she's not her husband's dream girl.
This is a question for the married people. Do you ever see a girl out in the public and you're just like, that's my husband's dream girl? Because I know it's not me. Every time I see an athletic blonde girl who's kind of tan, I'm like, that's my husband's dream girl. That's what she looks like, because I know it's not me.
I never understand men that go out of their way to marry women that they aren't attracted to, and then they spend 40 years trying to let her know that they're not attracted to her. Like, ladies, if your man doesn't make you feel like you are his type, that is not normal. You should be able to have days where you wear no bra, parachute pants, crusty Minion t-shirt, and your man will still look at you like you're Megan Fox in the car scene. I'm wondering to myself, I'm like, how much of a bird can one be? What if a man tells a pick-me girl that his type is actually Aquafina? Or is she gonna start doing like a really bad black scent? Every time she sees him in the office, she goes like, what you talking about? Yeah, you know it. His biggest crush ever is Ariana Grande in 2018. Every time she sees him now, she's just like, bitch, that's my cookie, that's my juice. Like, how far are we really gonna go, right? Like, that's my question. Okay, this next one says, when they're laughing, but I haven't gotten to the part where I took a loan for him to start a business. That actually sounds like my worst nightmare. And you know damn well that this business was probably like crypto or drop shipping. Imagine that this business was just him trying to be a SoundCloud rapper and you just call it a business to make it sound a little less grating. He wanted to be one of those alpha male inspirational vloggers, so she's the one making like the ice bucket for him to dunk his face in at 2 a.m. in the morning. She's not just giving him a loan for the business, she's also like directing him behind the camera. Hey Ashton, can you turn 20 degrees to the left? Yeah, your bulge looks extra good in that sunset light. Okay. It's just so crazy to me how so many men won't even do the bare minimum, like wipe their ass, okay? But we've got beautiful, smart, educated women that are going on Shark Tank for these men to like help pitch some stupid drop shipping anime figurine business for this man, you know?
So I'm watching Shrek, okay? I love Shrek. And I was just thinking, and not to be mean or anything, but Fiona was so ugly when she was an ogre. Like her body was not tea, her face wasn't tea, like she was not cute. I'm sorry. And if I was Shrek and I met this beautiful princess, right? And the kicker is I'm actually an ogre and this is what I look like after the sun goes down. He was kind of like catfished if you really think about it, because I think Shrek as an ogre, I think he's handsome. He's, he's okay. He's good looking. But Fiona, I definitely think Shrek settled just because he fell in love with her. But I don't know.
This is some like 2 a.m. sleepover discussion you have when you're drunk. This is the type of conversation you have with an 8-year-old and then they cartwheel away. Like, what? Okay, so you're saying that Shrek got catfished by Fiona because she was like a pretty princess and now she's too ugly for Shrek? Okay, wait, somebody in the comments said, and Shrek tea? Yeah, exactly. Is Shrek body tea? Shrek's face card never declines? The whole point of Shrek is that even if your exterior is not beautiful, what matters is within. Fiona is beautiful because of the person she is within, just like Shrek. That's the whole point of the movie. As a straight myself, okay, this is one of the most straight women take I have ever seen in my entire life. This is the same type of straight mentality that leads to those nasty pregnancy announcements on Facebook, okay? This is the same type of straight mentality that leads women to make aura edits of the fish from Finding Nemo. Girl, if you think Shrek is hot, just say that. If he's your type, just say that. Chapter 2, the vultures. These are the type of birds, the type of pick-me's that circle around the corpse of dead relationships. They're just eating that shit up. Here's a textbook example of a vulture bird. This one says, how much aura do I lose when I stay waiting for him even though I know he has a girlfriend but he wants me? How much aura did you lose from doing this? All of it. You have actually now incurred aura debt that your great-granddaughter will have to pay off for the rest of her life because you did this. This is like a common thing that I feel like a lot of pick-me girls say. It's like, well, I know that this man wants me over his wife. How do you know that? Genuinely, how are you so sure? I don't know, did he like poke you on Facebook at 2 a.m.? Did he wish you a happy birthday on Microsoft Teams at work? Maybe the ghost of Christmas past visited her in her slumber and told her, Aiden from HR that wears khakis really wants you. You ever wake up from night sweats thinking about an embarrassing thing you did like 10 years ago? Just rest assured that you didn't post this. Okay, next we have this woman here who is making this video justifying why she has like an open relationship only on his side, why she's okay with her husband cheating on her.
But Rika, doesn't he cheat on you? Oh my god, I know her. Her baby daddy be cheating on her.
Yes, these are all true facts. That man does whatever it is he wants to do. We kind of have an understanding to where it's like, I never wanted him to feel like he was losing out on his youth because we were together for so long, since we were 15, right? So, yes, he has slept with a lot of people. And I mean, I wouldn't say a lot, but he's had his share of women for sure. And so now that I'm getting more bigger or whatever, a lot of people have been like, you know, posting it and saying it and, you know, inboxing me about it and being like, that's why I'll never stop sleeping with him and blah, 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 blah. And I'm just like, okay.
This woman probably gets the hey girly text daily. This girl probably has more hey girly emails than she does spam emails from Kohl's. Okay, so the logic here is that because you guys got together so young, you want him to experience hooking up still? You guys are grown as adults. Like, what more do you need to experience? She's talking about this like it's her husband taking up piano at a late age, as if her husband is trying nigiri for the first time. Again, this is another example of why I stopped being a bird. Because literally there are these women out here that are fighting over these men when they can find the same exact type of dude at Home Depot. This is literally like camping overnight outside to get Dairy Queens the next day. Like, don't worry, babe. No one's coming for your spot. All right, I can assure you that. Okay, next we have this gender reveal party, and it says, I might be the 4th baby mama, but A, I hold that weight of giving that man his first boy. Oh God, you guys, I think we have the deadliest combination known to man, okay? A pick-me girl and a boy mom at the same time. Also, what the is this? Medieval royal England? I, the Duchess of his 4th child, have supplied the king with his male heir. Obviously, he didn't commit to the other 3 women because they gave him daughters. Ew, stinky, nasty. But me? When he gets shot in the eye by a Nerf gun by my son, surely he'll commit then. I never understand the types of people that brag about giving a man a child without a ring as if that's like a flex. As if you're going to now inherit anything other than maybe an AMC A-lister Stubbs membership. Most of the time, the only thing that your male heir is going to inherit is his dad's hopes and dreams and crypto debt, okay? So, for your sake, I hope that this man has a large inheritance and a house, but I'm not getting a good feeling about this one. Chapter 3, the blue-footed booby. These showy birds love to dazzle with their looks, but beware, don't get too close. These predators are not hunting men, but attention from men. We have this woman here who talks about how actually being unattractive makes your life easier.
It's like people are always like, oh my God, I wish I had pretty privilege. I wish I was this. No, sometimes being unattractive makes your life easier. Like, that sounds bad, but it's the truth.
Actually, being ugly makes your life so much easier. I wish I was ugly like you. Oh my God, she talks like a Disney Channel girl that wants to tell her mom that she doesn't actually want to ice skate or something. Because being attractive isn't my dream, Mom. It's yours. I'm going to It's just such an uncanny feeling to see someone in 2026 use the same pick-me-girl arsenal they did back in 1980. It just takes me back to 2013 when I was in high school, you know? Ugh, I hate having such large boobs. Like, guys just want me for my looks. I hate it. I hate it so much. Ugh, I hate my fat, juicy, voluptuous ass. Like, I keep getting BBL allegations, but really, I'm just a shy girl that likes marine biology. Like, you guys don't even understand how many times I get stopped in the mall so that I can work at Hollister. Everyone's like, oh my God, Missy, your titties are so big, your ass is so big, like, please work here. And I'm like, oh my God, you guys, I have other more important things to do, like telling boner jokes on the internet. Like, it's literally so annoying. Okay, this next one says, how do girls genuinely make friends with girls? And then pans over to a bunch of men in her room, I'm assuming. This is the type of 14-year-old me would save on Tumblr. What do you mean, how do I make friends with girls? There are literally bitches everywhere. You're into gaming, there are tons of girls that do that. You're a toxic sports fan that loves to drink. Well, welcome to any mom neighborhood watch club in Wisconsin. This video was obviously not meant to like try to get an answer or to try to get girlfriend. It's like my classic example of saying that you want A5 Wagyu and then you go to Chili's and order a sirloin, you know? Like, obviously, you're not actually trying to eat a Wagyu, you know? Like, if she was in good faith trying to find real girlfriends, she would post stuff like this. Ugh, I just have every Barbie movie on VHS and I want to paint my nails. Like, does any girl want to do that with me? Like,
That's true. Do you want to go get your nails done? I'm trying to get my eyebrows vibed. You want to go to the bookstore? Do you want to go to the container store?
where are the girls that love to dilly-dally and beat a dead horse all day, you know? Okay, not to be mean, but like, girl, I'd be sad for that. Okay, and this next one says, I'm not a marriage counselor or anything, but have you tried being quiet and cooking your husband a steak? Yep, if there's anybody to take relationship advice from, it's definitely thirst trap fishing TikTokers. What is this? This looks like her audition to try out for Mansers back in 2008 or whatever.
I mean, clearly this isn't a video directed towards women, right? This is for men, right? She's baiting men. This is clearly women isn't her audience here, you know? I don't think.
Maybe.
Which is fine. It's just fine. Like, I'm not upset that that's her TikTok, you know? Get your bag, right? I don't care, personally.
This is like the business major in me, but if I were to try to make a business pandering to men, why not aim for like the richest men? Someone that wears Sperry's and salmon colored shorts and has a family boat. Like, why are we aiming for the Mountain Dew, sweaty, funky group of men? Like, what could possibly be the return on investment for this, you know? Like, what, you get a gratuitous pick and a half-used Applebee's gift card? Like, someone please run a cost analysis on this. This for sure cannot be profitable. You know, I guess it's kind of a good thing that evolution-wise, we still have birds. For every one of these birds, it keeps Roblox just a little bit cleaner for the kiddos every day, you know? Chapter 4, the big bird. Okay, and this brings us to the final, the biggest bird of all. The most highest of highest pick-me I have ever seen, okay? And this creator is named Because I'm Missy. I feel like I have the biggest license to make fun of pick-me girls as much as I do because, bitch, I was the head of the flock. As a former head of the birds that has now lost her wings, I wanted to show you guys the most pick-me I have ever done, okay? The first one being that I had a business ID where I made t-shirts for pick-me's, including myself. Any guy looking for a girl who's sarcastic, little too perverted, self-driven as weird sense of humor, likes to eat, kind of awkward wifey material, because I'm right here.
She's really good.
Take a wild guess on whether or not this shirt worked. I wore this shirt like while I was in college, by the way. 18. Yep, I was wearing this shirt and I was old enough to enlist in the army and vote. Okay, if there's any representation of what the average median voter is in America, it would be me wearing this shirt. Okay, so another one of my biggest bird moments ever was when I was like middle schoolish. So I would take the bus every single day to school, and on the bus, it was like customary for everyone to like.
To be honest, I don't think you can categorize yourself as a bird if you are still in like middle school, right? You're like just now processing things and thinking about things and having like a different opinion. You're like disagreeing with how society is positioning women and you're going to the most opposite extreme. And then as you get older, you understand that over time, you don't have to go to the extreme to not be this thing. There's like, there's lots of different personalities that you can slot into that doesn't make you like the ideal woman. So calling yourself a bird in middle school is a bit much because you don't even understand what's happening to you at that time. And even in college, really, that's a bit of a stretch. I mean, it's too long of a stretch, but it's a bit of a stretch because you're still learning. Depending on how you grew up, you're still learning how to present yourself to the world. I think we all wrestle with our identities in college. So it's a good self-reflection though. Most people don't have that type of reflection about themselves.
One of the leaders of men that are...
Anyway, Abby and Preach made a video.
So being one of the leaders of men that are out there, I think we should have 100 more Andrew Tates. I don't...
Oh my
that.
God!
Why wouldn't you...
Bro! Wait. All right, so I wanted to come back to this video because apparently folks were upset. They're like, you guys did a video on this and it was really short, but you guys didn't cover some of the best parts. And
Yeah,
so
and we called him Mark Ronson when his name is Mark Manson.
because Mark Ronson's reasonable, but okay, you know why I call him Mark Ronson? Because of the DJ. His name is Mark. What's it?
Hi, my name is Mark Miller. Mark Manson.
I'm gonna just call him Mark. You know, Mark, the most
Mark
generic.
Manson.
Raise your flag if you think Andrew Tate is a good influence. Raise it high so we can count.
Net positive.
Guys, raise your hand if you guys think the trafficking guy who's into underage girls is a great. Raise your hand, everybody. Raise your hand. Okay, we got about half of y'all. Great. All right.
Andrew Tate, Coach Greg Adams, Alpharonomy. There's many men in the manosphere that are spreading a 100% positive message.
You lost me there, my boy.
Let's just stop.
Collaborate and listen. God damn.
100%. I don't know if it's 100%. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I don't know about 100. He said 100. 100. 100. 100 is a huge number, bro. It is a huge number, 100. He said 100.
Alpharonomy. There's many men in the manosphere that are spreading a 100% positive message.
You lost me there, my boy.
Let's just stop.
Collaborate and listen. God damn.
A 100% positive message.
100% positive? That's such a crazy fucking statement.
That's a crazy fucking...
He said 100% positive. Like, I could understand if you say, like, you know, they're doing a good overall. But 100% is just nutty to me.
100.
What the fuck would I read for you? You've got a fit sister who's 16, maybe.
A 100% positive message.
Muslims have the best frame on earth. I want a virgin wife at 16 who's going to obey me. That's what I want.
A 100% positive message.
I'm fucking all these 15-year-olds.
A 100% positive message.
You know, you said it looks like I'm in a teenage girl's bedroom.
Yeah.
To some people, that would be an insult, but to me, I find that quite flattering, to be honest.
A 100% positive message.
I was contacted by Andrew Tate, the older of the Tate brothers, 3 years ago when I was just 16.
So I messaged her. She's like, I'm only 16. I was like, give a fuck.
A 100% positive message.
100%, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. I don't even really some of the other stuff he said.
100% is certified lover boy, certified.
So this was on the Full Send podcast, well after he's been famous for a while. And so, you know, this is like the guy who's helping men with the 100% positive, well-intentioned, not a scammer, whatever it is.
The webcam company I was running pre and me and my brother would do all the talking. Ice cold hustlers. We were taking their money, all of it, milking them dry. I had these guys selling their houses, life savings.
You feel bad or no?
Fuck no. To give a solitary fuck. If you run an alcohol store, a couple of the people you sell to are alcoholics. Do you feel bad?
So he had these people selling their houses, going into debt,
feel
fucking up
bad.
their whole lives.
I feel
And
bad.
the reference he goes to is like,
I like
if you
to
run an
drink.
alcohol store. Would you feel bad? Yeah, if I'd fucking feel.
I like to drink, but I'm not an alcoholic. I cannot drink. But I also don't think that this is my job to take care of your life, right? We are all adults here, okay? If you feel uncomfortable with me drinking, I won't drink. But if you're going to assume that I'm going to assume that you have a drinking problem and I'm not going to drink just because you choose not to drink, it's not
bad. If majority of my customers, I was taking advantage of them, and then I was pushing them to the point where they were dying of alcohol poisoning. If that was an epidemic,
those are two different things. Okay. All right. Those are two different things. Now, just like what Ava said, if I was pushing you to drink and I know you have an alcohol problem, then that's different. But if I'm doing my own thing and I'm not like bothering you, who cares? Who cares?
Like, would you feel bad if you were a fucking fentanyl dealer and then your customers were dying of overdose? I hope so. This dude had people selling their houses, frauding them because they weren't even talking to these ladies, right? He was talking to Tate, just wasn't upfront about it. And he's like, do you feel bad? And this guy's 100% positive for dudes. The guy who brags and who's proud of the fact that he took advantage of a lot of men. I don't know.
Men have suffered for years. When you think about the gladiator, when you think about Thomas Edison, and the extremity that you need to focus in on something as a man to create these amazing things that we have in the world. Men have always been extreme. Men have always had a nuclear focus.
Well, congratulations. Because of how you talk, we can't focus.
Only guys can walk in.
He said men have suffered for years. I was like, okay.
Think about the gladiators and Thomas Edison. My G.
Think about the caveman, the Neanderthal. And then think about
Thomas Edison and Einstein.
Young Philly.
It's okay.
Young Philly and Neanderthals.
We have the manosphere taking men away from pornography.
Peep it. Y'all ready? He says,
right.
We're taking men away from prawn, right? Can I ask you, who spends more time around OnlyFans models than red pillars and manosphere guys? Who advertises these people more than them?
Who makes it their business?
That is a great question. Who spends the most time paying for OnlyFans content?
More than them.
Literally nobody else runs a panel with like 10 OnlyFans girls with all their fucking socials in the bio. And don't forget, these girls, when they go on these, they're making money. The reason why they even accept to go
from who?
From the guys who are hating or doing the super chats.
Which are who? People from the red pill community.
Like, how
so
does
you're
that
not
make
really
sense?
taking them away from anything, really. You're still advertising that to them.
Don't think it's just Fresh and Fit. There's other ones who run similar or knockoff versions of that on different ones. So there's a lot of them actually do the exact same format.
You know what the thing is? The way that they defend the red pill is they defend the idea of what they think it should be.
Sure.
But it's not what it is right now.
100%.
The starting point, the starting goal was we're gonna make man better. We're gonna make them grow. We're gonna make them take care of themselves. In the beginning, it was that. What it is right now is not that at all.
It's Busta.
Let's Busta. What it is right now.
So I've been writing for young men since 2008. Between 2008 and 2013, I coached hundreds of young guys like all the guys here in this circle. It was my career. I care very deeply about finding young men who are struggling and helping uplift them, because I was one of those young men too at one point. And if you're bringing men together to improve themselves, that's amazing. But if you're bringing them together under the auspices that feminism and women are ruining society, and that
this prompt says the most attractive men are those who like and respect women. That's true, actually. That is true.
and that to improve themselves.
But let me
that's
go back because I
amazing.
wasn't listening.
And if you're bringing men together to improve themselves, that's amazing. But if you're bringing them together under the auspices that
Just because I can spin my camera in this game and I can't spin my camera in Albion Online, I will forever play Bitcraft. Okay. In Albion, you can't do anything. You're like stuck, just like this. You're stuck playing the game like this. Could you imagine if you were stuck playing this game just like this? It's fucking ass. I can't like change the camera literally at all. At all. Whoa! Did I create a whirlpool? Yo! That's cool. Anyway.
Say this again. That's just.
Men have always led their families, and it led us to feminism. Clearly, you guys weren't doing a good job if everybody was trying to get the fuck out. Okay?
Made up. If you go as far back as whenever time you want in history, women occupied big roles in regards to the house. They were not dictated to. In fact, oftentimes the men would take the back seat when it came to most of the stuff, not just in relation to the domestic stuff, but even in with social relations. Oftentimes the dudes were gone for long periods of time. You know what it's like when you got to travel on horseback or on foot months and months to go
just
trade.
Working the land. Just working the land. You wake up at 5 in the morning.
You need someone to be a fucking head of the house.
You got 21 kids at home. You think you're in the field for 12 to 14 hours. You got 21 kids at home. Yes, the oldest, the elders they're helping, but geez, some of the kids are still popping out the poom poom. Someone needs to take care of that.
Like, I think people really discount how much of a collaborative thing it was, and they need to have this like myopic view of like the man's on top and that's not the reality of households. They never could have worked. And even today, you go to whatever country these niggas want, it don't matter where it is. You go to third world, you go to first world, second world, and you go look at how those houses are run. The dudes are generally the more quiet ones at home, and they defer to their women for a lot of things. Now, that doesn't mean that these guys are all just pushovers. I know what it is. It's just based off of even traditional gender roles. When you're working all day long, you come home, there's a lot of things you're going to defer to the other person who's at home more often. And in those settings, oftentimes it was the women. You're describing a neck that turns the head. It's no different. The head is still up there. No. I'm telling you that when the woman makes a decision in regards to a lot of things in relation to the house, the men will defer. Not because they're the ones in charge, because they don't really have the authority over that space, so they just let the other person who's more qualified and knows more about it to manage it. That's not someone who's like the neck or the subordinate. That's the person who runs a very important segment of that life, and they're more adept for it. To say it's like having two managers who manage a business together. One's not a subordinate to the other.
That's why we have loneliness. That's why you have time. Men didn't have time to watch years and years ago. That's why men have time to watch today.
That's not true. That's just not true.
Also, even if that is true, right? Women also have a lot of time on their hands too, because they don't have families to take care of anymore. So why is it that when women have more time on their hands, they go to school? But when guys have more time on their hands, they become fucking...
That's just a blatant lie. Naked depiction of women on caves.
I mean, forget prom. Y'all realize how popular brothels were. Y'all realize prostitution's always existed. Y'all
There
realize
were towns that were just based on that.
100%. The reason why they call it the oldest profession is that men have always made time and had time at every echelon, poor, rich, or otherwise, to go get some cheeks. You know, men having too much time was always a thing, and might not have been prawn per se, but it was still sex-related stuff when it came to the ladies. Someone said he's talking about before the internet, like dirty magazines didn't exist. Facts. 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 That's a fact. I'll tell y'all, before a lot of the advent of the internet, I remember I used to go to the corner store. Bro. And there used to be these magazines. Yes. They were Playboy magazines, right? Yes. And you would see them. It was always like some girl with some big ass titties, and she's just always looking at you like this. She's like, come on, one and buy me. And I know, because one day I did buy one. It's the only one I ever had. So, funny story. I had that for like a week before it was put in like a random box in my room. And this is when I was a teenager, so I must have been like 14, 15 at the time. First and only magazine I ever bought. So I moved out of my mom's place. Didn't think much of it. And then I remember years and years later, after I came back from the military, she handed me this box, and look what the box was.
Yeah, Dave Chappelle in the corner.
That's how you know this is an old box. This is real. This is real.
Your mama gave you that?
Because it's my stuff.
PlayStation game was that?
So that's GoldenEye.
That's GoldenEye.
I'm a man of good. That's Xenogears, which is one of the most classic RPGs on the PS1. I'm cultured, okay? There's a Dave Chappelle, because everybody, when I was a teenager, everybody owned the DVD for the Chappelle Show.
Chappelle Show.
We would go to school and repeat the jokes every day. Then there's obviously GoldenEye, which is the greatest, well, top 5 greatest games on the N64. As far as like a multiplayer shooter, playing with the homies, classic memories. When my mom handed me the box, the magazine was at the bottom, but I obviously sifted through it and I realized the magazine was in there, so I realized where it was from. I got very uncomfortable because the magazine, the problem was that some of the pages were sticky.
Are you cool? It would have cost you $0 to not have said that. You could have kept that to yourself. Not everything is good to share.
But I gotta be me. Someone said, why
He said he cost you $0 to keep that shit to yourself.
pages? Why do you think? Because I'm ashamed?
Hey! If you didn't get it, it's fine. Let's move on, okay?
So being one of the leaders of men that are out there, I think we should have 100 more Andrew Tates. I don't.
Oh my
that.
God!
Why wouldn't you,
bro?
Wait, can I go back to talking about Goonie? Because that was crazy, bro. 100 more Andrew Tates? Well, you know what? Let me not crash out. Let me actually listen to what he's.
Since that have.
What?
He's not saying much, but in a suit.
True. With some beautiful. Like this he's acting like it has to be mutually exclusive. Like, that's what I mean. It's like, see, this is why I say this is all a teams thing. And I reference back to that video that we did before, where that guy said, you know, it's not all the criticisms of Red Pill or Manosphere have been done before. Really, it's all about community. These people feel like they belong somewhere, and so they protect it no matter what. Doesn't matter if they got clips of Tate saying he takes advantage of men, he's proud. It doesn't matter if he's a trafficker and he's diddled kid. It don't matter, any of it. None of that matters to a good portion of them. Not all, some of them do care. Because some of these people are very much in a team mentality. It's why Stiegel might be beefing with some of them now. He didn't have issues with anything they were saying. Now it's about Muslims, which is his team. He's like, I got a problem with you now. It's all teams.
His team of the moment.
Right, so right here he's saying, how could you call it out when my team benefits us? Well, because there's some things that your team is doing that's bad. Why don't you call out your teammates for doing bad things?
Because it's my team.
All that this is tribalism. This is my tribe. My tribe benefits us and me, so I'm going to defend it no matter what. I need 100 more Andrew Tates. I need 30 more traffickers. It don't matter how many underage girls.
A 100% positive message.
My team. That's all that matters.
Alex said there's people who benefited from slavery, the Holocaust, and benefit from trafficking and pushing drugs into the community. Just because a small portion benefit does not mean it's created for society. Yeah. And that's a fact.
You could do that with anything.
And that's a fact.
You could do that with any kind of messaging. You could always say it benefits us, so how could you?
My next surrounded claim is that porn has done more damage to men than feminism has.
Ooh, has done more damage to men than feminism has.
I tend to agree. Well, first you have to establish what damage has feminism done for men. Then you have to establish all the damages that porn has done. And then you just line them up.
You know what? I'm not well versed enough in either of these to disagree or agree.
Just listen to what they got to say.
I'm like, I should need to think about it.
Abortion kills upward of 1 million Americans every single year. It's 3,000 men, women, and children.
What does abortion have to do with feminism? What does that have to do with anything? What does that have to do with anything?
Dead a day. Right? If we're talking about comparatively on what's had the greatest impact on taking away manpower from America, have to say without a doubt feminism.
If you subscribe to the idea that abortion is murder, then his point.
Say without
Feminism It's a benefit to you. I know it is. I know it's a benefit to you. It's
If
always
you subscribe to the idea that abortion is murder, then his point makes perfect sense and he would be correct. If you don't, and you
Abortion
subscribe to the idea
is a murder.
that being pro-choice basically liberates a lot of women and stops a lot of people from suffering incredibly, then you're going to disagree. So this is a matter of...
I didn't even think about that. But
So his point is a good one, depending on how you feel about the topic of abortion.
not good.
So,
Not good.
he was doing because he was like,
It's not a good point. It's not a good
and
point.
irrespective of whether or not I agree, at least somebody who came with a decent point.
no,
So you
exactly.
want to highlight it.
Exactly.
It's not a good. That's not a good point.
I was not expecting to go
Not a good
down the
point.
abortion road.
Hey.
I don't see how this relates to like men's mental health and agency in the world.
We're comparing feminism specifically, right?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
To porn.
Yeah.
Yes.
So of course, porn is degenerative as well. I say we get rid of them, both of them, feminism and porn.
Okay.
Definitely. But if we're comparing feminism and the destruction that it's had on men as a whole in America versus porn, we'd have to like say that.
You know, feminism is the reason why men have the space to be able to express softer sides of themselves, right? That's a benefit to men without having it directly relate to like a particular woman. But for men, feminism has been great because now you can talk about your feelings and it's not so stigmatized. Now you don't have to put it in the pit and then turn into like a fucking school shooter. I don't know. Like, you know, you wouldn't have been able to embrace your softer side without the second wave of feminism. Okay? There's nothing to do with abortion. Abortion doesn't say if it's a man, kill it. That's not what abortion is. Okay? If the woman was in a particular situation where she didn't have to choose this, she wouldn't choose it. Okay? We need to take that case by case.
That the lives actually being taken.
Yes, Mark's not getting it, but it's like, okay, well, if there's the X amount of abortions and you believe that that's murder, then you're saying men are literally dying. These young pieces
Men and women.
that are going to be men. So, but no, it's like...
A lot of times abortions happens before you even know the gender of the baby. So how could people be killing specifically men if they don't even know the gender of the child when they kill it?
Because it says, has prawn done more damage to men than feminism has? But you would argue, well, because of feminism, because we have pro-choice, all these abortions are leading to men literally dying. So that's
so
that's how Mark not getting it. Yeah.
Yes, but if you have indoctrinated so many groups of women into believing that this is their only way of living, and they pass that down from generation to generation, it's only about 3 to 5% that will still be stuck in there. 2% of those who can't get out, right? It's still not 45%. That's a different number. If it was 45, yes, we should be looking at it. Okay. If it's less than 5%, I don't think it's a problem for the ones that can't get out, sure. But for the ones that want to be there, it's not an issue. It's not an issue. Not 45 though. Not 45%.
And I also say he did raise a point. Like, I don't know how much, but if you think about how widely accepted prawn is, even the idea that we have a society where OnlyFans openly thrives and was created and, you know, festered in, like that is a result of a form of sexual liberation that allows people to explore these things without some sense of shame, some sense of that. That isn't to say that the other side of that doesn't indulge in, like, you know, the whole brothels or whatever. But I do think there's a bit of a meta aspect to his argument. So the question was, has prawn done more damage to men than feminism has? But the question is, would prawn be what it is today without sexual liberation and feminism?
I have to give it to him. Because his point is really well explained.
Yes.
And
The answer is no, okay? It would actually be worse because women wouldn't have agency on whether or not they would go in or not. There would just be some man saying, we would have more Andrew Tates, to be honest, if we did not have any type of liberation. Now I get to choose what I do with my body. It's a different thing from this guy is making me do this, right? Men was in charge this whole time, and we all want to get out. Okay, no one wants to be controlled by another human being. Obviously, it's a bad idea, right? And forcing your children, your daughters, to marry men who are going to push them into things that they don't want to do. The large majority that you don't hear that are not in porn does not mean that the absence of their voice means that they want to be in porn. Okay. There's always 6 times more likely that the population is happy with whatever direction we have gone in, but they're just quiet about it. Just like your returning customer that comes to Chili's every Thursday, never leaves a review, never responds to a survey, but keeps coming back. Okay. Just because there's a silent majority, that doesn't mean that the voices that you hear are the loudest ones. Okay. Just because people are not like, oh, thank God I'm not in porn. 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 Doesn't mean that there are not millions of women who are glad that they are not in porn.
Exposed?
Yeah.
The absence of evidence does not prove the opposite.
Regardless of what you think of abortion, it's in his perception and in his belief of what abortion is, then if you take that in effect, then I think he has a valid point.
Yeah.
And he was the only one that was able to really explain it properly. So
If you take the prompt is, has prawn done more damage to men than feminism has? Forget the whole pro-life, whatever it is, forget that whole side, okay? If you are admitting that prawn has done a lot of damage to men, the question that he's essentially raising is like, well, doesn't prawn in its current form today only exist to this level because of feminism?
You have to,
and if you can't argue against that point, then I think his premise that feminism has done more damage is immediately true based off of you believing that prawn has done a lot of damage to men.
Mm-hmm. I disagree. Start from the sexual liberation. No, it did not. But from what we know it is today, from the acceptation of what it is today, you can't remove, there's a correlation with feminism. There is.
Well, a correlation.
Yeah, but you're skipping nuance. The nuance is who is controlling how porn is being distributed. That is the change that needed to happen. Regardless if you care about the amount of porn in there being out in the world, okay? Who's managing how the porn gets there is the important part. That's the important part. Yes, men benefit from sexual liberation. Yes, that is true. Regardless if it's OnlyFans, regardless if it's doing one-night stands without having to marry somebody to have sex with them, whatever the case is, you know, everyone benefits from feminism, including men, especially men. But how it gets out there was the problem that was corrected. And what you guys are arguing about, you guys are arguing that you need control over how she wants to express her sexuality. Okay. The answer is no.
Doesn't mean causation. So, so they're not causal. It's not causal.
It's not
you
causal.
Can't blame it.
No, you can't blame it 100%. But there is a work that was being done. I'm saying the way he exposes his point is very eloquent, and we can understand his side. And I think he's the only one that was able to do that with consistency.
I think logically what he said tracks. I don't want to get into the whole abortion stuff because that's a whole other topic, but I still think it was a good point because, like I said, if you share his perspective, then what he's saying is correct. Someone said, are you blaming feminism for porn? That's not my point.
No.
My point is there's no doubt that the sexual liberation of women, which, again, I personally think is a good thing, leads to people having more freedom.
They heard what I heard.
Judgment to a degree.
Okay. I don't know, I don't know why he getting agitated. Okay. We listening. Okay. Albion, preach, your voice is like embedded in my brain. Okay. I heard you. They heard you too. We heard the same words.
More opportunities to explore. And I don't think the correlative factor between the explosion of people, explosion in is crazy, explosion of people being involved in the sex industry and the fact that we've become a more accepting society due to sexual liberation. I don't think that those two factors, you can look at the financial aspect too, that's true. But even the financial aspect, even being so open, even legislatively being accepted, I think those are things that are here because of feminism. Feminism brings us a lot of freedom, a lot of choices for women, and those are good things, generally speaking. But if you're saying that prawn is such a bad thing, that comes with it. The same way you have to look at the red pillars and say, these are some of the backfires and some of the bad things that this movement does.
Do I think porn is a bad thing? I don't know if I think porn is a bad thing. Personally, I feel like porn is a personal thing. I don't remember porn being such like a public display. Porn is private. What I do in my bedroom is between me and the nigga I'm riding on. Okay? It ain't got nothing to do with you.
Because you have to understand that when you give people all kinds of freedom, all kinds of choice, it's like, is giving people choices good? Yes. Does that lead to bad outcomes? Yes. You want to know why? There's even a theory, was it the paradox of choice, I think is what it's called, is the idea that when you have so many options, you freeze because there's too much to choose from. And so it actually makes it difficult to choose at all. All things that come to us and give us such much good can also have negative effects. It doesn't mean.
Who's choosing? Choosing what? What are you choosing? Choices? Are you saying that women don't have the ability to deal with the fact that we have so much choice now? That's not true. Or are you saying that people can't choose better for themselves? Maybe I wasn't listening. Let me go back.
Explosion of people, explosion in is crazy. Explosion of people being involved in the sex industry and the fact that we've become a more accepting society due to sexual liberation. I don't think that those two factors, you can look at the financial aspect too, that's true. But even the financial aspect, even being so open, even legislatively being accepted, I think those are things that are here because of feminism. Feminism brings us a lot of freedom, a lot of choices for women, and those are good things, generally speaking. But if you're saying that prawn is such a bad thing, that comes with it. The same way you have to look at the red pillars and say, these are some of the backfires and some of the bad things that this movement does. You have to understand that when you give people all kinds of freedom, all kinds of choice, it's like, is giving people choices good? Yes. Does that lead to bad outcomes? Yes. You want to know why? There's even a theory, was it the paradox of choice, I think is what it's called, is the idea that when you have so many options, you freeze because there's too.
This is where you lost me, Abba. This is where you lost me. Okay, I was paying attention, and then you brought up the paradox of choice. I was with you, and then
is giving people choices good? Yes. Does that lead to bad outcomes?
Yes.
You want to know why? There's even a theory.
No. The reason why is because you can't manage other people's behavior. You do have to allow people to make choices for themselves. Okay, and if they choose to make a bad choice, that's not a reflection of said person observing said bad choice being made. We don't need to create a reasoning of why all these bad choices happen, because it's up to the people making those choices. Okay? Your responsibility ends at, I gave you the choice. And if you are an indecisive person, or you don't know your parameters for what you want, that's like an individual thing, to be honest. Okay, because if you don't know yourself by 42, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Was it the paradox of choice, I think is what it's called, is the idea that when you have so many options, you freeze because there's too much to choose from. And so it actually makes it difficult to choose at all. All things that come to us and give us such much good can also have negative effects. It doesn't mean that that thing is bad. It just means that it can have a bad effect in some areas, and that's true. If feminism didn't exist, I don't think prawn would be much different today. Do you? Yes, it would. If feminism did exist, do you understand what that means? That women have no agency.
It would look different. It would just probably be a worse type of porn, right? Who wants to live in that timeline? I sure as hell don't.
Don't vote. You don't have careers. You essentially belong to the dudes. Think about what life was like for ladies pre-1900s. If feminism, I'm saying that point, feminism started before then in regards to a lot like the suffragettes and stuff, but if you never get that, where do you think you're going to start a career on your own? Where do you think that whole budding industry is going to build itself from? Right? In a hyper-conservative environment where like men dictate all this stuff, do you think a lot of dudes are going to allow their wives to go do this stuff? I don't think so. Am I even giving a hot take here? Is that a hot take?
No.
Do you guys understand what life was like for ladies before feminism existed? Don't think of third wave feminism in the last 10 years. Feminism is an important movement that changed the lives of so many people for a long time. Go to any place on this world where feminism isn't incredibly prevalent and where the economic conditions don't just lead immediately to like a lot of prostitutions. And what you'll see, you don't really have a sex industry in the same way that we have it in North America. They don't have OnlyFans set up the same way. There's some exploitation, don't get me wrong. There's some of the brothels, but it's a different thing. That's why I said not the poor countries, because there are some places where you go to where the economic factor is what drives a lot of the sex work.
My final surrounded claim is that the most attractive men are those who like and respect women.
I believe I agree with that. But what's being preached online is otherwise, and that's what we're seeing as far as like the fantasy side of what women consume. Like women is often the vampire, pirate, the 50 Shades of Grey guy. He was a jerk.
Wait, there's like a women prom that's about pirates? 50 Shades of Grey type. There's one with pirates? What's the one with pirates?
Probably. There's probably some with pirates. It's called smut.
Okay, but you went so.
Here's the thing. Here's what's happening. Okay. Men who spend a lot of time in porn, they're going over to the women who also spend a lot of time in porn and trying to bring theories and ideas across everyone across the board, which I think is a mistake. I think that if you are in the category where you're like watching porn consistently all the time, man or woman, you are in a different pool of people than normies, right? Not everyone reads porn books. Just like not every guy watches porn. Not every girl reads porn either. I'm pretty sure there's guys that read smut too, but like, who cares? Right? Like, but to take that and to be like, oh yeah, I watched a 50 Shades of Grey movie and I know that my real life girlfriend wants to be treated like this all the time. That's crazy. It's crazy. That's crazy.
So women's like some of them are fantasizing about some guy be like, "Arg, matey, give me that booty, ma'am." Are you saying there's like, I can understand the vampire thing.
I'll aboard that.
I can understand the 50 Shades of Grey thing. What's the pirate one?
I'll aboard that.
Me and the boy.
It's weird. Ew. It's gross. What are you sending me? Oh. It's gone. Oh no. All right, what's the next one? The next one is okay. 5 minutes. We can do it. We can make it to the end.
You to see and have our way with
Bye.
It's funny because it rhymes.
Everything comes back to porn. You can't watch anything nowadays without it coming back to porn. You can't just, actually, that's not true. I watch a lot of topics where no one's talking about sex at all, but it seems like you're not allowed to have an identity if it's not about sex, okay? Which is crazy because that ain't none of your business, bro. Ain't none of your business.
How much did I make after taxes? $22,000.
Yeah.
Guys, is that poverty level? Because I legit think so, but I don't know. Maybe.
For sure.
I have no words.
You're poor. You're poor. That's what it is now. If you work a regular job in America, you're living in poverty more than likely. Eventually, somebody has to hold the bag. And unfortunately, Gen Z, you're it. Yeah, a retail job in 1965 beats a college degree in 2026. I'll read that for you one more time. A retail job in 1965 beats a college degree in 2026. Do I have a college degree? Obviously not, because I can't fucking read. Right, video coming to us by Vanessa Vingard, I believe is how you pronounce that, right? Okay, let's go and check this out. It's insane. Gen Z is the first generation in several generations predicted to not do better than their parents, man. Yeah, it's rough out here.
What happened to the days of teens being able to find a part-time job in the summer? There's Hobby Lobby, there's the Dollar Tree, there's Domino's, there's Walmart, there's everything around us, right? Nobody.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to hire them.
Mm-hmm.
Don't mind me. I'm on my way to my Saturday job because my Monday through Friday job, it does not pay for all of my bills.
Crazy.
Plus fun time.
Hey, if anyone out there is getting denied from jobs, just to feel a little bit better, I just got denied from a serving job in a restaurant with a bachelor's degree.
Wow. Minimum
50 years
wage.
ago, a Sears sales.
A chick with a bachelor's degree, right? A good-looking chick, too. Young chick with a bachelor's degree can't even get a job as a fucking waitress, bro, in 2026. I don't know what other recession indicators you need. I don't know what. I mean, they keep telling us that the stock market is just going up, right? The economy is doing better than ever. It's doing better than ever for 10% of the country. That's the reality. Everybody else is getting fucked.
Job in a restaurant with a bachelor's degree.
50 years ago, a Sears salesman, not an executive, could retire with over $1 million in today's money, built mostly from company stock.
Look at that.
Today, that same job is now considered a teenager's job.
Right.
First full day of summer, many teens who want to work are coming up empty in their job search. One report is indicating this summer could mark the lowest level for teen employment since 1948, when the government began tracking the data. It's not that kids aren't trying. It's just that there are fewer employees that are hiring 16 to 19-year-olds for a variety of reasons. Many starter jobs, if you will, have been taken over by technology, and there's more competition these days from older, more experienced workers who also need a job. If your teen is on the job hunt, they might want to think old school, like the job of being a good old cashier. Making, by the way, an average of $21 an hour, not bad. A car wash attendant averages $14 an hour.
Wow.
Even babysitting guys can bring in an average of $13 an hour.
Right.
Teen employment is now on track to be the lowest it's been since 1948 due to automation taking jobs, as well as adults now needing 2, sometimes 3 jobs just to get by.
Yeah, and as these various industries become more and more automated and more people are being replaced by technology, naturally the employers are going to only hire those people that they know they can most rely upon. And that's usually older and experienced people. Obviously, the experience is going to ensure that they do the job well, right? They're going to have references. They already know what they're doing. But older people are less likely to job hop, right? Imagine this. You only have so few cashier jobs to hand out. What are you going to do? You're going to give it to the 20-some-year-old or the 19-year-old who is in college, who might hop around, is going to ask for time off to go and hang out with their friends, right? Go off on an adventure. Or you're going to give it to the 36-year-old chick who has a kid and is looking for stability and longevity and has already been a cashier for like 10 plus years. So this is a big part of the reason we're seeing this.
But the real question is, why do we even consider these roles teenager jobs?
I made $33,000 at Target in 1 year, and I didn't realize that was before taxes. So I wanted to look this up and like, how much did I make after taxes? $22,000.
Yeah.
Guys, is that poverty level? Because I legit think so, but I don't know. Maybe.
For sure.
I have no words.
You're poor. You're poor. That's what it is now. If you were.
It is the poverty level. The poverty level, I think, it used to be, I think it was 18,000 a year. Now I think it's like 90, right? Poverty No. Well, I guess it depends on where you are, but in Florida, the poverty line is at $15,000 a year, $16,000 a year. But if you're a family of four, it is $34,000 a year, which is wild. One person is 16,000. A family is 34,000. So she's barely scraping by. She got $7,000 probably going to like her rent, right? Rent's like what, $1,000? That's it. That's all your money right there. You are poor.
For a regular job in America, you're living in poverty more than likely. If you work a job that doesn't require a college degree, unless you're in one of the trades, obviously, but even that, you need some experience. Gone are the days where you can just walk onto a construction site and then get a job where you can.
Yeah, you can't do that on the construction site. Well, I guess you could if you have a degree in software engineering, but I don't think you can do that now because you need to be able to control computers now instead of just picking up stuff and putting it down. Things are a bit more complicated than that now.
Pay your rent for a nice house or a nice apartment and your car mortgage and all of that. You need your car mortgage, your car note. You need certifications. You need experience for a lot of these blue collar jobs if you want to actually make decent money. But this is the reality of a lot of Americans, man.
I have no words. As you can tell from this screenshot, I do have money taken out for my 401k and health insurance, but I'm still like, wow, that's crazy. And obviously the rest was taxes. And then I make about $17.49 here in Nebraska. So I'm like, I am definitely contemplating my life now. For sure. And I legit have no idea how I afford to live. And how people have kids on this paycheck.
That's true. I think I made less than that at some point in my life. And I had the biggest car payment I've ever had. And I couldn't pay for gas. And I worked 2 hours away. But I made it to work every single day. So all of my money was going to my car payment. Pretty much. Nothing else. That was a terrible time. It was an awful time. I don't know how I survived that.
Insane to me.
Impossible.
She works at Target making about $33,000 a year, but as she showed, after taxes, it's about $23,000 or roughly $1,900 a month. And to answer her question, no, technically this is not poverty level. The 2025 federal poverty level for a single person was $15,650.
Yeah, but that's what the government says. But if you feel like you're constantly drowning, living paycheck to paycheck, if you missing one paycheck is going to completely just fuck you up, you're living in poverty.
She can't figure out how she affords to live on her paycheck, and meanwhile, the government...
You're a wage slave at that point.
Thinks she
and that's what most of us are, in our reality.
Makes more than double the poverty level. She's in Lincoln, Nebraska, where the average rent is $1,250 a month, so roughly 65% of her take-home pay goes to rent alone.
Crazy.
That doesn't include car payment, utilities, groceries. Keep in mind, the recommended rent-to-income ratio is 30% or less. She's at 65%.
Right.
That's why they call this a teenager's job. Retail work doesn't pay enough to live on, but it wasn't always like this. In the 1960s, the department store Sears dominated American retail, and when the company won, so did the employees.
Right.
Vacation was earned by seniority, not rank. The company paid into your retirement, and the stock you accumulated over a career is what turned employees into millionaires upon retirement.
Yeah.
Nobody called this a teenager's job. This was dignified work. Under CEO Robert Wood, Sears employees collectively owned a third of the company. For comparison, in 2018, one person, Jeff Bezos, owned 16% of Amazon. Companies at that time were sharing the profits, and workers responded with loyalty and hard work. They felt valued and respected, but most importantly, they were living the American dream.
How much did you pay for your first house?
$18,000.
Look at that. Jesus.
That cheap.
$18,000. You can't even get a decent used car for $18,000 in 2026. Now we understand inflation, but still, right? Even if we adjusted for inflation, let's look that up.
What year?
1958.
Okay, 1958. So turns out $18,000 in 1958 is worth about $208,000 today. So, yeah, that's a good amount of money. Definitely, you won't get a nice house, though, for $208,000 in 2026. You're not. If you're spending anything less than $300,000, you're getting a shit house in most states. And that's like in reasonable states. If you go to California, I mean, you got to be willing to shell out at least $600,000-$700,000 for a halfway decent house.
Oh, geez, I don't know. Probably 5%. It wasn't about the same as now here.
Okay.
How much did you make per hour?
The real question should be, how much is that house worth today? That's what he should be asking him.
Well, I don't know about per hour, but my monthly paycheck was about $450.
$450.
So, like, was that low class, mid, or high class back then?
I'd say mid.
How much could you flip that house for now?
There we go.
Oh, that house now? Probably 300,000, 400,000, something along in there.
Around $400,000, so it's doubled in value in the last 50 years. Okay, all right. Well, it's really 70 years. He said 58? Yeah. It's like 68 years. Honestly, none of that is super impressive. 68 years to double your money? That ain't that bad, to be real. She could have found a far better example.
In 1958, he bought a house for $18,000 on a monthly income of $450. That's roughly 3 times his yearly earnings. Today, the median house price is $410,700, and the median salary is roughly $65,000.
Okay.
That's a little over 6 times earnings and doesn't include all of the additional expenses that comes with purchasing a home today.
Right.
My husband and I are going to do the math on how much money we need right now to be able to buy a $500,000 home. And we're talking about a suburban home because the houses downtown are like $2 million
Jeez,
at least.
Man.
We need to put 20% down. And if you say, oh, well, you don't need 20% down to buy a house. If I don't have 20% to buy a house, I'm not buying a house. To buy a house, you need to have what? Closing costs, right? Okay, let's say $25,000. Okay, we're gonna pay the property taxes for the year.
$10,250.
Transfer taxes are $250.
Yeah.
For the realtor fee, 2.5% is $12,500.
Look at
Okay,
that.
so homeowners insurance is between $1,000 and $2,000. Let's go on the high end of $2,000 for a grand total of
$150,000.
okay. We need to have this money on hand.
Right. Yeah.
A 500.
Yeah. And then the average American doesn't even have $4,000 in their savings, bro. You got to have $150,000 cash if you want to buy a house, which the average house in America, how much is it going for now? Yeah, $500,000. $500,000. Now, check this out. The average American household has $62,410 in liquid cash savings, but the median household balance is just $8,000. The drastic difference between these numbers occurs because a small percentage of high-income households with very large cash reserves heavily skew the average upward. The median figure, which is around 8,000, provides a more accurate representation of what a typical American has across transaction accounts, which include check-in, savings, money market accounts, and prepaid debit cards. So $8,000. But when you ask the question like this, I think it gives you a much clearer depiction of how much a grand majority of Americans are doing financially, like how they're doing financially, how much they're struggling. Approximately 75% of Americans have less than $2,000 in their savings account. I think that tells us what we really need to understand, what we really need to know. And so when you need $150,000 if you want to buy the average house in America, we see that is out of reach for the grand majority of Americans, man. Why can't the grand majority of Americans afford to buy the average house in their own country?
And sure, the average salary is $65,000, but after taxes, insurance, living expenses, what feels like 50 million subscriptions, how much of that is actually left to save for a down payment?
Right.
And despite this, some generations still won't recognize that things have in fact gotten worse.
The reason why you guys could afford houses was
we
because
worked our ass off and bought it.
Wow, look at that.
okay, but you're trying to say that we don't work.
No,
Everything's
I'm saying
very
you're
expensive.
an idiot because you're living in a house paying all that rent.
Okay.
All right? All you got to do is you're
All right.
paying more rent than you would a mortgage.
Okay, where am I? Or how am I going to get a mortgage?
Well, you save up your money and...
How? I'm paying the rent.
Oh, my God. What a freaking asshole.
That's not an answer. He's like mad. He's like, oh, so what? Should she move back in with you so that she can actually save that money? Right? And if she's going to buy the average house in America, if she's paying rent, more than likely her rent is somewhere between $1,500 and $2,500, depending on where she lives, right? More than likely somewhere in that range. If she were to now save that money because she's now living with you, which you're going to let her not pay any rent while she's living with you, also, that's an incredible position of privilege where you can comfortably live with your parents in your 20s, 30s, and 40s here in America, right?
I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what the fuck Don's talking about. I don't know what Don is talking about. What else do we got here? I need to find another fishing thing. I gotta start getting these other fish too. It's like a thing right here. Tier 4? Do we own this? Is this us? I am at 8266. We gotta go. Right now it's down to 2. Yeah, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13. I have to start doing claim supplies and have to go lay down capsules. I guess capsules down on everywhere except the top one. Don, what are you talking about, Don? Don, what are you talking about? Job sucking? Yes. Lock back in. They're giving Ozempic to kids now? Stop it. Women are coming for podcast bro who say pregnancy is harder for men than the expecting mom. That's funny. Do we know them? You know, gone are the days of the hour-long video essays, you know? There's no more of those. Mm. Total War is fighting for its life. Really? Worst audit yet. I've met the most hated person on the financial audit. Oh. You know, a lot of people are hating on Caleb Hammer. And I would just like to say that I'm not one of those people. I can agree with the haters that he does have some abrasive styles, abrasive techniques. But, you know, I think I'm okay with it. I think I'm fine. I'm also nosy, so I want to see what everybody's saying. So I'm going to watch it. Okay?
Want to know an answer to a question? Maybe shut the f up. And you're giggling about it. You don't care. You're obnoxious. Okay. Frontal lobe. Are you going to do the 25 frontal lobe thing?
It actually is 28.
It's person to person, first of all.
I nominate myself as a 28.
I'm going to nominate you as
I think you're saying this because your frontal lobe is still developing.
You're annoying.
You didn't even look at his little slipper.
I don't give a f. You're annoying. You're obnoxious. You're not funny. You're not cute. Just taking everything in my power not to kick you the f off. You have no idea.
Hi, my name's Nova. I'm 30 years old from Sacramento, California, and this is Financial Audit.
Thanks for coming over, California. Not cheap. Sacramento, I don't know as much about, honestly, than many of the other places, but I'm going to assume not cheap. It almost never is. So I hope you do well there. You know, I'm just going to be candid out of the gate. I didn't even say anything to you about this until we sat down. And I always like to call it out, but my absolute goodness. What are you doing? This is insane. It never conveys over the camera like like it does here in person, but I hold many different stacks of paperwork, ladies and gentlemen, and this is insane.
I can afford it though, it's fine.
Oh, yeah, that's I'm sure why you're on this show. We're the same age. I couldn't imagine whatever whatever's in here, because I don't know, I come in blind to the audience. Whatever the is in here, this blows my mind how thick this is. So I hope you make money. What do you do for a living in Sacramento?
I am a photographer.
Please tell me you are known.
I am a very talented photographer.
Does that talent convert into money?
It does actually.
Oh, how much do you make?
It depends. I don't really look that much. I just know my card swipes. It could be like, I don't know, on a good month.
How about let's talk a normal month?
A normal month? I don't know. It could be like 8,000, 10,000, 11,000, 12,000.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, first of all, that's a range. You started with 8 to 12. We said normal.
Yeah.
Ebbs and flows, I said normal. Well, is normal if you said 8 to 12? Are we talking normal 10?
I mean, is
120
my
a year?
normal is a yeah. I hit 6 figures last year.
In photography?
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
That's incredible. We've had a lot of people who want to make a living in the arts in this show.
Yeah.
How'd you f it? Because you wouldn't be on this show, fun fact, little spoiler, if you weren't and that stack of paperwork is insane. In fact, I looked down and I'm probably not going into it right away if I'm being honest, because I want to get to know you a little more first. But I see the IRS logo as the first thing right sitting on top of this stack. So
like I said,
why do you fumble? But why fumble the bag? Because so many people come on the show and they want to be the successful artist, and you actually did it. You did it. 3.5 years. There's only a couple people did it. You did it. You f***ed it. Why?
Like I said, it ebbs and flows. And
it ebbs and flows, but why'd you f*** it?
I didn't know as much about being an artist when I was younger.
Okay, you're not younger. You're here where you are right now at 30.
Yeah.
What's younger to you? 29?
I started at like 19.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but 19-year-old mistakes shouldn't really, truly be affecting you too much at 30. A bankruptcy would be cleared, collections would be gone, repos would be off the record.
That's why I'm here. We're gonna work on it together.
We are working on it together. This is why you're here. Is why you answer questions. You're here to answer questions. So try to answer the question that I am trying to ask. Sorry, not to come off too combative, but that's not an answer. That's what?
Well, yeah, I did mess up.
Yes, but I'm trying to understand. You're saying, yeah, you messed up at 19, but that shouldn't really be affecting you too much right now.
Yeah.
So I don't feel like that is a valid reason for why you're here.
Yeah. So basically, I started making more and more money. I just kept spending it. That's the root of the issue.
Yeah, but clearly not paying your taxes. If I see that logo.
I started living an upper class lifestyle without like handling my past.
Which maybe you could do in the middle of Kansas. Sacramento, I'm not 100% sure on 6 figures without setting enough money aside for taxes.
Yeah.
Did you set money aside for taxes?
No.
Ever? 19 to 30?
No.
Okay,
No,
I understand the first couple of years, maybe you pick it up a little, but you'd learn.
I was getting money back.
Wait, when did you start doing well?
Like 3 years now.
Okay, when was the last time you got money back from your filing? Do you file every year?
Yeah.
When was the last time you got money back from your filing?
Like 3 years ago.
What do you do? What's your photography?
I photograph kids.
Huh? Can you say that in a different way?
You don't want to say you shoot kids. I photograph.
I wouldn't want to say that either.
Yeah. I photograph kids.
But maybe some context would go a long way.
I mean, more specifically,
I want you to
more
say exactly what you intend.
There are industry terminology for categories of things that you do. So if you shoot school portraits, you can say, I shoot school portraits. If you say, I shoot sports portraits or sports photography, because it's action shots, you would say, I do sports photography, but I do sports with kids, right?
And to say, because I'm not saying anything, I want you to say these words.
Yeah, I photograph kids. Most specifically, I photograph dancers.
Okay, that sounds a little better.
Yeah, my
Sports
job is
photography.
I'm a dance photographer.
Can you just say that? My goodness. Come on. Come on. I photograph kids versus I'm a dance photographer.
Yes.
Come on.
I'm a dance photographer.
There you go. Please answer that whenever anyone asks you in the future. No?
Well, I try to be like so specific because if you say like nowadays
dance photographer is more specific.
But because I don't want people to think I shoot adults. I don't like.
That's fine.
Yeah, I have to say
kids dance photographer.
Yes, we're getting there together.
Are you contract or are you on like a payroll here?
I work for myself.
You work for yourself.
Yes.
And is this per shoot?
Yeah,
Why were you the winner?
I'm really good at what I do.
Mm-hmm. Good. I love that. I mean,
I'm like one of the best.
Again,
but a lot of people don't like me for that reason.
Why?
Because I'm one of the best.
What, you mean other photographers don't like you for that?
Girl, stop. How hard could it be to photograph kids dancing?
Who cares? Who cares?
Yeah.
I'm
I'm really good.
I don't give a shit. The lioness doesn't... what is it? I don't know.
Something like that.
The lioness doesn't concern herself with the... Okay. Never mind. I can't remember any part of that.
The lioness doesn't concern herself with what the sheep says. You don't know that? Goddamn. You're a terrible snarker, Caleb. The worst snarker. Almost left this fish out here. It almost got away.
Yeah, what? I don't give a yeah, you're more successful than people. Obviously, they're going to be petty and annoying. I don't really care. But then
Yeah.
you're also probably giving them a W right now by being on the show, showing that you completely fumbled the
Wait a
bag.
minute. Wait a minute. It doesn't even matter now. I just remembered something that I was supposed to do yesterday, and I just remembered just now, but it's too late. It's too late. Is Pisco alive? What's Piss doing? Piss, what you doing? Piss is not alive. This guy was like, we need 100 more Andrew Tates. What a crazy fucking thing to say. I gotta call him. Actually, this top Caleb's top videos channel is actually perfect for me because now we don't have to sit through 100 of 2 hour ones. We could just sit through one 250-minute one. That time works. I'm missing something. Something is not where it's supposed to be. Something is not. Oh, I'm sitting on it. Grab it. Grab it. 1200 XP. It's like. Can I get 2 more? Come on. Come on. Come on. Can I have 1? Yes, I at least got 1. Excuse me. Bro. I hope this comes out to be. I might be like 150 bodies short of 900 tier 6 ocean fillets. Right, back to this.
Yeah. I think it's going to be educational. That's the half of your
Well, it absolutely will be, but
so
again,
people can't make my same mistake.
Well, I agree with that, and I would like you to do better. But either way, the people that cheered against you, again, you got the win, but you fumbled it. You threw it away.
I did, yeah.
So,
but I mean, as much as I make, give myself like 6 months. Honestly, if I really set my mind to it, and I can fix it.
Yeah, I've heard that about every episode in the show's history, and that
maybe
is not a
even
realistic thing.
3. I think after.
How much debt do you have?
It ebbs and flows, I'm sure.
How much debt do you have?
I don't know, like 8,000.
Then how could you tell me it could be done in 6 months if you don't know how much debt you have? Because that would factor into the math.
I make a lot. It's just about like
you make a lot. You don't set enough money aside for tax. You don't set any money aside for taxes, as far as I'm concerned. Honestly, I don't even know. You spend all your money self-confessed, and this is an ebb and flow job. Who knows when it might ebb?
Yeah.
And you say $8,000 of debt.
Yeah.
So $8,000 of debt in 6 months we can pay off.
But like, if you think about it,
so $8,000 of debt in 6 months to pay off.
Yeah,
you can do that.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, obviously,
the good thing about
$47,128 of debt. So I don't know what you mean 6 months. If it takes 8 months to pay off $6,000 of debt, do the mathematical equation. How long does it take to pay off $47,000?
I don't know, like 3 years. 4. But I like 3.
What's the debt? So I don't know what you mean 6 months. If it takes 8 months to pay off $6,000 of debt, do the mathematical equation. How long does it take to pay off $47,000?
I don't know, like 3 years. 4. But I could work harder. That's the thing. That's the cool thing about working for yourself.
It is, but that relies on you being more disciplined, not living that upper class lifestyle like you said you immediately did once you started to make more money.
This is my reality check.
Yeah, great. Yeah, you're saying all the correct words. But that doesn't mean that you're. This is a reality check, but you actually have to put in the actions.
No, I am. I'm not like other people on your show. I'm gonna take this so seriously.
Why? Why are you different?
It's just like my finances are kind of a mess right now because okay, so when I started this, everything just goes into one account. Like I don't pay myself or anything. Nobody taught me how to handle it. So all my photography money just goes into one huge thing, and I don't know how to pay myself or actually set money aside for taxes and stuff. That's the root of my issue.
Right. So you know what's happening. Why the f aren't you fixing it?
I spend my photography money.
Very good. You know what's happening. Why the f don't you fix it?
How do you fix it?
You said you know everything that's going wrong. So you... What?
Okay, when people say they pay them... Okay, I read so much advice online and they're like, oh, you have to pay yourself as a photographer. You can't just spend that money. How do you pay yourself? I can't...
What do you mean? What's the question?
How do you pay yourself?
Specifically with the money that's coming in?
Yeah, am I supposed to I don't know,
so
only put in $100 or something?
You're talking...
You can start with $100 if you want to, but you have to know your numbers to know what you need to pay yourself, right? How much money is coming in, how much is going out for benefits, what is your overhead, whatever the percentage is of what your take-in is whatever you need to pay yourself so that you can pay taxes when taxes come. Our taxes are 8-9% or some shit. So you do 9% of the total amount that you make, or 9% per check. Just put it away. It's if you're asking for a number, I don't think it can give you a number. It's a bunch of different factors involved on what the percentage is. I figured out what my number was to pay myself. I don't need to save money for taxes because I don't have a business, but I do need to start saving money. So a lot of the money that I was just spending now is going into a savings account.
Taking from your business account to your personal.
It all just goes into one account.
Okay, well, one, there you go. There's an issue. Do you have an LLC?
No.
You never made an LLC? You've been in this for 11 years?
My tax person said it would probably be better to stay as a sole proprietor. But to be honest, I found them on Craigslist. I don't know if that's right.
Well, not only that, but it would be the same thing. LLC is just a funnel, essentially, helping you keep.
Who uses Craigslist? How old is this video? Does Craigslist still exist? Hold on, I gotta figure it out now. It does. It does still exist. Bro, how does Craigslist still exist? And it hasn't changed. Not a lick. Not a lick of it has changed. Okay? It's like they were right about how to do business. If it ain't fixed, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Okay? Volunteers, ride shares, rants, and raves. Bro, no results found. For sale. Oh, yeah, you better clear this fucking. Oh, maybe it's because of my location. Nearby areas. Bro, let me do. Where's Miami? I literally just ate. I'm still so hungry. Bro, they took it off. This is funny. Craigslist is still on and popping. That's crazy. Resumes? Middle-aged female looking for part-time gig, available for cash pay, 40-year-old independent contractor looking for work, looking to work from home, handyman service. This was literally like 6 hours ago. Hard-working, kind, and smart man looking for work. Name is Dan. Dan. My fleeing fish. I can't believe she used Craigslist. Bro, that is crazy. People are putting like pictures up. Available immediately. That is 100% AI. Wow. Wow. Craigslist is still a thing. And it looks exactly the same. Literally didn't change at all. Okay, Caleb.
Things separate and a couple legal protections as well.
I'm not reading.
Huh?
I'm not reading. I'm a sole proprietor.
I know.
Yeah, that's good, right?
You still would be.
Okay.
Okay. I'm okay. Either way, yes. Get an LLC. Create a business checking account that's attached to your LLC.
Well, I have a business checking account.
Okay, what the f are you talking about then? You just
that.
Why? Why does everything come into one instead of going into there?
No, everything goes into my business checking.
So you spend personal out of your business checking?
Yes.
That's moronic. That's so stupid.
That's my main
Create a separate
card.
checking account for yourself.
Okay.
Budget your business, figure out what you're spending on business expenses.
Yeah.
You can distribute profits, maybe leave $10,000 in there as some wiggle room, distribute your profits at the end of the month to you and set 30% aside for taxes. Is that complicated?
Oh, like at the end of the month, but then like if I need money to spend on the other days.
It's after you've distributed at the end of the month, that next month you spend what's in your personal checking account that was distributed at the end of last month.
That doesn't seem as fun though.
Well, it's not about fun because we're not children. You're 30 and
because there's always going to be more money in my photography business account.
Not necessarily, because you'll distribute your profits.
Even if there is more money in your photography account, leave it alone. Don't touch it. That's your business money, right? If you overspend on your personal account, you can't dip into the other one. The other one doesn't exist unless it's tax money. That's how you need to use it. I've really been like super lackadaisy about money over the last 5 years, I think. I think now I have to care about where my coins are going.
Which should be pretty much 100%, other than maybe some gas that you do traveling to events, maybe a little bit of food
Is now a good time to tell you I built a travel photography business, so I have to fly in order to work. I don't work in Sacramento.
Oh, well, yeah, that's going to be a lot more expenses.
Yeah.
That's going to be a lot more expenses.
Yeah.
And obviously you take, again, your distributions after that.
Yeah, that's what I'm really bad at.
Yeah, but you know how much you spend in a month, right? In your business?
No, I've never.
Well, no. You can sit down at the end of the month and see what you spent.
I could.
I mean, really, it should be like towards like the first or second week of the next month, look previous, see what you spent.
It's just like one of those things where like I'm never like, I don't track. I don't know how much comes
Dude,
in.
even if you're not tracking, let's say 10,000 hours is our baseline in our checking account. Next month, call it the second week of the next month, first week of the next month. Whatever's above 10,000 hours, you can take out. If you want to be overly simplistic of it, then put 30% of that aside that you take out. There you go. But it's that was like a one-step process, two-step.
But I don't know how much my business is going to cost to run that month because it's like
that's
so.
Okay. Then take your highest expense month, leave that amount in your business checking account at all times. Anything above that you can take out, and anything you take out, set 30% aside. You can take it out multiple times a month if you want to. Yeah, if we're just going overly simplistic.
Do you want to hear a funny story?
No, not particularly.
Okay.
But apparently your card was declined yesterday because you didn't even know.
I didn't know it was a bank holiday yesterday. I thought like, wasn't Columbus Day canceled or something? Why are we still celebrating it?
But your card was declined? That doesn't make any sense. Why would a card be declined?
Because I used that business account for everything. And so like,
dude, I was using my business account yesterday. It wasn't declined. What are you talking about?
No, because so Sunday night, I got the email saying, oh, you're going to get this much deposited tomorrow based off what I made this weekend. But it wasn't deposited.
Oh, because of the holiday.
Yeah.
So you're relying on deposits to deposits just for frivolous spending?
For fun stuff, yeah.
If 10,000, listen, you're doing okay. You're making 120,000 hours a year, okay? Before expenses. I don't know what your expenses are. We're gonna look through it. But even still, this doesn't I don't understand. You're not living like an incredibly woo-woo, super rich lifestyle in Sacramento. You're not going to on 120 before expenses. And I'm guessing, what is that, 20, 30 a year, maybe? I don't know. Flights can be expensive. Hotels can be expensive, especially depending on how you're trying to do it. But you're also not living a poor lifestyle either. So you shouldn't be distribution or like pay in order to just make a small frivolous spend.
It's because I was in Alaska this past weekend. So I spent.
But for business.
Yeah, but then I like to treat myself when I go on these business trips.
No, that doesn't make any sense. Why would we be treating on business trips?
Also,
treat yourself on your vacations. Treat yourself when you're home.
I don't take vacations.
What does treat yourself in Alaska look like?
Well, Alaska's expensive. I spent like $60 on chow mein.
Okay. Did it make sense to take the job? Did you break even? Did you even make money?
Usually I profit. This one, it's Alaska. Like, there's not that many
Then we're not taking Alaskan jobs.
But I wanted to go. So it was a work trip and a vacation.
Okay, you just said you didn't take vacations.
No, I don't. I was
But this was a break even. And if you wanted to use the break even to go somewhere you wanted to go, that's fine. But if it's literally just for business, obviously it's not. We don't go for just break even when you could have used that time making a profit somewhere else.
I think I lost money, especially after the chow mein. And I spent $50 to rent a bike.
Even still, I will say it's okay to slightly lose money if you use that as a way to subsidize a vacation.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that.
I saw a moose.
But let's not call it not a vacation. It was a vacation.
No.
If it's a strictly business opportunity, then it was and dumb and you should have done something else.
I consider anytime I bring my camera a work trip.
Which, okay, yeah, the IRS might have some fun with that at some point. If we're being honest. People don't really understand deductions too much in this country. You think you can just write things off.
So I bought my camera and I did take photos.
That would be business. Buying a camera for your business would be business.
I brought my camera to Alaska and I took photos of dancers. So it was a work trip.
Well, this is a great year to do it with 100% depreciation. Absolutely. There's a lot of advantages that you could be taking advantage of right now with equipment for this year specifically.
Yeah. I'm learning that
your CPA will help you with, but apparently you don't work with a CPA. You got a Craigslist guy that told you something once?
He did tell me about depreciation.
Okay, he told you something about okay.
I wrote off my printer.
Yeah, and that would probably make sense.
Yeah.
To a certain extent.
But he also said we got to be careful not to because now that the IRS, they might pay more attention to me now that I'm
Why you?
Because I'm a business owner.
Yeah, but a lower income on the business owning threshold. So usually you wouldn't be in the, gaze of Sauron.
Wait, aren't I high income? I don't know. What's high in America?
As far as an overall business, no, not necessarily.
Oh, okay.
What if they're auditing a person in a business? Usually they have more limited resources for what it's worth. So they go after the big bucks.
Is now a good time to tell you that I was audited?
Oh, okay. So they did. You must have triggered something.
I did, yes.
What did you do? That's insane. I haven't had someone audited on this show.
Really?
That's insane.
See,
yes.
I'm so special. They it wasn't.
It's kind of a compilation of people. It's not really. It's only a compilation of two people. There's only two people here. Wait a minute. Hold a second. Give me a second. Clean fish. Leave me. I need my 1200 EXP. It is really annoying having to stop fishing to go fish other fish. But the other fish also gives me a chance to get more fish without catching more carcasses. So it would be silly not to grab them. I thought I was watching something about Caleb Hammer. I thought that was like a hit piece video about Caleb Hammer, and it was just a Caleb Hammer episode. The Caleb Hammer hit piece is actually being presented by young Dawn. Okay, even Dawn is hating on Caleb Hammer. Crazy. And here I just thought wrong. Okay. Really, really wrong.
By a man that I am probably the most racist man out there.
The black friend has no interest or ability to substantiate.
This has come up before too. Even it's been brought to my attention that Caleb Hammer might be racist. And I also think, yes, him plus the rest of the internet. Okay. How is he any different than anyone else? How is he any different than anybody else? Okay. We're all racist. If you look too hard, you're going to find something wrong about everybody. Just don't glance too hard. Okay. just peek over the door and then go back. Okay. Don't be trying to figure out if he has a soul or not, because none of them do. Okay. Spoiler alert. Spoiler alert. Everyone is probably a bad person.
Actually unpack the allegation, so they instead validate the white friend's racial worldview.
Robert, am I racist?
No, not racist.
Okay. Well, thank you, Rob.
And the white friend feels vindicated and encouraged to perpetuate that behavior, thus making the world.
Look, if you gotta ask if you're racist, then you're racist, bro. There are really only two people. There are racist people and anti-racist people. Gideon and the Black Friend Paradox. Video by AO's Ideas, up and coming YouTuber, black YouTuber on that, you know, talking that real shit. Let's go ahead and check this out, man. This video is going viral. Let's go.
I was just accused by a man that I am probably the most racist man out there. Robert will always call me
The most racist man? I don't know if he's the most racist man. I think he's like, it's like he might be racist in a way that most men are misogynistic, right? It's just like, it comes with the culture. But if something was actually happening, he would say something. This is how I feel. Okay. In my opinion only.
the fuck out. Robert, am I racist?
I'm seeing that right now it's tough on white folks. They can't really say too many things. They're being oppressed. Freedom of speech is being taken away. Yo, white lives matter because I rock with my white friends.
White lives matter. You know, y'all niggas was telling me in the point and shoot video I just reacted to, talking about how Flocka was on that weirdo shit about Roland Martin talking about his penis size and all that. Y'all was telling me that Flocka was on like some like real raccoon timing and that I should go check out point and shoot's other videos. Bro, it's bad. It's bad. It's bad, for real. It's bad.
I got no problem. I take accountability. I was naive. I thought him hanging out with me would change his mind. I've told him time and time again, man, you aren't like this when you're with me.
So you said I could say whatever I want on this website intro?
Sadly, you can say whatever.
Thank you. What's up, bitch ass nigga?
Gideon.
It looked like he was with you right there. He looked like he was with you right there.
So the past few weeks have been a very interesting time for Gideon. Gideon is someone who has received a lot of backlash, not only from online communities, but from actual institutions. Having been banned from stadiums and platforms for his pranks and misogynistic behavior online. But in terms of his behavior as it pertains to race, absolute crickets, at least up until recently. But if you clicked on this video, firstly, hello, welcome to my channel. If you want to watch video essays about politics, media, and other things that annoy me, then please subscribe. But more importantly, if you clicked on this video, you're probably already aware of the controversy surrounding Gideon. And as someone who has been criticizing him for over a year for two of the most coonish, pick-me massive—
Damn! He has been on fucking bro's neck for a minute. That's crazy. But yeah, man, I did not, you know what I'm saying, looking back at these videos, I never liked these videos, to be honest with you. From the start, I never liked the premise of the video. But, you know, to shoot Gideon some bail, it seemed as if he was going there with this idea that, oh, you know, if we expose these white supremacists and these racists to black positivity, maybe we can like move the needle. We might not be able to make them not racist anymore, but we can start to open their eyes. Personally, I think that is a fool's errand and a waste of time, because racism is not grounded in.
I think it's a good idea. It definitely is coming from a good heart, right? Oh, if he could just see that I'm doing great, then he'll just change his mind, right?
Logic. It is not grounded in the absence of contact with black people. It's grounded in an irrational hatred.
Yes.
That's what it is.
Yes.
Videos I've ever seen on YouTube. I was surprised to see that at the time, no one had.
But that doesn't mean you shouldn't try.
For how irresponsible he
So
was.
that doesn't mean you
and
shouldn't
how little
try to
racial
make it better.
self-esteem
So
he showed in those videos.
Right.
Do the black power thing, and I'll do the white power. Paper beats rock.
Tom is hilarious.
Choose is not the chosen. That the white race is.
Tom is hilarious. What do you have to say to my audience?
White pride worldwide, y'all.
Bro, I don't know if you be watching the comment section, but like, even though you be saying some of the most out-of-pocket stuff, everybody loves you. Tom is hilarious.
I go more in depth in my Idiot with a Platform industrial complex video, so I'm not going to dwell on these videos for too long. But to me, the way that he engaged with arguably the most notorious hate group in America was the first crack in my perception of Gideon, specifically as one of the most prominent black creators on YouTube. But you know,
what do you mean, crack in your perception of Gideon? What did you perceive him to be? His claim to fame was prank videos, right? Did you have him up on like a pedestal of like people to look up to after his prank videos?
not everyone is as online as me, so most people missed it. Even though his audience of
I'll be honest, even when I watched it, this video came out like over a year ago. I just didn't see that and think, oh, Gideon is like a raccoon sellout. He had rose tinted glasses on. He didn't take racism and white supremacy as seriously as it is. I think there is this perception by a lot of black people, especially black people who grow up relatively privileged, you know, grow up interacting with a lot of white people who don't experience overt racism, that believe that really passionate white racists are a very small minority of the white population. That is basically people who live out in the middle of nowhere or really old white people. It's almost like this spectacle, this cartoonish, ridiculous position that not a lot of white people hold. And so you don't take it that seriously. Like, there's a subsection of black people in America, and I think it's a large portion of black people in America, especially when it comes to immigrants, but just younger black people who grew up lower middle class and above, especially, that believe as a country, black people are dealing with the aftermath of racism and oppression, but it's not presently a huge hurdle that needs to be overcome. And they look to black people, they look at black people who have attained success and wealth and have a lot of power as the evidence of that being the case. And ironically, because I have spoken to Gideon on the phone.
Maybe I gotta listen to it again. I need you to say that
There's
again.
this perception by a lot of black people, especially black people who grow up relatively privileged, you know, grow up interacting with a lot of white people who don't experience overt racism, that believe that really passionate white racists are a very small minority of the white population. That is basically people who live out in the middle of nowhere or really old white people. It's almost like this a spectacle, this cartoonish, ridiculous position that not a lot of white people hold. And so you don't take it that seriously. Like there's a subsection of black people in America.
Okay.
And I think it's a large portion of black people in
I'm with
America,
you.
especially when it comes to immigrants, but just younger black people who grew up lower middle class and above, especially, that believe as a country, black people are dealing with the aftermath of racism and oppression, but it's not presently a huge hurdle that needs to be overcome.
Right.
And they look to black people, they look at black people who have attained success and wealth and have a lot of power as the evidence of that being the case. And ironically, because I have spoken to Gideon on the phone and talked about all of this race stuff, ironically, I think in Gideon doing his predator catch shit and having to interact with more white people in general, but also the police on a consistent basis, it has opened his eyes. And of course, you know, this Chud the Builder situation and the Alex Rosen situation, it has opened his eyes to the reality that, you know, white supremacy and racism.
I keep hearing this name, Chud the Builder.
Still something that many
I don't know who this guy
people
is.
in America feel very passionately about and are driven.
Someone else said this name to me like a few weeks ago, and I was like, what the fuck is Chud the Builder? I heard that he went through a challenge in his life that he didn't have to consider before, and now his life has changed because he had to go through that hardship. Mainly because I don't know who the fuck Chud the Builder is, and I don't watch a lot of Gideon content, so it's not my bag. So I'm filling in the blanks, and I'm not gonna look it up.
Bye.
White kids definitely did. So he was able to skate onto the more noble and completely criticism-proof genre of child predator catching. Through this transition, he befriended and some would say physically transformed into racist.
Bro, that's insane. Gideon used to have a six-pack, bro.
Bro, what happened, Gideon? That's Gideon from like a decade ago, though. Even him from like 3 years ago, he didn't look like that.
Genre of child predator catching. Through this transition, he befriended and some would say physically transformed into racist.
Oh
That's insane. Gideon used to have a six-pack, bro. I did not know.
Gideon.
This nigga used to be lean. That's crazy.
Transition, he befriended and some would say physically transformed into
What is happening? What's happening?
That's kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy. I did not know dude used to have a fucking nigga. This was an 8-pack.
2 years ago. That wasn't him 2 years ago. What is this? What is this picture? Who went by? This is like this guy's a fan. This guy went back in a time machine and pulled this picture. Even 2 years ago, he didn't look like this. Like, he looked better than he does now, but like, he wasn't here 2 years ago. Even 2 years ago, there was more muscle on his bones. That's crazy.
That happened. That's crazy. Shit, I guess it can happen to anybody though, for real.
And he befriended and some would say physically transformed into racist inbred troglodyte Alex Rosen.
Dude, you can't say fucking live stream. It's bad, nigga. Dude, are gonna get offended and report us.
Fucking oh shit, I said that in front of 216 people.
A female could prioritize, you know, said ugly status and hard work and everything else. We're on YouTube, right?
Yeah, we all know that this podcast is Raccoon Central, though, so it is what it is.
And when this mouth
That's the podcast you go to if you want to say the N-word.
breather openly supported local pegging enthusiast Chud the Builder with $10,000 towards his legal fees, it forced Gideon to finally address Rosen's well-documented racist behavior and finally cut ties with him.
Alex was on Twitter talking about how he supports Chud the Builder, things of that nature, but then he did something even a step beyond. He went and donated $10,000 to Chud the Builder's bond so that he can be back free on the street, and I just cannot tolerate that, and I do not respect that, and I have to make a stand.
Not only did this fallout suspiciously open the floodgates for a wave of criticism towards Gideon, but it illuminated an age-old concept that I will be unpacking in this video. A concept I like to call the black friend paradox. The black friend paradox refers to a phenomenon with two distinct sides. The first is most commonly known, referring to white people using their friendship or proximity to black people as a defense when accused of racial insensitivity. And recently I can think of
This video isn't even about Caleb Hammer. I just wanted to point that out, that this video isn't about Caleb Hammer, which is fine. This is way more interesting anyway. But so is there no one actually attacking Caleb Hammer? Because every time I go to a Caleb Hammer hit piece video, it is just a catalyst for the actual topic, which in this case I'm cool with. No one hates Caleb, I guess. Okay. He's just being used as a prompt.
no better example of this than Caleb Hammer and Adam 22, sorry.
16 of Nashua.
Sometimes. Now both of these guys have a lot in common. Both of them have huge platforms with millions of subscribers. They both exploit the socioeconomic circumstances of marginalized individuals for content, and the two of them allegedly have a thing for minors.
Adam was f***ing girls that was the same age as me when I was 16. Like, what's wrong with you, bro?
Among the many things mentioned, the worst by far were the group text messages of Caleb saying he found a 16-year-old boy hot and wanting to know if he was gay so he could hook up with him.
But for the purpose of this video, we will be focusing on their shared tactic of hiding behind their proximity to black people while ultimately behaving in racially malicious ways. So let's get into it.
I see. Okay. See, I was just complaining that no one had video essays online anymore. And look what the universe gave me, okay? I don't know who this guy is yet.
Caleb Hammer is the host of Financial Audit, a show where he takes advantage of the financial situations of poor people to make his equally poor audience feel better about their financial decisions, all while leaning heavily on racial stereotypes to satiate the growing demand for anti-black content online.
Sure.
I mean, all you have to do is a bit of thumbnail analysis. A couple years ago, the black guests on his channel will get the same rage-baity titles as everyone else. Fast forward to the current political climate in America, brought about by the present administration and the oligarchs who put them there, we see a sudden shift. Although he did dabble in racialized thumbnails before, outside of one or two outliers, there has not been a single black guest where he has not called them ghetto, referenced their IQ, called them professional victims, or gone as far as to call them EBT final boss.
Yeah, man. I mean, that is the formula. If you want to supercharge whatever content you are creating as a white person, just sprinkle in a little bit of racism. Actually, no, don't fucking sprinkle it in. Scoop it on, right? Get the big spoon and scoop that shit right on top. In fact, replace the whole cake. Replace the cake, build a cake of racism, and now the soul.
Are we just hopping on something without even proving? Yes, the thumbnails are pretty outrageous, but that's the algorithm right now. The algorithm is outrage. That is what pushes people to your videos. But if you actually watch the videos, did you watch the videos? I want to just show me a clip of him saying something like crazy off the wall that is attributed to your point, which is good, by the way. I just need to see the clip from the video, because a lot of times the thumbnail and the titles are like crazy, but then you watch the video and he was like being nice the whole time. Okay. I've seen a bunch of them where they're like crazy and you watch it and sometimes he's not even talking about what he said in the title. Like, I just need a clip to back it up. Can I get a clip to back it up? I will agree with you. I'm 80% there already. Okay. I also think that he doesn't have to racialize his jokes towards Black people. Okay. He could just make it about their identities and their personalities, which maps onto them 100% more than the racial jokes. Okay. I'm 80% there. Okay. I just need the examples though, because the thumbnails and the titles work in the market economy.
The substance of what your content used to be, that now becomes the sprinkles on top. And that's what people will tune in for. And we've seen this happen with many white creators.
Now, although I don't know Caleb personally, I do believe that you can learn a lot about someone through their creative output. And in the same way his hatred for women and closeted homosexuality comes out in his content, so does his views on race. And I'm not the only one who noticed this. Earlier this year, YouTuber D'Angelo Wallace called him out for his stereotyping and racist impression of a Vietnamese person. This was his reaction.
I'm doing a reaction to someone talking shit about me. I'm gonna do it how I want, you little fuck. You've never positively impacted someone's life other than entertainment once. Fuck you. You have no moral ground to stand on. None.
When I'm saying things like, oh, hey, you're doing something racist on your show, and you're...
I also don't endorse anything that Caleb says. Just put that out there, okay?
Response is to call a Black person on the phone.
I was just accused by a man that I am probably the most racist man out there. If anyone is willing to call me on my shit because he knows like it's like nothing bad will ever happen, Robert will always call me the fuck out. Robert, am I racist?
No, not racist.
Okay. Well, thank you, Robert.
Now, the person that Caleb is calling is his lifelong friend and second in demand at financial audit, Robert Caglietti. And just by that phone call, you can tell
He's an immigrant. Sorry. You could just tell from the look and the name. And yeah. And speaking as an immigrant, right? Someone who immigrated to America at the age of 15. The reason why immigrants are so susceptible to pedestalizing white people and being blind to white supremacy is because the relationship between white people and immigrants is very different than the relationship between Black Americans and immigrants. Black immigrants, for the most part, are all coming from nations where they have very minimal to no interaction with white people. Their only perception of white people is what is portrayed on television, which of course is coming out of Hollywood, which of course is ran by white people and glorifies white people.
This is true. All this is true. Donna's is exactly right. Yeah. If you don't think that a Black American knows the difference between how you treat natives versus people who move here, we do. We see it. We see it.
Make white people seem like they're amazing, and of course makes Black Americans seem like, you know, we know the hit job that Hollywood has done and just American entertainment in general has done on Black Americans, right? It paints that picture. Then you come to America, you're more than likely not going to be experiencing any explicit or overt racism from white people. Again, I've been living in America now longer than I lived in the country I was born, which was Jamaica. I have never once ever had a white person use a racial slur on me, right? I have never once ever been denied from an apartment I have applied to, trying to get a car loan, right? I got into every university I applied to. I was top of my class at a very diverse high school in Florida, Broward County, Florida. The point is, when you just take a look at the world from your very limited view, ignorant of American history, right? When you take a look at your experience, you don't see it. You don't see it. You barely feel it. And then you look at your family members who come here and they're now successful. You look at yourself probably doing well in school, da-da-da, da-da-da. And so it makes it very easy to deceive these immigrants into believing this conservative American dream narrative and this propaganda, these lies that they tell about black people just not trying hard enough or not wanting hard enough and playing the victim and this, that, and the third. It also causes them to see having a proximity to whiteness as evidence of success, evidence of you're making the right decisions, you're moving up the socioeconomic ladder because white people want to be around you. They want to hire you. They want you to come over to their house. You see all of this as evidence that you're doing things right. What you fail to see is that you're being used oftentimes, sometimes subconsciously, but a lot of times consciously. You're actually being used as a tool to show other people that they're not racist, right? You are providing plausible deniability. You are the evidence of their tolerance, the evidence of their lack of racism. But the reality is, you're not like a black American, bro. Like, those white people being cool with you and friends with you is not the same as them being cool with and friends with a black American who is like from the South, bro. It's not the same at all. But anyway, let's keep it pushing.
Tell that he's quite clearly uncomfortable with being called up to whitewash his friend's racism, especially because in this instance, Caleb is being accused of being racist towards an Asian person. Like, can you imagine calling up a Christian because you're being accused of Islamophobia? It's the same thing. But Robert validates him anyway.
Right.
And this is the perfect example of the black friend paradox in practice. A white person is accused of racism.
Also, he's racist. So the boyfriend in question is Vietnamese. And upon seeing a picture of him, for some reason, Caleb immediately reacts this way.
Look at that. Look how different.
Oh, he's such a little gay boy. Here, it's this, you have an idea, and he's like, oh, okay.
No, why does he have that accent?
I've commonly seen that emasculation of Asian men is a problem and is rooted in racist stereotypes and misunderstanding of what masculinity looks like in other places.
They contact a black person in their life, completely removing all the context of the allegation.
I was just accused by a man that I am probably the most racist man out there.
The black friend has no interest or ability.
Well, if they're a friend of Caleb, I would assume that they understand that he has a certain type of like sense of humor, right? And if he says, I'm being called the most racist person in the planet, the friend is probably like, what did you say now, Caleb? Stop saying shit. Shut your mouth, Caleb.
To substantially unpack the allegation, so they instead validate the white friend's racial worldview.
Robert, am I racist?
No, not racist.
Okay. Well, thank you, Rob.
And the white friend feels vindicated and encouraged to perpetuate that behavior, thus making the world.
Look, if you gotta ask if you're racist, then you're racist, bro. There are really only two people. There are racist people and anti-racist people. If you're not somebody who is passionately anti-racist, then you're racist. And it's the same when it comes to all other things, bro. Like, if you are not, this is gonna piss some of y'all off. If you're not a feminist, you are a misogynist, because there is no middle ground, bro. Like, before I was a feminist, before I adopted feminist ideology, and I still have a lot of misogyny in me. Like, that shit keep coming out of fucking nowhere, bro. It's like, oh damn, there we go again. This shit in deep, right? So again, this is also not like a virtue signaling thing where it's like, oh, I'm better than you. Like, I'm still on deconstructing my misogyny, right? And my homophobia. I still got homophobia in me. I still got all that shit. It's so deeply embedded, bro. But you got to keep working on it, right? Fucking in the past, I wouldn't call myself a feminist, but I didn't think I was a misogynist because I don't hate women, right? But we live in a culture. If you live in Western culture, if you live in post-colonialism culture, we live in a culture where psychologically you are brainwashed to make Christianity the default, misogyny the default, homophobia the default, white supremacy the default. This is a default setting unless you are lucky enough to be raised by somebody who has already deconstructed that shit, unpacked that shit, like figured it out, and is actively and consciously raising you with the right mindset. Unless, you know, that's how you get like a black dude, you know, when a black guy is from Chicago, his parents were like Black Panthers or some shit like that. You look at like FD Signifier, I think that's his backstory, right? He grew up in a family with like the Nation of Islam. It's like, yeah, you're definitely not going to grow up with any white supremacist coding, right? Definitely not like most other people. But unless you are like consciously against those harmful ideologies, you are going to have them. You are going to have them because that's the status quo. That's the default setting. That's the going with the flow, going with how most people are, right? And that's just what's going to happen, man.
Just a little bit more racist in the process. Now, this of course is nothing new, but with Caleb Hammer, his reaction and subsequent pivot is a lot more interesting. After this call out by D'Angelo, he got absolutely cooked by the internet, and a huge light was shone on his recent racist pivot towards right-wing viewers. So he came up with a new strategy. Instead of letting his gross, bigoted framing of the world come directly out of his mouth, why not let other bigots say it for him? But he will still use his proximity to black people to not only make himself look better, but to use their pain and embarrassment for monetary gain. And this is where we see the black friend shift to the black employee.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Can you show me a video where him calling a black friend is like the most viewed part of the video? Maybe something with 1 million views on it. How do you know he benefited from that without the stats to back it up? Without a clip to back it up? Give me a members only after hours that popped off because of this, right? It just sounds like speculation is what I'm saying. Because he's involved in this type of culture and this landscape of how people joke. Now he's like this terrible, awful person. But I guarantee you that 99.999% of everyone makes the same type of jokes and they just laugh about it. It's just not being streamed to thousands of people, right? But if you have a particular clip on a particular video where it has an enormous amount of views, and the most viewed part of that clip is him calling Tyler, by the way, he doesn't even call Robert anymore. I don't even know who this guy is. I've watched probably every Caleb video for the last 2 weeks. I'm also a new fan. So sounds like this guy is an old fan from a long time ago, but I've only been watching for like the last month or so. And I've never seen this new guy. I've always seen Tyler. I don't know who the fuck this guy is. But where's my clip? Where's my evidence? Where's my examples to back up my claims? It's still a good video, but like, it's an opinion piece, really.
Hammer has begun regularly subjecting one of his few black employees to racial abuse while he acts shocked and appalled. Even though he not only designs and executes these situations himself, but actively exacerbates the racial tension within them.
And I know you avoid carnival like the
Oh, of course. We don't even be around those blackies. Them.
I would also
I remember that video. I reacted to it like I've never seen that episode. I did watch that episode, okay? But he doesn't just do that with black people. He does it with everyone. I just don't understand why he just don't bite the bullet and just say, yes, I am racist. Okay. He is racist. It's just that we think it's only about black people, but it's not. It's everyone. He hates the most people that I think that he hates, in my opinion, as a new fan, as of the last 2 months of 2026, he hates blue-haired people the most. Okay? That is the most vitriol that comes out of his mouth, is that he hates progressives, especially all talk progressives, champagne socialists. He hates them. Okay. Justice for blue-haired people. Okay, because blue hair is great.
Nelson laughs when he hears that because he's like, oh yeah, more engagement. That's why he put the $sign on his eyes. Oh yeah, my audience is gonna love this shit.
I avoid trashy behavior, yes, but not black people.
But that's what you were insinuating.
No, I insinuated that yes, you likely do not want to. She talked about. She was saying some things before we started filming too that were a little racist. So that's kind of why I knew it. I was kind of impressed.
You were impressed. What?
Not
you
impressed.
Started it.
Sorry, huh?
You started it.
You did.
You're calling us all white, and then it's good to be white.
What? So after she says fuck blackies, one of the craziest things happens. One of the producers off screen suggests that Caleb should summon a black employee because they likely know that there is a huge market for content of white people racially abusing black people in a setting where they really can't do anything about it. And you can't waste that sweet.
Is there content for that? I gotta push back. I had to cough, but I had to push back. There's no one is clicking on Caleb Hammer and going, yes, I want to see a black man being abused right now. No, this is not the audience for that. These are not the same people. He didn't give examples so far. He's probably not going to give examples now. So I just have to hold this with water, I suppose.
Sweet racism on a person who ostensibly shares very similar views.
You guys are racist. You guys live in the deep white suburbia of Dallas. You guys are racist.
It's not that white though.
I mean, it's fine. I'm allowing it. And she's like, yeah, fuck those blackies. Unprompted, nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing. And what's crazy is I kind of liked her by the end of the episode.
So we get the token black employee on set. Afro, pick, locked, and loaded.
Yeah.
And all three of these are so.
He ain't no different than the black people that work for Myron Gaines on the Fresh and Fit podcast. Man.
Begin to pelt him with racialized abuse and all.
Yeah, it's not real allowance here. He's getting paid, right? So of course he's gonna say yes, right? This is the internet, right? Yeah, a lot of this is just business decisions because we are in an outrage economy.
All he can do is laugh, PogChamp, and sanitize the racism of his boss in front of what I can only assume is a predominantly
fucking sick. It's disgusting.
White audience.
You said blackies?
I did.
You should see what she says at home in private.
What did she say at home?
I can't say that on camera.
Actually, we're giving you permission. What the? She's scared right now.
I'm not scared. Tyler's cool.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. But what the?
Yeah. He pit me fucking. This is disgusting.
Are you saying he's one of the good ones? Yeah, isn't it easier to be white?
That's true.
Okay.
Thank you.
There's some DEI stuff that was helping you guys for a few years, but we kind of rolled that back.
Are you on my side or their side?
It's a good question.
Saying the N word around the house is not.
You're saying you've never let it rip once.
No.
Come on.
I don't believe you.
I've been friends with Robert since like elementary school. He backs me up. He knows I never said it.
God, he's calling Robert. He's popped his O.
Have I dreamed it? Of course. Who doesn't?
What?
But I.
The thing is, Caleb, you're just lying. You're lying when we know you're lying. Just don't lie about it. Who cares? Who cares? Who cares?
No, guys, it's completely fine. Yeah, Tyler said it's cool.
You need the validation.
I just want your values.
You had to give him the validation.
Who do you watch?
Who do I watch? What do you mean?
What content? You guys are picking up things.
Good. It's a good indicator.
You all right? I learned it by watching you.
Okay, but I don't go around doing that. I mean, this isn't a racist show.
Are you sure about that?
You say this on the day his mother visits the office.
Your mom's here?
Yep. Yeah, and you won't see her. You're gonna lynch her.
Dude,
Do you see what I mean? Do you see what I mean? That's why. That's a crazy joke. That's a crazy joke to make if you wasn't racist.
That shit right there is brutal.
And this paradigm that we're seeing, the black employee paradox or black friend paradox or whatever the fuck, I don't even know where we're at in this video anymore, but it's something that we've constantly seen in America, dating all the way back to slavery. The idea that providing a roof over your head and means for a group of black people to survive.
See, here's the thing though, and I think this is a distinction we need to make. Right? There's a difference between a black person with very low racial pride and a raccoon. I think this is a distinction that needs to be made. Like, a raccoon to me is somebody who is anti-black. A raccoon to me is somebody who they're talking shit.
That is actually a great distinction to make, actually. Yeah. Just because someone doesn't care about their heritage as much as you want them to does not mean that they're a traitor. That is true. And needs to be clarified.
About black people. They are denigrating black women. They're the ones who are like, oh, I would never date a black woman because this, that, and the third, and all of this, right? That, to me, those are the guys that, you know what I'm saying, show no mercy. That's my attitude. But then you have guys like this, guys like Gideon, right, in his past videos, where they're not saying bad things about black people. They're just not standing up for black people. And they're turning a blind eye to the racism. They're making light of the racism. They're treating it like it's not a big deal. And that's more of like a low sense of racial pride. And I think there is a difference. You know, they just pedestalize whiteness and white people. You know what I mean? And let's not pretend one doesn't lead into the other. On the way to becoming the full-blown black-hating, self-hating raccoon, you do have to traverse through that checkpoint of just low racial self-esteem, pedestalizing white people. That evolves into the just full-blown Uncle Ruckus character. And I think dudes who are just here, they can still be saved. They can still have their eyes open to the truth, and they can, you know, be redeemed. But guys who make it all the way to the fucking end of the pipeline, that's how you become Brandon Tatum. You know what I'm saying? That's how you become, you know, the Cartier brothers, the Hodge twins. That's how you become that.
Somehow absolves you of the racist and oppressive power dynamic that you're in. This is known as the benevolent slave owner fallacy. In media, you don't need to look any further than William Ford in 12 Years a Slave. In the sports world, I'll direct you to Donald Sterling.
Sterling telling his friend there's no way race clouds his judgment.
How can you be in this business and be a racist? Do you think I tell the coach to get white players?
Meanwhile,
yeah, it bothers me a lot that you want to broadcast that you're associating with black people.
And in the content space,
right.
Well,
thought I was black.
Like, how could I be racist if I want to hire the very best athletes that are going to make my sports organization the most money? It's like, yeah, no, that makes perfect sense.
No, well, yeah, that too also. Well, because everyone said Adam does hip hop, so I didn't know you were just a slave owner and not the.
Adam 22 is the host of No Jumper. A hip-hop podcast turned West LA gang hideout / self-snitching hub.
Look, for we is killing the ops, for I don't give no fuck. We is killing their ass.
Having grown up in New Hampshire with little proximity to black people, Adam22 really only started to show an interest in hip-hop and the wider black culture as a means of making money. And despite what he says when confronted about his racism...
Because I heard this, Adam22 is a racist. Are you?
No, not at all.
Right.
Just
Amazing.
like Caleb Hammer and many other racists.
It's like going up to a serial killer. Are you a murderer? No. Oh, thank God.
Adam22 just really can't help himself. His racial worldview constantly seeps out, whether he's openly saying the N-word.
All my niggas pop Zans unemployed.
Of course, of course, of course, of course, of course, of course. Not a surprise. Never seen a clip of him saying the N-word, but not a surprise.
Platform in white supremacy.
It just makes me making fun of his cuckery, his cuckolding behaviors.
It's really the culture. It's the culture in which you exist. It's how you talk, really. I don't really think holding this against anyone is a good idea, because they're just existing in the environment that the world has put them in. Okay. Now, if it becomes malicious over time, that's a different story. What they choose to do with it now, it's a different story. But yeah, you can't consume yourself with all of this. You'll never be able to let it go. And you gotta let it go.
It just
gotta move on.
Makes me feel so much more justified about it all. I love that.
And today, me, AD, and Flacco are going to be having a conversation with Nick Fuentes. How you doing? We got Richard Spencer in the building.
Richard Spencer.
My ancestors enslaved those pieces of...
Okay, so he likes to platform white supremacists and racists. Okay, I got you. He's just like Aiden Ross. He's literally the same as Aiden.
That's true. That's true. This is probably why his channel was dying, because no one was watching his content. He platforms these people and then he's like, oh my God, I gotta I have to downsize.
Ross. He uses black people, black talent, as well as a spectacle of black culture when it's, coming in certain forms. He uses that to build his platform. Him, in himself, very little, pretty much no talent, not entertaining really. Makes themselves the butt of the joke whenever they do try to be entertaining. But leans heavily on proximity to black people and black culture while keeping the majority of the money. Yeah. And then exposing those black people to humiliation rituals at the hands of white supremacists. Yeah, him and Aiden Ross are the same.
I rule the world! Those pieces of get ruled by people like me!
Or even more recently, and I can't believe this is the second time I'm mentioning him, but using the term chimping out, popularized by Chode the Builder, to describe himself smoking and drinking alcohol.
Bro, who is this guy? Who the fuck is Chode the Builder? I think people who live in this part of the internet world think that everyone knows who this person is. I don't know who the fuck this person is. No one is getting ideas from this person. I don't know who this person is.
Acting crazy, drinking, taking shots, and I used Chud the Builder inspired language about myself to say that we were chimping out. I don't think that that is racist, and I don't think that there's anything offensive about reappropriating the language of our oppressors, which should be relatable. You, as a proud N-word sayer, you're reappropriating the language of your oppressor because it's emboldening. And when I say that I be chimping out, that's exactly what I'm saying.
I don't understand black people that continue to work with a guy like Adam22. Right? This is why you have some of these pro-black YouTubers, they're saying that some of the worst raccoon behavior comes from dudes from the hood, dudes from the street, dudes who should know firsthand, up close and personal, the heavy hand of white supremacy and how destructive it is. These are the people who should understand it better than anybody else, but oftentimes are the people who engage in raccoon behavior.
Do you trust when a victim tells you that their attacker is a great person? Do you believe a victim when, like, of a car crash, when they tell you, oh, you know, I didn't see the person coming, blah, 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 whatever, right? They're in it, so they can't see it. You can't tell someone who's in it what's happening around them. They're probably blind to it. They're the last people to know, okay? Because they are different. I'm different. Yeah. That's not going to happen to me.
I was just watching a video where 21 Savage, he came out with this music video. He's rapping alongside this white guy who I guess is from the hood. And the white dude is saying the N-word like every other line. And 21 Savage is just in the back.
I don't listen to 21 Savage, but I do listen to white rappers. I listen to NF, and he doesn't curse in his songs at all. I don't think I've ever heard him curse in not one song. Not one. You don't have to say the N-word, literally at all. No one does.
Background just being a prop. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? How? This is real nigga shit.
That's 21 Savage's culture. Everyone has to be able to say it in his culture. That's how he talks, right? Sometimes that's how I talk. Sometimes, not all the time. But I think that's a culture thing.
Apparently, right? Because these are the niggas that will tell you they the realest of the niggas, the realest of the real. Crazy.
Girl, shut the fuck up. You thought you ate that?
And just like Caleb, pitting one of his black employees against a self-admitted racist for content.
Right.
Even though he not only designs and executes these situations himself, but actively exacerbates the racial tension within them.
When I was describing this debate, I essentially referred to you as being sort of outwardly, openly racist.
Yes.
Does that seem like a true statement, or would you like to add caveats?
No, I say that I'm racist.
This kind of rise in white consciousness of their own race, where there's so many things throughout our, throughout my life that I've observed, where it's like there's tribalism allowed by everybody except for white people. They're just
Black people are not encouraged to be racist towards any other group. First and foremost, when you take a look at the definition of race,
they should not. They should not be encouraged to be racist with other people due to the fact of the offending things that happen to white people. Yes, that's true. They should not be encouraged. And he's like, but what about me? But what about me? Why can't I do it?
racism, black people can't even engage in the kind of racism that we are concerned about. Okay, black people do not give a fuck about the random white guy who just happens to not like black people and thinks terrible things about black people. We have a problem with the people who hold positions of power that can affect our experience in this world. We have problems with laws that were put in place that may not explicitly contain racist language, but were obviously designed in a way to target black people. This is a kind of racism that is that the black community is concerned about, right? When I was in junior college, right, I joined the Black Student Union. You know what's one thing we never spoke about ever? I can't remember us ever having a conversation about white people, talking about how white people are this, white people are that. But go to a Trump rally, go to a MAGA rally, go to a KKK organization. They spend the entire time talking about black people and brown people. That's what they're going to spend the whole fucking meeting talking about. That's the difference. Okay.
It's not allowed to express any kind of solidarity or pride in being white, right?
Are you on my side or their side? The British Empire, the Spanish Empire, the French Empire, they didn't benefit in any significant way from all those sugar plantations in the Caribbean, all those freaking banana plantations in South America. They didn't benefit from none of that.
Well, no, of course they benefited from the plantations.
In a major way?
And the trade. Yes, but the thing is, those wouldn't exist without the white people who went and made them.
Isn't that an ingenious plot hatched by these evil white people, to be fair?
But the point
feels like you're arguing that white people are capable of a degree of cultural control and manipulation that A, seems kind of unrealistic, and B, if true, is indicative of such masterful control over society that, like, shit, I guess they deserve whatever they ended up getting here, right?
And yet, due to the inherent
this man literally has a platform built on hip hop and black people, and he's using it to platform a white supremacist, then goes forth and says it sounds ridiculous, the idea that white people are the ones in control of the media that are elevating certain voices and repressing certain voices. He's arguing with his black friend, taking the side of the white supremacist. That's fucking insane.
Predictions of the black friend paradox. When you ask the black people around him whether he's racist or not, this is what you get.
I don't think Adam's racist. Do you guys think he's racist?
No. Me personally.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think he's racist.
You know, I always respected the fact that you gave black people a shot. Adam employs us. He opens his door. He picks up his...
He uses you. He employs us. He uses you. What would he be? He couldn't build the No Jumper without black people. That's what it is. That's what you need to understand.
Phone. I don't think...
And yeah, man, Whack 100, terrible spokesperson for black people.
A racist would want to be surrounded by all these niggas for this many years.
Oh, really?
And this brings us back.
Yeah. Did you know that white people routinely would have their white children breastfed by black women? See, white people have no problem being around black people so long as we are making them money or are their servants, or the us being inferior to them is very clearly understood by everyone around. Then they love being around black people so much that they will allow their children to suckle from the teat of black women, right? But as soon as that shit starts to fall apart, now they can't stand to be around us. Ultimately, whether we're talking about the pedestalization of white people and whiteness or self-hatred as a black person, both of these problems stem from the same issue, and that is just a lack of understanding of how everybody got to where they are in this society, right? How did black people get to where they are? How did the Caribbean get to the state that it's in? How did that?
That's very true. And that's how you get Gideon going out trying to convince people that we're not so bad. This is what happens. We're full circle now. Still not talking about Caleb Hammer because no one really hates him. He's just a prompt for the conversation.
Africa get to the place that it is? How did white people in Europe and the Americas, how did they find themselves collectively in the place that they're at? Once you turn back the hands of time and comb through the history, it all makes sense. And every black person who happens to be friends with white people or who have a proximity to white people, you just gotta be careful. Be careful that you are not being used as a tool to whitewash their racism or being used.
You want me to have morals in this economy? That's crazy.
as evidence of their tolerance.
I'll think about
If
it.
you're the only black
I'll
friend
think
in the
about it.
group, ask yourself why. Why are you the only black friend in the group? Is it because there are literally no other black people around? What's so special about you? Why are you so different from all the other black people that you're the only black person in the group? If the answer to that question approximates to anything close to, oh, well, I'm not like those other black guys. I'm not like the other black people that are around. That's red flag. You know what I'm saying? But that's the video, guys. You let me know what you think in the comment section down below. Thank you for watching. And until next time, peace out.
Yeah, it was a good video. We're gonna like. I don't think I have anything else to watch, if I'm being honest. I still have so much to do. I just got done with the fishing the fishing part. I still have to have stuff to do. The internet is dead and no one cares. LA is never coming back. Oh yeah, the fires. Not a lot of things to choose from. Any theories? Oh, did she change her name? She came out with a new video. Khadijah is her name. Khadijah. I think her name's Khadijah.
Bitch, sit down. Y'all want to hear about a pansexual cult leader who defrauded his minions of hundreds of thousands of dollars and exploited them physically and sexually on live streams on multiple occasions? Hey y'all, Khadijah here. My disinvited voice reminding you that I do have a Patreon that you can sign up to. You get all the videos early, ad-free, extended cuts, and Patreon exclusives. There were two wolves within me, right? That's the pansexual one, that was the lesbian one. They were just duking it out. And if you didn't know, I also have merch. Follow me on my socials if you'd like. And don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. All right, enjoy the video. Hi, and welcome back to my channel. My channel where I talk about pansexual cult leaders because, you know, the whole behind every gay person, there's a more evil, more gay person committing weird crimes. And in this case, certain cult. And, you know, representation matters, so Black cults. For those of you that read the title and were like, who the hell is Nature Boy? Like the song, I was a boy, a very strange enchanted boy. No, this is about Eligio Bishop. I don't know how you pronounce it because I think he goes by both. He's a man of many names, which you'll soon find out. This man in particular came on my radar because Hulu released a documentary called The Cult of Nature Boy. And if it's got cult in the title, I'm watching it. And then I found out through the interwebs that that documentary barely even scratched the cervix. And Hood Horrors had a 47-part series. Now, I was on part 18 when I found out it was 47 parts, and I was like, well, I'm gonna finish it, so I did. Then I kept waking up hearing peace reflections.
Peace, 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 peace. It's good to see you guys. My reflection, how you been?
All the time. Peace reflections. I love myself, bro. Watch at your own risk. Let's talk about Nature Boy. Let's do a more cohesive version so maybe you don't have to watch 47 parts. If you've never heard of him, strap in, get your snacks. If you have heard of him, enjoy this recap and my personal commentary about everything because I got a lot to say.
I think the hair looks great. Okay, I'm happy to see a Khadijah video pop up on my home screen. Still got a lot of fish to cut, so.
Okay, Eligio, aka we're gonna call him Nature Boy from now on, or just Bishop, was born a crack baby in Harlem, New York in the early 80s. And yeah, he was in foster care till he was 11, experiencing all sorts of traumatic events. Went to jail at 16, and then after he was released, I think he kind of did military work, joined the army for a bit, but left after basic training apparently, and then was in a series of gay porns, stripping. He was a sex worker, okay?
I was the #1 dancer that was hosting the shows all in every gay arena.
I was disappointed at a point in my time in my brother's life that that's what he wanted to experience, and it is what it is. We never grew up on shit like that.
And yeah, was what people would call gay for pay, but as you'll soon find out, I think he just was pansexual. But anyway, after all that, he eventually opened a barber shop in Atlanta, and then through a series of domestic violence disputes to his ex-girlfriend, baby mama, he was faced with going to jail in 2011. She, Maisha, wrote a letter to the judge in favor of him, and he ended up narrowly escaping prison time. For now. So flash forward to 2015, right? We know from 2014, 2013 even, onwards, we were seeing a lot of cases in the public eye of Black folks being bothered by the police. And this is stuff that Black folks have always talked about, Black Americans specifically have talked about, have been frustrated by. It's been going on for a while, but because for those of you that don't know, the cops did start out as KKK members, a lot of them. But anyway, that's like a history part of it. Anyway, Behind the Bastards did a really cool episode on it, a series of episodes. Basically, he started posting in 2015, not just about this stuff, but about how America itself was just a terrible, shitty place for Black people. And he wanted a Black utopia. He wanted Black people to get back to the land, get back to nature. We are indigenous. Let's get back to that land.
I just, basically had a sixth sense to go to the fruit. And I was like, I'm just gonna eat fruit. I started arguing with vegans. Like, listen, you can't eat plants. I just knew things. I knew things. I didn't want to no longer be a part of anything that was destroying anything else, whether that was a person or a plant. Because I knew that all life just had this vast respect for life.
And at first he was talking about going to Africa, but then eventually changed his mind and said, no, let's go somewhere else. I think he just wanted somewhere that might have been easier to go to. Fair enough, but you're not indigenous to that land. But anyway, I think he's Puerto Rican though, maybe a bit. So he was preaching about this stuff online, getting hundreds of thousands of views, peace reflection. It just haunts me. Peace reflection. So he was talking online, and a lot of other people, and this is how they explain in the Hulu documentary, were very disillusioned with America. A lot of young people over it, wanting to also go to this Black utopia where our people aren't treated like garbage. And so he took a small group of people to Honduras by July 2016, and girl, it was just Cult 101. It was just Cult 101.
I take bath with my kids. I'm naked with my kids. I have in front of my kids. I'll never be ashamed of my son. Be breastfeeding. I'll be making love to his mom. That's me, bro. That's how I get down around kids.
So Nature Boy would often call this part of the world Babylon. He called anyone in this part of the world, you're Babylon XYZ. So Cult 101, firstly, you have to be isolated from everybody. So you weren't allowed to talk to your Babylon family. You weren't allowed to associate with them. Why do you want to be associated with them? And some people were leaving their parents, siblings, friends, just completely disappearing. Other people were straight up leaving children. Just leaving their kids, their Babylon children behind. And some of them did end up having other children, more children within the cult. It was very incestuous. We'll get to that in a bit, but because you know it has to turn to a sex cult. You know that's where we're going, right? Okay, so everyone that was in your Babylon family, that was in Babylon still, they weren't awakened to the mission, which after 47 parts, I'm gonna be honest, I still don't know what it is. I don't know what the mission is, besides worship Nature Boy. But anyway, all of those people, done. Cut off. Who needs them? Fuck them. Your kids, who cares? So people were straight up just leaving a lot of responsibilities, a lot of real people behind. And then Cult 101 Part 2, I'm not going to keep saying that. But then, of course, when they got to wherever they were in Central America, because they went around to a few places in Central America and kept getting kicked out of those, they had to change their name. You were no longer known by your name. You were known Moonstar, Zoku. I'm trying to remember everybody. Sunray. That's what they named one of the white girls. Side tangent. A white girl joined them. She was from Canada. She was talking about her parents had her on these meds and she finally escaped Babylon. She didn't want to be back there. And Nature Boy was on camera with her like, tell him.
I came here to be free, and the beings that one didn't want any contact with. I didn't want any contact with them anymore. Like, they are still being possessive over me.
So why did you leave in the first place?
We can't own.
Why did you leave? Why don't you tell them why you left in the first place? Did I call you like, hey, come join us, be here?
Okay, I gotta go back because I wasn't listening. I was setting up this thing here. I gotta go to Beautyport. I wasn't listening. Get some fruit. 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 Do 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 do. Where's potion? It must be this way. I see no one. Oh, there's thunder. Year 6 profits. Hell yeah. I didn't even see Panda's message. Oh. What is this? 8. Yeah, you can do whatever you want with it. Nice. It's yours. You can do whatever you want with it. Oh, if I had... Can I stop it? If I go home, I'm going to use 1. And if I drop this off and then go to Mist Haven, because it would have been 6, right? If I had just gone straight there. But what if I go here? Is it still 6? Mist Haven. No, it's 4. Look at that. I saved 2 TP points by going home first. Oops. Okay, back to this. Is it only doing like 30 at a time? Is that what I'm missing? Sort. This is fish fillets. We want you here. Oh my God. We're getting so close to the 907 number. Now all we need is 907 minus 274. 633. If we get 633 out of this, this would be great. For sure. I got so many of these. All right, we are at 117. Let's see what it stops at this time. I gotta go back because I wasn't listening to Khadijah. Bro, this time it only did 3. What?
To wherever they were in Central America, because they went around to a few places in Central America and kept getting kicked out of those. They had to change their name. You were no longer known by your name. You were known Moonstar, Zoku. I'm trying to remember everybody. Sunray. That's what they named one of the white girls. Side tangent. A white girl joined them. She was from Canada. She was talking about her parents had her on these meds and she finally escaped Babylon. She didn't want to be back there. And Nature Boy was on camera with her like, tell him.
I came here to be free, and the beings that one didn't want any contact with. I didn't want any contact with them anymore. Like, they are still being possessive over me.
So why did you leave in the first place?
We can't own.
Why did you leave? Why don't you tell them why you left in the first place? Did I call you like, hey, come join us, be here with us? Am I controlling and manipulating your mind?
I was gonna leave Canada even before I found nature. So
you actually tried to, and
I just felt like I belonged here. That's why I came here. Like, my heart just felt like this is my family, so that's why I came here. But I was gonna go. I had plans to leave the country even before, like, and then they tried to be possessive over me. So I got put on pills because I wanted to leave.
You know, I don't mind her living with me. And she's a friend of mine. She's a family member of mine. We treat her with nothing but love, and we treat her with nothing but love. And it's her decision to be here with me and live as I do, and that's her right. But at the same time, I also know that I'm a black man, and she's a white girl. She's in a white girl form, and I'm in a black man body. And I also know that it might seem to the world that I'm holding her hostage, and the media has already depicted black men to be, violent and destructive and scary. So I wanted to make it clear that, call your people, let them know you okay, because I don't want no problems on this end. You come into my world, and I allowed you here. I don't care. I don't mind. You're my friend, and she's allowed here.
I drove you to the police station. You tell them I did that. You tell them I did, because I don't want you here if they don't want you here. But they see a black man and a white woman and automatically assume the worst. No, sir. She is medicated, probably for good reason. And her being there, sure, she has free will, of course, but also her parents might be a little worried about that. Just saying. Anyway, she eventually went back, but that's when people started getting more negative attention on what he called, sorry, I didn't even tell y'all what it was. First it was Carbon Nation, then it became Melanin Nation. And then the 3 God series. People joined, they cut off their Babylon family, friends, children, They changed their names and they gave him all their money. He's just run down the checklist. It's like he Googled how to start a cult and then was like, all right, got you. Because you can't do it all at once. When you got there, he guised it as like, oh, we're pulling our resources together. So everybody's got to put in the pot. When everybody puts in the pot, then we get some stuff. Some dude eventually gave him, I think, somewhere upwards of over $300,000. Dollar hairs. $300,000 hairs. You are a 20-something-year-old black man in America with $300,000 hairs inherited, and you gave it to Nature Boy. Free my people. Free them. What the fuck? I want to understand because I understand, but also, damn. Anyway, if you caught me on a bad day in my 20s, I might have accidentally joined some shit. So he would take their money and he would buy like some weird shit. They were in the jungle. They were outside. They had a lot of rules because, you know, of course, cult leader, you have to have rules. They would be barefoot. They wouldn't really shower. So a lot of people say he stinks. I don't know why it's so funny when people say that someone. Anyway. But people said he stunk. Even when they went back to Babylon, again, all of this we're getting to, but they were kind of nudists, I guess, but in all the videos, obviously on TikTok, because they live streamed, forgot to tell you, they live streamed everything. That's why we have so much footage. They live streamed everything, but they would have clothes on, obviously. But yeah, they would have a house, but they would all sleep outside in tents, and they couldn't use the bathroom inside. They had to use the bathroom outside, to the point where eventually, in one of the countries they were in, people had to come in and be like, guys, this is a sanitary issue. You can't just be pooping out here. But Velvet, one of the members who left and came back like 11 times, she talked about on the Hulu doc growing a tomato from her own poop. So there was that. But anyway, those are some of the rules. And another one of the more interesting rules that ended up really revealing who Nature Boy was his stance on, are you going to guess? Yes, it's a cult classic, especially when men are leading a cult. 3, 2, together now, 1. Polygamy! Yeah. Now, Nature Boy, he's not a bad-looking guy at all. He is like 6'2.5", 6'3". He's dark-skinned. He's got like a decent body. The kind that someone at that height doesn't really have to work for. They just kind of are built that way because they weren't eating that much out there. Mostly fruit and vegetable diet. Vegan is what he wanted them to be. No drugs in their system. Maybe just alcohol sometimes, but eventually they would start saying fuck all those rules because it's just to the whim of whatever Nature Boy wants. And another way that he would show this is by changing partners all the time. You have people, because they're live streaming everything always, coming in from or being in the chat for a long time and then eventually talking and interacting with them, and then they find maybe one of the members, because you might think that this is an all-female sex cult. No. There were men there too.
Do it. These people worship me. Who is your God? You are free.
And what he would do, or what they would do, is use the guys to kind of bring other girls in. So some girls would come in for whoever, XYZ. And then eventually Nature Boy would talk about these meetings. They would always have to have these meetings. And he's like, I just believe that you should always say who you're attracted to. And I feel that you're attracted to me, but you went with this dude just cause. So do you want to be with me? And a girl would be like, no, I want to be with this guy. And he'd be like, that's so interesting, because like I don't want any of us to hide anything. I'm just trying to put everything out there for all of us because I got a vibe from you that you wanted to be with me. So I'm just wondering if you want to be with me because you want to be with me. Girl. So he would constantly, these couples would be paired up. People would be in a match. He'd be like manipulating everybody, moving them around like chess pieces. And then he'd be like, actually, I think you should be my wife, so you're going to be with me. He always needed to be the one to sleep with every single girl, even if they were with a guy. Like the guys were just kind of placeholders for Nature Boy. And if the girl wasn't attracted to him, she would be. And if he wasn't eventually, then he'd send her back to the guy until he got bored again and then wanted her again. It happened so much. It's crazy. And this is why everyone said that they were very incestuous and were passing certain diseases around to each other, allegedly, burning each other, allegedly.
Most people get diagnosed with a sickness that come to me. So most people like, I got herpes. Most people that come, herpes is the easy one. That's a simple, easy healing thing because that's just.
A point of tension was this polygamy thing because his first, I shouldn't say first, but his main wife, so to speak, his main queen, Her name is Velvet, and she was the one who would leave and come back so many times. She had a baby with him. And then I think she had a baby with two different babies with two other members of the cult after leaving it for the final time. I was rooting for Velvet, but I was also very frustrated by her. I'm not going to lie. I was very like, guys. And her parents were really trying to get her out of that damn cult. But anyway, she would always be arguing with him on live stream and stuff because she just didn't like that she struggled with the polygamy. She said it all the time. She struggled with the polygamy and she kept coming back because I guess she felt like she didn't have anywhere to go.
Because in the long run, I'd be lying. I'd be going against my own nature. I do not wish to disrespect you or dishonor you by telling you I can be with just you. You knew who I was when you first came here. You've been here 2 years. I never changed. I'm the same person. And all of a sudden, you want to change on me.
But I don't have to be in a polygamous relationship.
You don't.
I don't have to.
You don't. You don't even have to.
I don't have to. Like the way you want it to be, I don't desire to do that. But I don't think that I'm not your wife. Like I just feel like I want my own space when it comes to that. Like that's just how I feel.
Her parents, especially her dad and her sister, I think, were online trying to get her back. But anyway, she really struggled with the polygamy thing. And some of the other women did. Some of them did not, because he still has wives waiting for him to eventually get out of jail. Yeah, he goes to jail. Yeah, we're getting to it. Because the controversies are what end up leading to jail and Atlanta. So let's talk about those two. So as I mentioned earlier, picking back one of the little things, they went through a lot of different Central American.
Okay, so, oh wait, we're not quite there yet. I thought we were there yet, but we're not there. Transfer. We still need to get to 907.
American countries because they kept getting kicked out of them because they live streamed everything and people would eventually find out where they were and would call the police to their area to be like, this dude is terrible. He's abusing them. He's abusing the kids that are there. Like, get him out of here. And he would always just write it off as these people are trolls. They just like messing with us. Like, we don't do anything. We believe in peaceful living, this, that, and the third, yada, yada, yada. Eventually, after getting kicked out of all those different countries and going back and forth to America, they ended up in Hawaii and got kicked out of there because like the first day, this was during COVID, the first day that they were there, they were breaking COVID regulations and live streaming. So obviously the government was like, girl, come on. They got kicked out of there. And then I think the last place they got kicked out of was Puerto Rico. Because again, they were live streaming and people were afraid because at that point, Nature Boy had not only like moved on from the holistic life, we're out in nature, Black utopia, that's all Babylon. And now we believe in polygamy and I am the king and these are my queens sitting behind me and we rule the world and all this stuff to just entertainment on live streams. He basically sounded.
You don't have the emotional capacity for another person. Okay. You won't.
Like a pimp scolding all of these women and bashing all of these men. He would make the girls randomly fight. And it's like for him not to be accused of hitting a woman, he would make the other girls hit each other. That came even more later. But yeah, he would try to make the girls fight. And I think that was one of the reasons Velvet eventually completely left because she was like, this is just too much. But the rumors of the passing around of STDs, the making the girls fight on live stream, the kicking wives out and then passing around different wives, women having babies. And one of them people were worried about because she was so skinny because they were just mostly on a fruit and veggie diet. And she didn't seem like she was getting enough nutrients. A lot of them were very skinny out there. Oh, right. A lady died. An older woman died because she had heart medication that she was supposed to be taking, but in typical grifter cult fashion, Nature Boy and all of them were preaching this whole, oh yeah, your body will just heal itself. Some lady died because she wasn't taking her heart medication and they all just kind of said it was a sad thing. Yeah, it sucked. Mama D, like we hated it, whatever.
One morning we woke up and Mama Dia didn't wake up with us. And it was a shock on us. We wanted to make sure that everything happened, and we contacted all of her biological family and honoring her, making sure that her body was sent to them. If they wanted her body as being shipped to Honduras, they understood that she had a heart condition for 30 years. And with taking that heart medicine, it probably messed up her heart in a way where it was irreversible to heal her, but she was happy. So her family has received the body. We have the autopsy. It said it was a heart condition that she had. She was just so happy to be here. She was jumping off of waterfalls, eating food, making poetry. She was just happy, man. We needed a moment. And 1 minute somebody's with you, and the next minute, they transition. So it was a shock on us. We had to touch the body and everything. So yeah, we collected ourselves. Took a couple days of silence, man. And we are Mama Dia. You're looking at Mama Dia. Mama Dia is not with us physically, but the mind cannot die. So she went to sleep and went into her next reality and transition. How beautiful is that? With a smile on her face. Pray that you be able to leave that way. She was happy.
Y'all told that lady that she shouldn't be taking her heart medication, allegedly. Allegedly. I should also mention that the reason that we have so much footage of all of these controversies, not just because they were live streaming them, but because there were so many people saving all of these live streams and making commentary on them. T is one of them, and I think she's in the Hulu documentary, and a few other people. And one of the controversies that they started to bring back throughout their time in Central America and stuff was that Nature Boy did gay porn, because a video of him circulating with him being a patient and a white dude being a doctor, they're like, you let a white man stick his finger in your booty hole? That's like the most, you can't call yourself Nature Boy and God and all this stuff if you let a white man do, the homophobia aside and the fear of booty holes being penetrated. Listening to him talk about what was originally, like, you could just see him trying to maneuver his way out of so much. So first he said that it wasn't him, right? Deny, deny, deny. Then he said it was him, but he's masculine enough to not care about that shit. Like, he needed to get his money. Like, no one's gonna stop him from making his money. He made it a manly thing. And then he said, which I have no feelings about, like, you can still be a man and have your booty penetrated. You're still a man. Anyway, then he said that he was being probed by aliens, and we got real footage of it. And also this whole time while they were in Costa Rica and Honduras and all these different places, he did low-key have a sugar daddy, allegedly, that was sending him money from Atlanta. And speaking of Atlanta, I have 2 words. No, I have 4 words for you. Voguing in the rain.
God, filleting these fish is the worst thing in the world. I'm never picking up these fucking fish again. I think I'm gonna get to what I need to for these fish numbers, but this is so ass. Like, is filleting fish busted? Yes. This is so aggravating. It's so aggravating because you queue up 43 and then it'll only do like 4. Or you'll queue up 10 and it'll only do 1. Or you'll queue up like 14 and it'll only do... I see. Kind of annoying. Ah, neat. Oh, thank you. Split and I on the same page. Okay. At what cost? I can press play while I'm typing. I don't need to be here.
So after getting kicked out of all these damn countries, eventually they end up in ATL, a place that really is not real. And this is where the debauchery really just got in. As I said before, he had believed in this holistic sort of lifestyle, back to the land, all that. That all went out the window when they were in Atlanta. They stopped caring about, just being vegetarian and vegan and all that stuff. They were drinking and smoking. He liked taking his harem of girls, his 4 wives around with him, making sure people saw them, trying to be all cool with other men that were around, live streaming every single thing.
Hey, that ring up, baby? Paying attention. Outstanding.
I stand out.
Outstanding.
I stand out.
That's amazing. My penis is growing. That should be better.
My penis is growing. My penis is getting big. It's growing. It's getting uncomfortable. Oh my God.
What is this? What is happening? What is happening? Not looking down on them. Okay. I was in a cult. Okay. I'm also a fellow cult joiner. Okay. I'm just saying, I don't know if I would be able to do that. You know what I mean? I don't know if I'd be able to do that.
God, it's getting like so like, it's, oh my goodness. It's so uncomfortable. Wow.
People would call the cops in that house so many times because he would not only be live streaming, but he'd live stream and then have all of his followers in the background. All of them in the background. He'd be like, these people do whatever I want. Stand up, sit down, bark like a dog. I'm the 3 God, and they'd be like, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3.
Bitch, go stand in the corner for 3 hours. Since you can't stop moving, and think about staying still while you stand in the corner. Put her another corner over there. Hold on.
That's when he started calling himself God, the 3 God specifically. He would have the number 3 painted on his face. He would have a feather tied in his cornrows, and then he started having these sharp nails. I know my people when I see them. I know a theatrical homosexual that just wants to express themselves freely but can't because of the toxic pull of masculinity. At least the way we tend to tell boys that they're supposed to display it. Because it's not bad. It's how we tell people how they're supposed to show it. So he'd say shit and make his followers repeat after him. And then there was a video. Sorry. Then there was a video of them voguing dancing in the rain, but he started voguing. He specifically started voguing. There's also him on live stream saying it's not about cats, it's about felines, and trying to do a ballroom call. It was very girl. He was making also educational porn, which I'm not saying is not a thing, but in his hands, that's not a real fucking thing. In Nature Boy's hands, that's not real. That's just porn. He's just trying to act like it's educational. And also, anytime people would call the cops, he'd lie and get his followers to lie and be all like, oh, we're just doing it for like entertainment so that people listen to the message that we have. And then when you ask him what the message is, he's like, we believe in a peaceful lifestyle. Girl, what? This is a sex cult. He again was passing around wives, going back and forth with them. There was rumor of, because he felt like his seed was like the knowledge, and once he passes his seed onto you, you therefore get the knowledge, with women having sex with him and giving him BJs. The way the men could do that is by drinking his knowledge, if you know what I'm trying to say. That alleged. I don't know. Some people I think in the cult don't want to admit that, especially the men, but I don't know. It's giving, a lot of them were friends of Latifah, let's say. Because the girls had to be as well, because he liked girls doing stuff to each other. Again, pansexual, not king, but there was also a point where he had a trans woman in the cult as well as a new wife of his. And yeah, the live stream was I was just like, what's going on here? Not because he's with a trans woman. Again, girl, be with who you want to be with. It's Pride Month. But because like every live stream you see when they're in Atlanta, even before, but especially when they're in Atlanta, it's just freaky. You can see that his mind started to become unraveled. It was kind of nuts. And then one of the girls that finally left, she had left and came back and then left and came back. I think she left and came back twice, but this was the final time. When she was leaving, she alleges that he assaulted her and then put out revenge porn on her. So initially in interviews that she did after she left, she didn't describe it as that. She described it as like, oh, he was telling me to leave and I didn't want to leave, but he's so persuasive. And then we made love. And then after he like put up, not that specific video, I think, but one that they had filmed before, I guess, online. And she was like, this is revenge porn. So she initially went to the cops for the revenge porn aspect of it. And the more they were talking to her, the more they were like, you know, this like qualifies as like coercive sex, right? And she was like, what? Like truly like, huh? So they had a case against him. So he gets arrested. They like raid the house. He gets arrested and everybody thinks that he's going to be out soon. Everybody in the cult thinks he's going to be out soon, that this is baseless. There's no charge for it, whatever. But that's not what happens. He stays in jail. Throughout his whole trial, throughout all of it. And members slowly begin to fall off and leave or realize they were in a cult. Like some of them talk about leaving and being like, wow, I wake up and I can just go to the gym today. I don't think you understand how nice it is to just have freedom to do that kind of stuff. Then on top of that, the loyal members still stay, but their numbers are dwindling, and the ones that have left are starting to do more interviews online and talking about this cult. And the ones that are still there are doing not interviews, but like counter videos, just talking about how they're full of shit and nobody made them do anything. And y'all know y'all are here for a reason. You know that the black man is God. I wish I was making up the way I was saying that, but anyway. During the trial, and Hood Horrors covers the entire trial, so you can check that out too. Looks like it's not good. And Nature Boy at one point says that he wants a new lawyer. He wants a new lawyer because his lawyer isn't doing enough for him. And the judge is like, you can't get a new lawyer in the middle of a trial. You can recuse your lawyer, but I don't recommend you doing that. And he says, I'd like to recuse my lawyer. And she's like, okay, but you're going to represent yourself. He's like, I can't get a new lawyer. She's like, no. And she has to keep saying this to him over and over again because he is not used to being told what to do, especially not by a woman. In Babylon, a white one at that. He can't stand it. And he just can't stand being told what to do anyway because he spent years telling his followers where they could use the bathroom, what they could wear, who they were supposed to be in a relationship with. Like he does the telling. He's a god. So after that farce, they try to do a whole thing about the judge having COVID and him being upset so he doesn't want to be in the courtroom. There's a whole bunch of shit. But either way, ex-members come on the stand and tell their stories. And Janae comes on the stand and tells her story. Then members that are still loyal to him come on the stand and they keep pissing the judge off because they keep saying stuff they're not supposed to say because they want the world to know that he's being wrongly accused and stuff. And they're like, don't say that shit. Just answer the question. One girl has notes and she's like, you can't use notes on the stand. She's like, I can't use my note. Because he basically told them what to say. There's at one point where, because he used to make them slap each other on camera. I'm having a flashback of one of his, he's like, make it snappy. He would get them to slap each other, and there's all this footage of it. One of them on stand is like, oh, we just did that because of the Chris Rock, like Will Smith slap. We thought it was funny. And then the prosecutor's like, you are aware that that was after y'all were filmed slapping each other, right? Like, that's happened after. Okay. The trial ends. Nature Boy is charged with a life sentence because the judge is like, you have no sympathy. Like when all of these ex-cult members are giving their statements at sentencing, he's in a separate room and you can just see him talking through the whole thing, reacting. And then when he is asked, I almost forgot this part, when he is asked to speak, if he wants to speak, he says, can I speak to the accusers or the victims or whatever? And the judge is like, you can talk to me. And like, yeah, just roll the clip.
Like it's a fact, I promise you I love you and I'm still here. I ain't miss one with. I see what y'all doing and I want you to know I forgive you. And I see y'all in the end.
I will kill you! You fucking monster! You gonna ruin my life and then say, I forgive you? Oh, narcissist. And the judge says that. She says, you are the classic definition of a narcissist if I have ever seen one. Go to jail. You're never coming home. Bye. And I wish I could say that's it, but he has some wives that are still very dedicated to his cause. Even though most people have left, and maybe some people are still cult Nature Boy in private, he has some wives that still get online spouting this stuff. And yeah, it's crazy. Yeah. Yeah. I think about this story and I'm mostly like, girl, where the hell was I when all of this was happening online? Because like, they documented everything, but I didn't see any of it. Getting to see the hood horrors, I recommend y'all watch it, but I also don't because there's a lot that I left out that is just crazy. And I'm probably gonna have to rewatch it for this video to pull clips. But I always find cults very fascinating. I find where people are at in their lives to be susceptible to a cult very fascinating because who knows? And I also find how they always do the same playbook and just keep getting away with it. Like, it's just fascinating. Or maybe not getting away with it. He didn't this time. But either way, what do y'all think? Let me know if you want me to talk about more things like this too, because this is kind of fun to just chat about something. Well,
don't ask me. Just do it. Just do it. Just do it. And I will watch it. Oh, I have another video ready.
And these that's criminal. I have spent the past decade, bro. You were born last night in ChatGPT. What do you mean the past decade? Now, I'm not entirely sure what our reality is, right? Were we put here by a god? A lot of people seem to believe so. Has the universe always existed? Just as God has always existed. A lot of people think that as well. Are we living in a simulation? I don't know, but I'm really open to that one. One thing that has made me more convinced of the possibility that we are in fact living in some kind of computer simulation would be AI videos, right? Now, it's not merely the existence of AI videos that made me feel like this, but it's the fact that these videos get views. They get views and comments too, the bad ones. I'm not talking about the half-decent AI videos. I know we've all come across one or two of those where you're like, okay, this video, the voice is AI, the script sounds kind of AI, but the information, the delivery is not that bad, the visuals are whatever. Okay, sure, I'll listen to it for a little bit. But there's a part of you that believes there's like still a human component to that. Maybe the guy's camera shy, doesn't have a good speaking voice, not a very good writer, and so he's using AI, but still there's something here. But then there are just like the dog shit, terrible AI videos. All of it is bad and it's so robotic. But then these videos still sometimes get views, a lot of views. There's some videos like that on the internet, bro, with hundreds of thousands of views. And even more terrifying than that, are the comments, bro. You go to the comments and there are people commenting as if they are actually like talking to a person when all of it is so clearly just like bad AI. And, you know, the counterpoint to that may be, well, those are bots too, right? Those aren't real people commenting in the comment section. The views are botted. The comments are botted, right? The video is all AI. And, you know, what the fuck is that? Well, I'll tell you what it is, right? Some people call this shit dead internet theory, right? So let's go ahead and check this out. Dead internet theory basically says that a large portion of the internet is fake, bro. It's bots and AI creating content, viewing the content, commenting on the content. It's insane. The internet is dead and nobody cares. Video by Rick Beato. Okay, let's go ahead and check this out, man.
Hey everybody, I'm Rick Beato. So last night I was
Rick Beato. Sorry.
Scrolling on YouTube, as I do, as probably many of you do, and I saw this.
I was like, Rick Beato is a crazy name. I ain't gonna lie to you. Rick Beato, it sounds so close to Rick Beat Off, or you know, or Beat It Off, or it was like that's where my brain went, and that would have been an unfortunate last name. He for sure would have gotten teased about that in high school. But it's Beato, which is very different than Beato.
Now, what is this? Well, the top thing is a channel called Chase Guitar Gems.
Oh yeah,
talking about the
super AI name.
Oman
Chase Guitar Gems. That's literally a guy went to ChatGPT and was like, give me the name of a YouTube channel about guitars
versus Fender lawsuit. And the bottom is Rhett Shull talking about the same topic. Now, Rhett's video is released one day before. Now, you may recognize that guy because Rhett made a video about it the other day. In fact, Rhett called me at about 10 o'clock at night. He said, take a look at this. And I was like,
oh my God, this guy is just so, he just looks like AI created him, bro.
Your old set. As you can see here, this guy, whoever he is, has this orange amp in the background. That's actually an orange AD30. How do I recognize it? Because I bought it for Rhett when he turned 30 6 years ago.
Oh, wow.
Well,
okay.
Here's the same picture in Rhett's basement from 6 years ago.
Did Rhett want you to put on blast the fact that he's almost 40, that he's pushing 40? Did he give you the okay for that?
No. Whoever made
But damn, bro. AI just said, okay, let me make a different looking kind of guy, huh? A different looking kind of guy. Gave him the same jeans, jacket, and background and everything. That's fucked up.
This video used AI to create a fake person. Essentially, I wouldn't say it's impersonating Rhett because it's not Rhett's face. It's Rhett's jean jacket, Rhett's computer, Rhett's event speakers,
Insane.
Rhett's orange amp, everything about.
I swear to God, if they make an AI version of me, bro, you better not fucking watch that shit. You better not fucking watch that shit or ever comment on that shit, bro.
This is Rhett's, except for the guy in here. So someone used AI to create a fake person that's impersonating Rhett's background. It's like insane.
Yeah.
But with really bad AI dialogue
As it always
and
is.
AI slop images. While on the same phone conversation, Rhett said, check this out. So he sent me this thumbnail. This is from his channel.
Right.
This thumbnail called Gibson's Biggest Problem Isn't the Price.
Okay.
This is Rhett's thumbnail. And then from the fake guy's channel, it says 8 guitars only dumb people buy.
Wow, 12,000
exactly
views,
the same
bro.
thumbnail. They just changed the color of the Les Paul and made it far more low quality.
Right, and changed the text as well.
So as I continue to scroll down my YouTube feed, I see that this dude, the AI fake dude, released a new video with a new fake background.
You're being scammed. Every time you walk into a big box guitar store.
Every time I've ever clicked on a video and it's clearly like an AI guy like this, or chick, I run, I sprint away from the video, bro. I hate these videos so much.
You're paying a massive brand tax. They want you to believe that if you don't buy their known guitars, your low end will suffer, and that high prices and famous names equal high quality.
That's so bad.
It's a huge lie. We've talked about how this industry robs guitars.
It's just all of it is so nasty.
But
the AI images,
players get hit even harder.
Bass players get hit even harder. Okay, this is how stupid this AI stuff is. It can't differentiate the word bass from the
bass.
word bass.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
And bass.
Because the AI doesn't know that the English language is the hardest language to learn because we have so many words that are spelled the same, but they mean different things. They mean different things.
Pro shop.
Right.
Because they're both spelled the same.
Is that not the worst? You know where I feel like AI content gets away with it the most? Shorts, right? YouTube shorts. I'm more likely to actually give a YouTube short that has like some kind of AI voiceover a chance. Why? Because it's a short, right? 15 to 30 seconds. If the content is interesting, you know, usually if it's like fun facts or some shit like that, I might like linger. And then if it says some fucking AI bullshit, bro, like it says a word weird, you go to the comment section, it's just everybody harping on it because it's like, wow, man, this is so nasty. This is so dystopian.
And it doesn't understand what the context is. Now, as you continue to watch this,
you're expected to hold down the entire rhythm section.
You'll notice
and the
a bunch
major
of other
brands
fake
exploit
pictures.
that pressure to sell you wildly overpriced
Now, I'm not
instruments.
sure if these are...
Wood is wood.
I mean, this is definitely
wire
fake right there.
is wire. Thanks to modern CNC machines, the gap between a cheap bass and an expensive
Bass.
shop
Between a
build
cheap
has
bass.
entirely collapsed. They ignore the best guitars because the headstock doesn't say Fender or Music Man.
So if you go back to the
Fender or Music Man, the way they talk. Another thing that really grinds my gears, YouTubers who read from AI scripts. I can tell right away when somebody is reading from an AI script because AI, I don't know why, it all sounds the same. Whenever they write anything, there's like a cadence and a structure to the paragraphs, the way how it likes to articulate itself. It's always the same, right? It'll say something like,
storytelling is the difference between content that gets views and content that actually makes money. But
storytelling.
Here's the problem.
Storytelling. That's the difference between content that gets views and content that makes money. But here's the problem. It's like, they all sound the same.
Most people aren't born good storytellers. And if English isn't your first language, it gets even harder. You try using ChatGPT.
Like here it starts to do it. It starts to give you examples. There's a formula to it.
Or other AI tools, and yeah, they help. But only if
you start using other tools, and yes, they help. But it's just that structure, bro. It's just that structure. Listen to the way that I'm talking. AI could never. Right? It could never. But is that not the terrifying part? That maybe one day it could. Nah? Isn't that the scary part? I hope that's not true. I hope we can't be replicated in this way. It could never, bro. It could never. The amount of variables, the amount of shit that's going on in the human brain that makes us fucking like unique. You can't replicate that now with computers.
First image I showed you, the Thomann versus Fender with the fake ret and the real ret, you'll notice the fake ret has now put that it's AI generated on there. Whoever made the video did it because Ret called him out on the video. But the new video that I just talked about the bass, it doesn't say that it's AI generated when it's clear.
5,000 subscribers. You want me to believe 5,000 people and this world isn't filled with either these are bots or we are in a simulation and these are NPCs? Because, bro, you're trying to tell me that 5,150 people were like, yes, subscribe. I'd like more of this, please.
Clearly AI generated. Well, how can we tell that it's AI generated? Well, one way we can do it is put it into an AI program.
Or like just look at it. Just look at it.
Gemini, that's the Google AI program, and ask it. So let's do it.
Low key, I think this guy is AI generated. Okay? I think Young Dom is AI generated for sure.
All right, I'm going to drop the video.
This is all a simulation.
I'm going to ask Gemini. Let's see here. How about was AI used in making of this video? If so, what tools were used?
All right.
Let's see what it says.
See how long it takes.
Detecting AI usage. I guess yes. Identifying AI anomalies. Okay, that's good. Pinpointing.
This is where we're at. Asking AI to snitch on their AI cousins. Is this where we're at?
AI tool.
Oh, how do we know if it's AI? Oh,
Let me call a black guy and ask him if I'm racist.
let's ask AI. Look, he's gonna go through what AI is saying about how we know it's AI. Bro, here's how we know it's AI.
I have spent the past decade as a professional working guitarist, and these 5
That's criminal. I have spent the past decade, bro. You were born last night in ChatGPT. What do you mean the past decade?
specific instruments are the ones I genuinely cannot work without. And by the end of this video, you will understand exactly why the legacy brands have built their entire pricing.
Oh, it's so nasty. It's so obvious, bro. But what if it gets good, bro? Like, for real, what if it gets... This is already way better than what it was like 3 years ago. What if it actually gets good? I don't know, man. That's scary.
Now, I got another video from a friend of mine from Instagram that I suspected was AI. Let's take a look at that.
The electric guitar was invented in California in 1931.
Like this shit right here, fuck, I can't.
Two men in a Los Angeles garage. And it changed every genre of music.
The pictures.
Forever.
What's going on with his hand? What is this even? What is this even right here? Why is his hand like that? And how is he holding this guitar? Look where this guitar is. It's so much further out in front of him. He's all the way back here. And then somehow his arm is both in front of and behind the guitar at the same time. It's terrible. It's terrible. Just random guitars, bro. Just standing up.
Journey through California history for the inventions, innovations, and accidental discoveries that
not only is every picture fake in here, but this picture
right? Oh my God!
Here,
George Beauchamp and
Adolf Rickenbacker.
Beauchamp was a musician.
All this imagery was generated from this one picture here.
Right.
You can see it's just taken from this. That's it. Everything in here. Continue.
Guitars couldn't be heard over loud bands. He wanted to amplify the guitar, make it electric. He experimented.
I don't know why they need to do this.
Copper wire around magnets, created a pickup that converted string vibrations into electric.
And you know what's insane, bro? Okay, so this is some kind of historical account of this guy. They only have one black and white picture of him because he lived 1,000 years ago. I understand. I'm not even too mad at you using AI in a situation like that to try and create images that depict something that may have happened or is probable, could have happened, but the historical accounts are accurate, but the imagery, you know, to help out. But why not use your own voice? Why not talk into a microphone and put things in your own words? You know, I think the audio upsets me more than the video with this AI shit, bro. Really, it does.
Signals.
It's all from that one picture. That's one weird looking fake guitar. So look at this guitar here. It's got a bunch of fret markers where they shouldn't be.
Right.
And then it's got a ton of just gibberish spelling on it.
Guitar. Rickenbacker helped manufacture it.
So this stuff is all fake. As a matter of fact, this entire Instagram page is fake.
Country.
It's really amazing.
What is this even? What is this? This has never been a thing ever.
Rock and roll. Without the electric guitar.
Okay, so right here, this guy's got an electric guitar that looks kind of like a Strat, but it has 4 strings on the top and 3 strings on the bottom if you look at the headstock. And that last tuning head on the bottom, furthest out, is way too far away. And then there's this thing sticking out of the neck. I don't even know what that is.
There is no Chuck Berry. No.
And then this guitar here, this red, weird-looking Strat.
This is supposed to be Jimi Hendrix? Oh, no.
That has 4 tuning pegs on the top and 3 on the bottom. I can't even tell, but the posts that come out that hold the
There are
strings.
actual pictures of Jimi Hendrix. Why even do this? Why even make bad AI images when you have actual pictures of Jimi Hendrix?
6 of those. So this is just all AI hallucinations. If you look at this Instagram page, it's all fake videos. While we were finishing the edit of this video, I just got recommended on Instagram a video on how to make these fake things.
Now that I look at it, this nigga kind of look AI when you really look at him. Like I
I
don't know,
told
something about
you.
the color grading and the bokeh in the background. I don't know.
And then how to create a PDF to.
Nah, I'm joking. He's clearly.
It's not clearly. It's not obvious. I gotta get up for a second.
PDF to make money.
It's not obvious. Okay. All right. How do people like sit here and sit on camera all fucking day? Okay. I gotta fix my facial expression. You know that expression, fix your face? Okay. That's me all the time. Fix your face. All right, we're gonna play this. I like it when Young Don does like 1 hour long videos because playing these games, it takes me hours to do anything. It took me 3 hours to get all those fish. And I still have to finish this quest. I still have to fill the towers so that they don't fall. I got to start working on claim supplies. I got to go over and do this crab meat batch. And I have to do that in like the next 2 hours because my bedtime is 11 p.m. And I still have to cook. I mean, I could probably start getting the kitchen ready right now, actually. Actually, I can get the kitchen ready when I get back to Solspire. Because I do have to cook. Or else I'm not going to eat. There's so much to do.
Right? So my question is, why is Instagram pushing these videos? Why is YouTube doing it? And for that matter, why is Spotify doing it? Why are they pushing all this fake AI-generated slop when they could be pushing real artists? Not to mention the fact that...
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What? We can package Shut the front door. Shut the fuck up. What? I don't. Oh, what a nice surprise. That's a crazy surprise. You know, can I not put this together? For sure. You can. Craft it. Yes. Excuse me. All right, back to Dawn.
All of this AI generation, the training material, is stealing from artists. That's how it's done.
Right, that's
you steal things that are written by people. You steal all types of art, visual art, everything. That's how these images are created. That's how the videos are created. They're created from real people's art, real people's information.
It's bad.
Love to know your thoughts.
Yeah, it's bad. Burn it with fire. Burn it all to the ground with fire. Hot, very hot fire, bro, because I don't like it at all. And, you know, as bad and as responsible as these streaming platforms and social media platforms, as responsible as they should be held for allowing this shit to proliferate on their platforms, still I reserve my greatest contempt for the people who are consuming this shit. How do you come across these videos and not just instantly scroll past them because of how disgusting and repulsive it is? The robotic nature of the voicing. And it's like you can't trust it. You know what I mean? Like, here's the thing. Here's what I've noticed. There are two things that will get you to trust somebody when they're speaking online. Either they give you reason to believe that they are an expert in the field that they're talking about, or they speak with such confidence and charisma that you're like, they sound like they know what they're talking about, so let me listen and see if what they're saying makes sense. And, you know, if it's about something trivial, then fuck it, whatever. If it's just for a good laugh or entertainment, whatever, right? If it's for something important, then, you know, if it's really that critical, you might go and fact check it a little bit later or real time if it's talking about some real insane shit, right? What gets you to trust an AI narrator? Because you have neither reason to believe that the source is trustworthy or an expert. The source doesn't exist. It's AI. It's just a fucking, you know, AI gets shit wrong all the time. And there's no charisma. There's no confidence. It's just this monotone, robotic, predictable voice. So what gets a person to listen to those videos? I have no idea. But you guys let me know what you think in the comment section down below, man. Thank you for watching. Let me know, though, really, do you watch AI videos? Are you one of them?
I'm watching an AI video right now.
Right? But I want to know if truly those are people among us, or if maybe they're all bots, a part of the simulation NPCs like I was saying earlier. You let me know what you think. All right, guys, that's the video. Until next time.
You know what I think? I think that kids today growing up on tablets and computers, they will not be able to tell the difference between normal videos and AI videos because they already don't know the difference between AI videos and normal videos. So they're going to assume it's all the same. And that's where life will fall. EA is a black box now. Bro, did you hear that EA was bought by Dubai? Bro, what's happening? What's going on?
EA deal is done, and the big question is, will EA just get absolutely cooked in the searing desert heat? Well, what we certainly do know is that 55 billion is enough to turn EA into a privately held black box. Because, now that the deal is done, things like analyzing their financials, understanding their plans, and all of that reporting just got so much harder. And so if you're an EA employee who wants to talk to us, and I have a suspicion there's a lot of people who will have a lot of things to talk about, please do reach out. Because the company doesn't really have to say shit anymore, but they have given us some hints. We know that organizational efficiencies are coming. Staff are almost certain to lose their jobs. We will probably see projects cancelled and studios reorganized around the interests of EA's new owners. CEO Andrew Wilson says it's the company's next chapter, and I suppose it is. I just don't really know if we're going to like the company's next chapter. EA's new owners. CEO Andrew Wilson says it's the company's next chapter.
Andrew Wilson?
Suppose it is. I just don't really know if we're going to like the story that they're about to tell us. Alright, so there's parts of how we got here that are really vital to understanding the rest of the story. So, in September of last year, EA announced that they would be sold for $55 billion. By December, shareholders approved the sale, and in the wake of that, there was of course a lot of concern. And rightly so. We saw US lawmakers and union leadership demanding reviews of things, pointing to the damage this could do to the EA workforce, and the potential monopoly concerns over the new owners controlling quite so much of sports culture infrastructure. And beyond that, we saw consumer groups and players protest, but really, there was no way regulators were going to get involved with this. That's because EA owns no major platforms, they control no proprietary delivery methods, and they don't even really make that many games. And in the US, it probably helped that the president's son-in-law was the person shepherding this deal. It's also the case that bodies like, say, the EU waved the deal through, so there really was nothing stopping this, meaning that now the deal is done, and we can talk about what's likely going to happen next, and all the shreds of information that we currently know. As of August 3rd, 2026, Jared Kushner's affinity partners and private equity firm Silver Lake are both minority owners of Electronic Arts. And that's because the 93% majority owners are our good friends, the Saudi Arabian Public Investment Fund. All previous shareholders got themselves a cool $210 a share, and within 12 hours of the deal closing, we found fun things like, say, all of their investor and financial data sharing being pulled down. And with all that, EA, the corporate entity, is now a black box. It's far harder to know what's going on. But nothing immediately is supposed to change in how EA is ran. The company's headquarters is still going to be in California. Andrew Wilson will remain as CEO, and he's just promoted 2 senior EA Sports executives to Group President and Experiences Officer. Now, that's fairly relevant how we read this story, because generally whenever somebody buys a company because they like the performance, they don't, immediately strip out the leadership that got it there. Indeed, many of the key people will likely and usually do have stock vesting deals to essentially just make sure that they stick around. But in the first statements, we can actually already see the plan here. So Silver Lake talked about it. They say they want to use EA as a test bed. They plan to invest in, quote, what AI can do to enhance game development. Now, their partial ownership of WWE and UFC, plus relationships with other sports and entertainment brands through WME Group, may also help, given, EA Sports. So you can see that stuff making sense. But if you ask me, the intrigue really kicks in when we talk about Kushner's affinity partners. That's not really just speculation. We actually have some stuff officially from the Saudis, which is really funny. Affinity partners, for their part, said that the global reach of EA and the brands was amazing. And as much as that can come off as just cringe business speak, I think the reach may actually be the most important part of this. Now, there's a bit of context that you may need to truly get this. Jared's very own funders in the Saudi government said that his firm is, quote, unsatisfactory in all aspects in terms of investment potential. Now, they ended up giving him $2 billion anyway. How do you square those things? Well, as it turns out, MBS's board, that's Mohammed bin Salman, the crown prince, although I do like to swap the B for bonesaw given some of the human rights record things and, you know, journalists being chopped up. We'll get on to sports washing later. But what I think this shows us, though, that basically they got $2 billion from the Saudis, even though the Saudis said that it's a pretty shit firm to invest in, is, you know, almost certainly that access and favor with the American government's inner workings is a useful thing on the global stage. Now, for their part, the Saudis do talk about this as well. They say they've been a minority investor in Electronic Arts for years, and they now frame themselves as a, quote, long-term partner that's interested in the entertainment and sports sectors as key areas of strategic focus. And if you can survive another instance of masturbatory business speak, there's the words of Andrew Wilson himself, because he says that EA is entering this next chapter from a position of strength. And he says they'll be investing boldly and accelerating innovation. But of course, before we get to any of that stuff, we actually do already know that there is going to be pain. And not only that, there has already been pain. What's vital to understand is that an acquisition starts well before there is any money on the table. EA have been spending a significant chunk of their profits buying back their own stock to drive up the company value, and at the same time,
Oh my God. He keeps saying Andrew Wilson, Andrew Wilson, Andrew Wilson. Okay. And I looked it up. It says a different Andrew Wilson. Okay. Different guy. Different guy.
Since 2022, EA have joined the rest of the industry in doing a hell of a lot of layoffs, basically carving out parts of the business that they think could be more efficient. That's led to more than 2,500 staff being laid off since then. It's led to studios like BioWare and Codemasters being completely gutted, essentially reduced to either single project studios or support studios. Then there's studios like Cliffhanger Games, who are making a Black Panther game, and Ridgeline Games, who are on Battlefield, that have been shuttered entirely. We've also seen that non-sports mobile games have broadly been abandoned. I'm not going to shed a tear for that though. And EA have been stepping away from their fully licensed properties like, say, FIFA, but also racing games. And the way to understand all of that stuff, the layoffs and the tightening of their portfolio focus. It's basically the kind of thing these companies do to show potential buyers how lean a company can get under pragmatic leadership. But in this case, I do want to be clear about the headcount side, because yes, there's been 2,500 layoffs, but their actual headcount has been rising. The end-of-year counts were higher again in both 2025 and 2026, and what we effectively see is they've been reallocating where that headcount belongs. Now though, there will need to be further cuts. And I do say need. To understand that, we've got to look at the financial side of this. So out of the $55 billion, only $35 billion is in the form of actual cash or company stock. The remaining $20 billion is financed by debt equity. Now that debt has been passed on to EA, and that means that EA as a company have got to manage that debt. Now, according to Bloomberg, EA have enticed investors to finance all that debt by promising them $400 million in savings within the next year. And we have an idea of where some of that comes from. $100 million is going to come from reviewing its portfolio. There's a lot that can mean in terms of cancellations and closures, but also they might top that up by selling off some assets they aren't using, like say their back catalog of IP. They also say $100 million can come from adopting AI tools, and $170 million in the form of organizational efficiencies. And if you take that all together, what it effectively means is almost certainly layoffs, probably game cancellations, and perhaps even some studio closures. And that would be even before we see any integration between, say, Electronic Arts and any of the other companies that the Saudi Public Investment Fund owns. Now, it won't all be smooth sailing.
I would just like to clarify that I do not agree with all of the points that Paul is saying. I don't even know if Paul is his name. He just looks like a Paul. So I'm just calling him Paul. I'm just listening to his perspective, right? I disagree with this personally. I don't think just because the math lays out that this is the next thing that should happen doesn't mean that this is the next thing that will happen. But, that's my opinion. This is his opinion. He is free to give his opinion. I just wanted to clarify that listening to it doesn't mean that I agree with it. I'm just listening just to hear the perspective.
And staff will likely try to fight things where they can, probably not to save their jobs. I'd say more likely to just get better conditions for how they could be treated in a layoff. Certainly with rumors of layoffs, we've seen a lot of unionization across the industry, with Xbox being a big example. But the thing is, all that stuff that I just said is atop EA's regular performance. So to understand how they think about the debt, we've got to take a look at how they actually perform. Now, that would normally be hard because if you go to their investor relations page, you'll see that it doesn't exist anymore. But we do have their historical performance, and we did nab their most recent quarterly earnings before it went down. So, when 2026's financial year closed, EA had made themselves a lovely $7.5 billion in revenue, but they'd only made $887 million in net profit, even though that was one of their best years ever. And that all matters when we think about the scale of that net profit to, of course, the scale of the huge amount of debt that they've taken on, which is 20 billion. Though it's obviously not just the 20 billion, there is also the interest payments. And, interest on 20 billion is going to be quite a lot. Now, they do think that they can stay ahead of this through careful accounting and, as we've seen over the last few months, finding new ways to monetize their games. In that report, they highlighted increased revenue from Apex Legends and Battlefield 6 microtransactions, even as Ultimate Team dropped off a bit. But EA's current wave of investments do go far beyond microtransactions. You guys had quite the reaction to EA's new in-game advertising platform that they've been rolling out over the last few months. Can't say that I love it, Red Bull being an event in Battlefield. There's other things like, of course, hoarding promotions on the EA Sports games, but it does actually go further than that still. As an example, The Sims just rolled out their UGC Maker Marketplace on PC and consoles, where they take a lovely 70% of every asset transaction. Usually when you hear 70-30, the 70 goes to the person who made the thing. In this case, quite a lot less. But then there's just the raw price of the games. EA Sports FC, kind of quietly, because I think in a lot of gaming culture, we just treat the sports games as if they're off in their own bubble. But get this, they raised the ceiling on what a premium launch edition could be to $150, making it their most expensive.
What the hell? Sports FC? What's FC? What? $150. PS5 Pro Enhanced Ultimate Plus Edition. September 18th. Wow. PS4 and PlayStation 5. God damn. $150. Oh, this is like per year, right? This is the annual price? I mean, $150 a year is a lot of money. But what are you even getting? I gotta rewind. I wasn't listening. Sorry, Paul.
Performance. So to understand how they think about the debt, we've got to take a look at how they actually perform. Now, that would normally be hard because if you go to their investor relations page, you'll see that it doesn't exist anymore. But we do have their historical performance, and we did nab their most recent quarterly earnings before it went down. So, when 2026's financial year closed, EA had made themselves a lovely $7.5 billion in revenue, but they'd only made $887 million in net profit, even though that was one of their best years ever. And that all matters when we think about the scale of that net profit to, of course, the scale of the huge amount of debt that they've taken on, which is 20 billion. Though it's obviously not just the 20 billion, there is also the interest payments. And, interest on 20 billion is going to be quite a lot. Now, they do think that they can stay ahead of this through careful accounting and, as we've seen over the last few months, finding new ways to monetize their games. In that report, they highlighted increased revenue from Apex Legends and Battlefield 6 microtransactions, even as Ultimate Team dropped off a bit. But EA's current wave of investments do go far beyond microtransactions. You guys had quite the reaction to EA's new in-game advertising platform that they've been rolling out over the last few months. Can't say that I love it, Red Bull being a event in Battlefield. There's other things like, of course, hoarding promotions on the EA Sports games, but it does actually go further than that still. As an example, The Sims just rolled out their UGC Maker Marketplace on PC and consoles, where they take a lovely 70% of every asset transaction. You know, usually when you hear 70-30, the 70 goes to the person who made the thing. In this case, quite a lot less. But then there's just the raw price of the games. EA Sports FC, kind of quietly, because I think in a lot of gaming culture, we just treat the sports games as if they're off in their own bubble. But get this, they raised the ceiling on what a premium launch edition could be to $150, making it their most expensive single game ever, and of course all while trying to push pay-to-win mechanics into games like college football, and quite literally removing mechanics from the prior game and then trying to sell them back to you in the next game. They literally did that, and at the very least, people were pissed off enough that EA did end up reverting it, but we all know what they want to do, right? And I think it's fair to say we all know why. They want to make EA look good for their new owners, and they want to tell those new owners that each element of EA can pull its own weight. And you know what? If I was to really try and steelman their situation, you could say that they've actually got more of a chance of pulling all this stuff off than they did in the past. There is a world where a now privately owned EA isn't beholden to quarterly reporting, meaning that they're more able to make long-term investments and monetary decisions. You know, take a little bit of pain now for better gain in the future, and not having to worry about spooking a market. Maybe that could mean better decisions, maybe ones that are less immediately hostile to customers. All that's what a best case scenario would look like, but I don't think we're going to get that. Money then. It's not the only thing that the Saudis want, though absolutely, yeah, they'll want EA to make a load of money. Duh. But the goal for a Saudi-controlled EA is to be a part of their broader and very long-running strategy of sports washing. All the tomfoolery with the private equity firms, you know, sort of trying to facilitate the deal, grease the wheels of it, etc. You know, that's just kind of them being there to maybe make some bank and, of course, you know, offer a little bit of closeness to, say, American government. But let's do the sports washing thing. Sports washing is why a government-backed fund like the PIF would invest in EA. You take, say, a reputation like that of Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman's, a man the CIA connects to the murder of journalists, or, of course, the deeply repressive state itself, one that is full of really quite horrific human rights violations. And you know, I can understand, especially in a world where it feels like stories aren't always about just like the contents of the story, and they're more about like a sort of big political fight. I can understand how people might just read that and see, you know, oh yeah, whatever, they have problems, sure, but doesn't everyone? I mean, if you've got the stomach for it, I would recommend you actually look into what those things really look like in that country. Even say some of the migrant worker stuff. It is genuinely horrifying and honestly fucking barbaric. It is awful, and of course, it's what sports washing exists to launder. And the way that's done is fairly goddamn simple. You launder the reputation by connecting the state to things that people like. That could be, say, expatriate programs to, you know, get people in, say, whatever, come over here, we're not going to tax you. It, of course, can be a lot of real sports stuff. It's also been in some technological areas, and of course it's also in games. That's why they're buying up stakes in major companies like Nintendo, whilst outright buying SNK, Scopely, and others. There's projects like Neum, the fundamentally ill-conceived, pretty stupid mega city in the desert. That's almost certainly not going to happen, but has still displaced natives and killed a lot of migrant workers thus far. But hey, that's just like inconvenient downer stuff. Ugh, let's put that out of our heads and take a look at the esports city that they've built, or how they've purchased the fighting game tournament EVO and are creating an esports World Cup out of nothing. Won't those be fun? Let's focus on them instead. That's the point. And so buying Electronic Arts, placing their sports games at the center of a big web of connections to, say, Silver Lake's talent, to Saudi sports washing, it's why this ultimately does all make quite a lot of sense. That is, except for the parts that don't. And you may like some of those parts. EA single-player games and library of IP are relatively prestigious, but they very much don't suit this model. And there's also fundamental incompatibilities between the mindset of EA's new owners and, well, the reality of many of EA's customers. But hey, if you're straight and based, no worries. Let's just not care about the other people we, share our countries with. And that's especially the case where you've got games that do have a significant, say, queer audience, as one example. And on that, there's one thing I want to be really clear about, because a lot of this just gets turned into stupid culture war like bollocks. And people are like, oh, well, you know what, at least the Saudis are I don't know, based or something. Gay people are flogged, killed in that country. So this is not about someone having a lifestyle that you can't understand. This is something far more fundamental about state power and a state that is pretty much incompatible with American values, most European values, etc., etc. I only talk about those because of the ones that I happen to know. You know, that is a problem. Because now they do actually own the things that you like. And that's probably not good for you and me. And even to put all that aside, if all you want is like the next Mass Effect, it's hard to see all of this being good for you. And over, of course, in, say, the land of The Sims, well, Sims fans have been very vocal about their concerns. What do the characters and games they love look like in a Saudi-owned Electronic Arts? Now, the developers themselves have been clear to say they don't intend to change anything based on this. And that's fine. But you shouldn't trust their words, not because they're untrustworthy, but because they simply don't have the power to back up those words. The devs don't get to make that call because their studios don't own the things that they're working on. They are just part of a much larger machine. And while that was the case when EA was a public company, a big old machine producing lots of headlines for us to have fun about, they are now part of an even larger and quite different machine. But a challenge is that machine has started to break a little in 2026. The Saudi sports washing and investment program has actually seen spending be cut across many projects in the last year. And the reason why is fairly clear, and I imagine you already know it. The American attacks on Iran and all the things that sort of spewed forth from that over the past few months, those have obviously been challenging for the region. Challenging for, say, oil exports. That's been hard for America's Saudi allies. The oil fields and oil sales that power all of this sports washing are rapidly losing potential value over the next few years. And there's very little slack in the portfolio to solve any of these problems. And that may just kill the hopeful version of a privately held EA that no longer has to live earnings report to earnings report quarter to quarter. That's because a fund under this much strain may not be able to be that patient, and that may indeed mean that the EA investment will have to pay off. And if it doesn't, well, it's not like there's anyone else around who can buy EA out, right? And I think that all means that, at least for the next few years, what you see from EA is going to morph and probably be very different from what's came before. So then, there's a world where the promises are true, where the Saudis bought EA for their massive range of IP and their huge audience, and hey, it's investment. Obviously, they don't want to be a wholly oil-dependent economy, so they want to grow their tourism sector. They want to invest in other things around the world. All that stuff that does actually make quite a lot of sense. And of course, if global reach and economic diversification is really what they want, they obviously would not want to stifle that. They wouldn't want to make the line go down. Who does that? And that may have been the type of future where we see, say, the investments that they made in Scopely, turning Monopoly Go into one of the world's biggest games, or maybe one like with, say, SNK, where they have got to revive legacy franchises. But the thing is, the people who own EA now, the collective consortium, have given us no real reason to believe that's the case. And given EA's sports portfolio, given the overall sports washing goal, it does seem that's likely quite a major part of this. Now, to end, we do have words from the big man himself, Andrew Wilson. He talked about the vision that led to the original founding of Electronic Arts. Just perfectly woolly words of leadership. But now everything about that vision is going to be filtered through their new private owners. And we'll just have to see how closely it aligns with what people actually want. Let's see how it goes. And I know this video maybe in tone has been a little bit different to what we usually do here. It's the kind of thing where when I'm running this channel, I want it to be mission focused. It's a channel about video games. It's not a channel about geopolitics. It's not a channel about domestic American politics or anything like that. But in this case, those things do seem directly tied to the actual video games, and therefore I do see it as being on mission, and I think reporting this story, sanding away all the edges, sanding away the things that can maybe offend people, I think that would be deeply irresponsible, because I think you guys have a right to be properly informed, and as someone who is like processing and relaying news, as our team is working on all of that news, doing the sourcing, the research, the investigation, it's important that we don't turn a blind eye to things. So with that fun little ramble done, I think we could all do with a more light-hearted topic, but one we still care about. And I think you should watch this next, because Creative Assembly knows they need to get players on side, and it does seem they're really trying to do that. So you can learn about the future of Warhammer 40k, Total War, and Medieval 3 in the next video.
It puts us in a very interesting position. EA does have a lot of popular games, and I don't know, I guess you can see what the next 6 months looks like on the landscape. What else is on? Are you losing your religion? All these videos are like less than 20 minutes. Where is my long videos? I don't need this. I don't need this. I don't need I don't need a man. I don't need a man. Bro, 71. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. Steam is exposing everyone. What do you mean by this? What do you mean by Steam is exposing people? I also need to make some links, to be honest.
To me, all the failed games, all the millions of dollars that are being lit on fire, all the developers that are getting caught up in this Thanos snap of layoffs that's been going on, and it's all because you just wanted to voice your opinion online using the microphone that Steam gave you. No wonder these guys are being sued. No wonder these guys are constantly being called for regulation. They're costing these companies a lot of money. We're costing these companies a lot of money. It's unbelievable. There's been a lot of instability in the games industry over the past few years, with more games failing at an ever-increasing rate. And a lot of these games, especially on the AAA side, in most cases would have normally been able to make back their money, but something is keeping these guys from being able to do that. They're having a lot of problems right now. But when you zoom out, you come to realize that while the rest of the industry has been declining, well, Steam has absolutely been exploding. And because of their rise to the top, well, they also brought something more deadly with them. User reviews, something that we have probably always thought was relatively.
Yes, you gave power to the players, which sounds good in in theory, but in practice, you're giving a voice to everyone, right? Right? How's that working out for you?
Inconsequential to us. I mean, it's just us talking about whether or not we liked a game, trying to get people to play a game that we enjoyed or stay away from a game that we didn't like. But it's something that originally just really didn't have that much of an impact. But that was before Steam grew. See, now Steam is some odd 6 or 7 times larger than it was when Steam reviews came out, and now it's one of the largest platforms, or the...
Whoa, wait a minute. Hold on a second. We have an urgent video. I don't know who this person is, but it just came up. My entire YouTube channel was wrongfully and unfairly demonetized for no reason and with no warning because of YouTube's AI detection flagging. Me and Minnie are going through the exact same situation. Okay. Let's take a look. Where I'm at, 8:14. What's happening here?
And this is a video I never thought I'd have to make, but yeah. It's become necessary for me to plead my case to YouTube publicly to get my channel reinstated and remonetized, so here we are. Oh, we got a very serious video today, y'all. So forgive me, this isn't gonna be the normal type of video y'all see on the channel, but let's go ahead and get into it. But really quickly before we get started, if you guys could hype the video for me, comment, share, do all of that just so we can get this video in front of the eyes of an actual person at YouTube, I would appreciate it greatly so this can be fixed. So on Thursday night, heading into Friday, a little bit after midnight, at exactly 12:30, I unfortunately received an email from YouTube saying that I had been removed from YouTube's partnership program, fully demonetizing my channel. And when I initially saw this, I was just shocked and confused because I hadn't had any copyright strikes on the channel. I hadn't violated any community guidelines. For all intents and purposes, I was in good standing with YouTube. But in order to double check, I did go ahead and log on to YouTube Studio just to make sure, just to find out that my channel actually had been removed from YouTube's partnership program, fully demonetizing the channel. And the reason they gave me was for misleading family content. And the description of the email literally reads this. It says, "Hi Huncho, our team of policy specialists have reviewed your channel and we found out that some of the content on your channel is not in line with our YouTube partner program policies. As of today, your channel is not eligible to monetize and you will not have access to monetization tools and features. And while I'm demonetized, I really can't do too much of anything." And it said, here's what I can do next. It says, if I believe that my channel was incorrectly suspended, I have the option to appeal within 21 days of this suspension. And unless that suspension is overturned upon appeal, my channel and any other channels I run, like my second channel, Huncho Headquarters, may operate under the risk of suspension from the YouTube partnership program as well. And obviously, if you're familiar with both me and my content, you know that I don't do any of those things to be flagged like that. So we can even take this a step further. When I go on my Earn tab on YouTube Studio, it obviously says your channel isn't earning right now. And the prime reason, like I said, it said misleading family content. It says that this is content that is intentionally or unintentionally could attract young minors and families, but contains mature themes such as sexual content or violence. And obviously, if you're familiar with both me and my
hold on. Oh, thank you, Wyndon. I don't know anything about the guy. You are that's when it just gave me crab meat. That's sweet. Fuck. So I want to take a look at his channel. Yeah. My brain went somewhere else. My brain went to Bitcraft. That's what happened. I was thinking about Bitcraft. And when I started thinking about Bitcraft, Nothing else matters. Okay. All right, I'm looking at this guy's channel. He does a lot of comic book stuff, a lot of anime stuff. Just looking at the thumbnails, I think. But comic book doesn't inherently mean kids. These are like adult cartoons. Yeah, these are like adult cartoons. Are you seeing it? Like, I don't want to click on it. Okay. He's talking about anime and he's gonna ruin my algorithm if I click on one of these videos. I don't want to ruin my algorithm, okay, by clicking on an anime video. I don't think he should be demonetized. I don't think that inherently means. Yeah, this is like an 18 plus channel for sure. But
content, you know that my videos don't violate any of those things I just said. So of course, I'm just like, all right, this has to be some sort of mistake by YouTube's automated AI detection system or something. So immediately taking advice from the email, it's 1 a.m. I'm going to file my appeal. I'm frantically typing, trying to get this issue resolved. And if I'm being 100% real with y'all, my primary goal was to get my monetization restored because YouTube is currently my primary source of income. It's what I use to pay the bills, take care of my family, and all of my basic needs. So yeah. It's that serious. So like I said, I go about writing up my appeal email and even chatting with the YouTube AI chatbots they have in YouTube Studio support, all the way up until about 3:30 a.m. I do this and I finally decide to go to sleep, even though I'm in full on panic mode, just for me to wake up to see a copy paste, word for word, templated email from YouTube's AI system saying that a significant portion of my channel was not in line with their policies. Again, just pointing out the very broad misleading family content label. And it says, as of today, my channel is not eligible to monetize. And I haven't even mentioned this yet. It's not just me. A lot of other creators, whether they be in the animation, commentary, or gaming niches, are going through this exact same issue, getting hit with the misleading family content label and having their channels demonetized with no warning. And these are all around the same time period too. Creators like TSO Sage, Zephyr, Ninjuno, Shimmy Reviews, Yoontunes, Kelsey Animated, Instinct, literally, the list goes on and on, bro. And I'm not joking. These emails that we're receiving are literally copy pasted, word for word, bar for bar, the same thing. Literally, the only changes are the name at the beginning and the AI chat person that's a real human that's assigned to our case. So of course, we're receiving these same emails. And one thing that I want to point out is, okay, it says that our channel is not eligible to monetize and I won't have access to all the tools and features. It's like, yeah, I can go to the page to read more about this, yada, yada, because obviously they have their clear guidelines and regulations. But this is the part that gets me. It says, we know that this is tough news and sometimes we have to make difficult decisions. They have a responsibility to ensure their community is safe. Of course, as you should. But it says, while suspended, I cannot reapply for the YouTube Partner Program for a 90-day time period. This 90-day time period allows me to make changes to the channel to make sure it's in line with the policies. So it's August right now. For a full 90 days until the beginning of November, if this doesn't get reversed, I won't be able to monetize my channel or receive any source of my primary income. And
this does need to be looked at because if it is his primary source of income, he can't just wait it out, right? Especially if it's wrong. Why isn't there like a person looking at it though? Clearly it's a mistake by the AI. So just reverse it. But it's not even getting to like a real person, I think is the problem. Damn. YouTube customer service fucking sucks. Listen, hire me. I will fix all your problems. Route all the partner stuff to me and I will fix it for you. Okay? I'm a fixer. That's what I do. Let me do the moderation. Okay? You can hire me. But yeah, this is clearly a mistake that just needs to be reversed. 92. But there's no support. Where's the support?
I don't know about you guys, but that's just not feasibly sustainable. And it's not okay after that initial 90-day period, you're back in the program, you can start earning. So once we get to after that 90-day period, when it hits November, I have to reapply for the YouTube partnership program. And that's if they let me back in, we get that. And YouTubers, we get paid once monthly around the 21st. So if they let me back in, I won't be receiving another payment from my primary source of income until December 21st, around Christmas. And like I said, it's August. So you see where the issue lies. Me and other big channels have been posting content for months to years at this point, building up massive followings and just getting suspended from the YouTube partnership program out of the blue for this misleading family content label. So I genuinely and firmly believe that this was just a mistake made on the part of the YouTube AI detection system they have in place. And after making appeal videos like the one I'm doing right now, some creators were able to get their monetization back after a few days. But back to my appeal experience. So of course, I'm following all of their established guidelines and their advice in order to appeal my suspension, whether it be filling out the document they have, emailing support, chatting, all that, like I said. But so far, it's just frustrating because it's just constant AI rejection one after the other. And in my response emails, I've been urgently requesting that I get a human review for my channel. So I get an email saying, okay, yes, we understand your concerns. I've submitted your channel for an internal review. We'll begin reviewing your appeal soon and will notify you of the decision when we're finished. Okay, but other creators have literally gotten this same email. So are you guys seeing a pattern? Like word for word. So of course, initially, when I get this news of an internal review, this puts me at peace of mind, right? But it's just very short-lived because literally less than an hour after I get this email, I get another email just saying, no, you've been rejected, even after the internal human review. So of course, like I said, this is a very serious situation. So I'm doing my due diligence, trying to understand what I possibly did wrong in order to get suspended. So I asked YouTube support to provide me clear and just literal examples. And in my email, I've asked for specific videos, timestamps, content, literally anything that the AI system or their system as a whole could have flagged, just so I can understand the matter. Because YouTube, in the initial appeal form, they ask us to send links to our videos proving why we are in compliance with their policies. So I thought they could do the same. So I get a response to that email asking for specific examples. And they say, I completely understand why you are asking for specific video links and looking to submit a video appeal. When your channel is your primary livelihood, wanting exact details to fix the issue and expedite your reinstatement is completely natural. But they said, regarding
What a fucking chat GPT answer. What the fuck? You are talking to Claude AI right now. Oh my God. Oh, this is frustrating. Yeah.
my request for the detailed list of flagged videos, under their global monetization policies, they're unable to provide specific video URLs or timestamped references for channel level suspensions. And of course, this is frustrating because they say my channel as a whole is in significant violation of their policies, but they can't provide me examples of what I did that was so incorrect. So I'm sure you guys can see where a lot of my confusion is stemming from. And this misleading family content demonetization wave has literally been going on for a few months at this point. So before my channel even got hit, I was trying to be proactive and get ahead of this. So in the description of all of my videos, of course, we have the fair use policies that I put. I literally put a disclaimer about this family content wave going around. It says, this video contains fictional depictions presented solely for entertainment and commentary purposes. All characters and events portrayed are fictional and all individuals depicted are represented of being of legal age. This content is intended for mature audiences and is
Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. All individuals depicted or resented are being of legal age. AI probably wouldn't pick up on this because this isn't trained probably into the model, but they should probably add it. They should update it. They should update the AI scan to include disclaimers. I don't know if this is built in. But also, a human should review it because these are clearly adult cartoons. I don't care what you say. Hunter is an adult cartoon.
Designated as not made for kids. No real minors are involved, and nothing contained here should be interpreted as encouragement, endorsement, or promotion of harmful, unsafe, or unlawful conduct. You literally can go check every video on my channel. That is in the description of every single commentary video. And even prior to uploading, I ensure that each one of my videos is explicitly marked as no, it is not made for kids. So I'm beyond confused and worried at this point and just hoping for a resolution. And of course, throughout the entire process, I've remained polite, respectful, and professional because I understand mistakes can happen. So when they do, of course, you have to give grace and just hope that a resolution can be come to. It's just extremely frustrating when I feel like I don't have a voice in the matter. I can't talk to a real person to get this issue resolved unless I have a direct contact at YouTube. And essentially, I've had my livelihood snatched away from me in the middle of the night without warning. So in an effort to get my channel reinstated and remonetized, I want to clearly demonstrate to YouTube who I am as a person, what I represent, and what I provide in the entertainment space through my content. My name is Justin, or J King, or better yet known as a community by Huncho. And over the past few years, I've been blessed to amass a community over 200,000 subscribers, and I'm grateful for each and every one of them. My channel's main focus is entertaining commentary videos covering movies, TV shows, anime, and comics, providing recaps, funny jokes, opinions, and meticulous edits to entertain viewers at home. Like y'all, you may not know it, but each video I make takes me around 40 to 50 hours from scripting, editing, everything. I can pull up the files in Premiere. And I even live stream and post shorts on the channel as well. And during my entire YouTube journey, I've been more than compliant with the established rules and regulations to ensure that I'm making appropriate content for the platform and my welcoming community. All of the content in my thumbnails and videos only contain relevant imagery that is appropriate for the platform. Never any disturbing imagery, anything unsafe or inappropriate. My titles, descriptions, and videos all clearly represent the intended audience for my content. And that age range is clearly demonstrated by my YouTube analytics. Ages 18 to 24 and 25 to 34.
His intended audience is 25 to 34. To be fair, it is 25 to 34. The majority of his audience. You can't pick and choose, but he does have everything labeled correctly. And if a human saw this, they would be like, yeah, okay, will you overturn this? It's true. It's true.
All of the content I produce is safe for consumption by any user on the platform. And again, I've seen many other creators going through this same issue I'm going through right now. I understand that animated content can sometimes be confused as children's content by AI systems. But things like anime and animated content are a medium that aren't inherently intended for.
What did I come back inside here for? Oh, I only have 3. Bro, what? I don't have any other burrows anywhere. I don't think I do. I guess I just gotta go get more sand.
For children. All of the TV shows, movies, and anime that I cover are aimed towards a mature audience. So given my channel's history of being in compliance and the nature of my content as a whole, I genuinely believe that my removal from the YouTube partnership program was a mistake. So I'm respectfully asking YouTube support to please conduct a manual human review on my channel to get this issue resolved, because I believe my channel operates well within the established rules, regulations, and guidelines of YouTube. So my hope for this video is that it clarifies everything and that it's able to get not only my channel, but the other channels that have been affected by the same issue remonetized as well. Again, to my subscribers at home, yes, you. Please like the video, comment.
Bro, Ethan need to take notes, okay? This is how you stand up for your fellow streamers, okay?
Share just so we can get this in front of the eyes of an actual person at YouTube. And be sure to hype the video in the description as well so it gets pushed out to more amazing people. I appreciate you guys for sticking around. I know this is
All right, back to Steam exposing everyone while I go dig up
The effects
sand
of those reviews are now devastating.
because I'm not running
So
around.
today, we're going to talk about the numbers because we now actually have the proof of just how much our reviews impact a lot of these games that are coming out. We know exactly how much money it's actually costing some of these studios, and also, well, how quickly that money can disappear just because customers are telling each other the truth. I've also went out of my way to also poll my own audience and ask people exactly how they use the Steam store, and what I've come to find is that the industry has completely lost control. Before that, I wanted to give a quick shout out to Starforge Systems and thank them for sponsoring today's video. This has been the most reliable machine I have ever had. These guys have the best pre-built systems in the entire universe. If you guys are looking for a pre-built, these are the guys to go and check out. Check out the link in the description. Thank you to Starforge. I don't think people fully understand just how weird the games industry is right now. I've got a former PlayStation executive and another formerly of EA and Epic teaming up in my replies because I called them out for describing players who were voicing their opinions as self-centered and entitled over conversations about physical media and ownership. These guys genuinely think that they know better than you. They think that they are entitled to your money and somehow that the customer is still the problem while this entire industry is just spinning out of control. I mean, PlayStation and Xbox just recorded some of their worst months in decades. Layoffs are basically an annual tradition now, and franchises that used to print money are falling apart. Battlefield lost it.
They do think they are entitled to your money. That's true. That's true. That's what it's giving. That's what it's giving. I know you're not saying that, but that's what I hear too. Okay. That's what I hear too. The economy is literally in shambles, and you're like, we're going to raise the cost of games.
This player's Call of Duty has had its worst sales in nearly 2 decades. Dragon Age almost folded its entire studio. Ubisoft's biggest franchises have drugged them near collapse. Halo Campaign Evolved. Halo, out of all franchises, has just embarrassed itself with a peak of only 25,000 concurrent players on Steam and reportedly only 1% of their users being on PlayStation. Now, there are a lot of reasons for this, and a lot of reasons that we've already talked about on this channel. Prices are going up, quality is going down, the cost of living is brutal, and, well, a lot of these companies are moving their games away from the people who would actually want them. But while the traditional industry and a lot of these guys, like these executives that are talking shit, have spent the last decade sliding backwards, Steam has kept growing. Basically the only company. And I think part of that is pretty simple. Players have gotten louder, our opinions have gotten louder, and Steam has given those opinions a place where they can actually cost somebody money. I don't know about you guys, but I don't think the players have been louder than they are today. If a game is good, you know about it. If a game is bad, you definitely know about it. And when one of these companies does something that the players don't like, they make it impossible to ignore. And nowhere has this become more consequential than the review section on Steam, where those opinions can now cause a game to absolutely tank. I mean, keep in mind, years ago, buying a game involved a lot more trust. You'd watch a trailer, maybe read a couple reviews from a games journalist, look on the back of the box, and just kind of hope that the thing that you were buying is what these guys were actually advertising. Unless there was some enormous controversy that was surrounding the game, there's probably a pretty good chance you wouldn't hear about any performance issues or missing features, aggressive monetization, or some dog shit account requirement until after you had already handed over your money. And what nobody has realized is that while all that had gone past, well, Steam has completely changed this process. Valve launched Steam reviews back in 2013 when the platform had just crossed over 7 million concurrent users, and at that time, reviews were useful, but Steam as a platform really wasn't all that big, so, well, those reviews really didn't have that much of an impact. But fast forward to today, and while the traditional industry has spent the past decade in a contest of who can suck harder, Steam has absolutely exploded. The platform now peaks at a concurrent player count of more than 42 million players. And that's roughly 6 times the audience that they had when reviews first launched. A system that once had just collected the opinions of a relatively small corner of the PC gaming space now places the collective verdict of the largest gaming audience in the entire world directly in front of every potential customer. And you can follow a game for years. You could watch every single trailer. You could get swept up in the marketing. You could reach that store page with the full intent to buy. Man, you saved up the money, but then you see one word before you even reach that purchase button: mixed. Suddenly, that game doesn't look all that exciting anymore. You start scrolling to find out, oh, the performance is terrible. The servers barely work. Half of the features are missing from the game, and the publisher also slipped in something that was...
Well, here's the thing. Day one reviews need to be like skipped almost. Like if you have a thoughtful and well-informed review, you should not leave that review on day one. I feel like you should hold it for a couple of days and then post it, because it will get mixed in with a lot of the over the top extreme bad reviews, and it'll get lost in the waters. Because really you can't look at like people's like thoughts about a game that are like overly critical, because they're delusional. People are delusional. People will be like, oh, I spent 5 minutes in a game and I couldn't, like, the load screen didn't load fast enough. Like, 1 star. Like, I opened my menu and in my color swatches, there's the color pink. Here's a bad review, right? It's like weird. So you have to skip day 1, is what I'm saying. You gotta skip day 1.
It's conveniently never in the trailers for the game. The entire marketing campaign now has to survive contact with the people who already bought the game. And we finally have an idea of just how powerful that has become, how powerful we have become by extension. Games Discover Co. recently published the results of a survey looking specifically at how people are using Steam reviews and how much those reviews influence their purchasing decisions. And when players were asked how often they check Steam reviews before buying, more than 70% said either always or most of the time. And the rating itself doesn't even have to be that bad for these guys to start walking away. More than 20% of people said mostly positive already makes them less likely to buy. 30.8% draw the line at mixed or below, and 34.6% said mostly negative or below. The sales data makes this even more brutal. Games that are sitting between 60 and 70% only convert about 18% of their wish list into first month sales. Once they cross the line to 70%, that jumps up to 29%, and games that are above 95% positive convert 51% of their sales. Dropping into mixed doesn't just cause you a...
I think the objective to have high sales in the first 90 days is a mistake, probably. I think it's a mistake because how games are, they're like books, right? Like sometimes your audience doesn't like find you for like a few years or a few months. So expecting them to find you on a whim, on a arbitrary date that you've selected, I think it's too short. It's not enough time.
Small decline, it can wipe out more than a third of a game's potential sales and nearly 2/3 compared to the best reviewed games on the platform. Now, I wanted to see if these numbers would actually hold up against a much larger group of people, so I ended up running my own polls just to be able to check the data, and I asked people whether a negative Steam review score had ever stopped them from buying a game that they had already intended to purchase. 17% of people said always. Another 71.8% said sometimes, and only 11.1% said never. Then I had asked what people do when they actually notice a game has a mixed rating or lower. 63% of people said that they always go and read the reviews to find out why. Another 29.8% said sometimes, and only 6.3% said never. So nearly 9 out of 10 people have had Steam reviews interrupt a purchase that they intended to make already. And more than 9 out of 10 will also investigate the moment that they see that warning. These are not people that are aimlessly scrolling through Steam with no intention to buy anything. These are people that already knew about these games. They already had seen the trailers, they followed the coverage, and they developed enough interest to be able to actually go to that page, and they were considering spending.
I would think that polling his audience, he does have that engaged player base that would honestly tell the truth on how they handle reviews. Hopefully. So, but on a larger scale, this is probably right. I think a lot of people read reviews for a lot of different things nowadays, because you can't just trust that the person delivering the product, whatever it may be, it could be a burger from down the street, it could be a game. You can't trust that. It's going to be what they present to you.
money on it. The publisher had already done the hard part. They got them all the way to the store page, and then the people who had already bought the game first convinced them to walk away. That is an insane amount of power for one little section of a store page to have. A company could spend 5 years and hundreds of millions of dollars trying to make a game. They could spend another $100 million trying to convince you to buy it. And then the most important part of the entire campaign comes down to 2 words written by Steam, and some guy that played it for 2 hours already returned it and said that the game deleted his save. At that point, the rating is now a part of the product. A $70 open world RPG is not just a $70 open world RPG anymore. It's a $70 open world RPG with a mixed rating next to it. And for most people, that basically means, do I really feel like dealing with this? And looking at the data, most of the time, the answer is no. Now, if we go and we flip that, well, we get a completely opposite answer. Some random indie game can come out of nowhere from a developer nobody has heard of with no massive marketing campaign. But if it says overwhelmingly positive, people immediately go, okay, what is this? Thousands of people have already taken the risk, and those people are giving that rating a level of credibility that the developer would have never been able to actually buy through advertising, and that's huge. It's a huge reason why we're seeing a lot of these games exploding on Steam right now, while a lot of these massive...
Now you have to play the Steam review game. Interesting. I don't know if I like this.
AAA releases are struggling. Steam doesn't care how much the game costs. They don't care how famous the publisher is or how bad some executive needs their bonus. If the game is good, the reviews can actually become the best marketing campaign in the entire world. If it's bad, well, it's probably going to bury it. Criticism used to live somewhere else. It was in magazines and videos and forums and social media posts, places that you would have to go looking for it. Steam took all of that and put it right in front of you while you still had your wallet out. Publishers have been dealing with people complaining about their games for years, but what they've never had to deal with is people that have been standing right beside the buy button telling everybody else not to press it. I really think that the Steam review system is having a massive impact on the games industry right now. And most of these guys probably didn't even notice it happened because it just kind of happened slowly but surely over time. When you see a platform increase its player count by 6 or more times, that means that
the power is in the hands of the players. In a environment where the publishers don't care about the players. The belters are rising up.
the volume of reviews is going to increase, but it also means that the amount of people that are reading those reviews are going to increase even more, because somehow like 3% of players are the ones that actually leave any of these reviews. So if you put that into context with the percentage of numbers of people reading them, it's absurd how many people are actually reading these reviews and making decisions based on what those reviews are saying. And it's making them matter more and more. And this has all been happening while the rest of the industry has been declining. And I just think that these two things are lining up almost perfectly in this case. And the other thing that I think is really important to bring up, I really do, is that on Steam, you see the review score before you see anything else. It's literally planted right there next to the game's trailer. You have to scroll down to actually see the purchase, like whether you're going to buy the regular edition or collector's edition or whatever else. That stuff's lower. So the first...
I think that's pretty great, though. That's a good position to be in. I feel like you got to play your cards right and you got to balance this power effectively. For sure. This is a good... The fact that it is positioned right next to the trailer before you even see how much the game costs, it's really powerful. But you also have to know how to sort through it. The downside to this, if you don't know how to sort through the reviews and handle the consequences of having a mixed or bad review, it can be really frustrating. Especially if you just use AI for like a small part of the game, and now your review section is review bombed because you did what you were supposed to do and disclosed that you were using AI. What is this? Vibrant starfish? Common starfish. Interesting.
Thing that
it's a great point to bring up, though.
You're going to see is what everybody else is saying about the game, and of course that is going to have an impact on what you're thinking. This is a complete inversion of the dark patterns and just general marketing practices of basically any other industry. In most cases, companies want buy now to be the very first thing that you see, the option for you to be able to do that. But Valve, putting transparency first, transparency above all in this case, throws everything that you need in front of you before you can even add it to the card. Like, psychologically, it's such an inversion of what so many of these companies are wanting, and I guarantee it just makes these guys so mad. And, you know, from a business perspective, it makes sense for these guys, because by doing that, they are lowering their rate of returns. They're also lowering any, like, customer service tickets that they have or anything like that. This is more of a strategic move than it is a benevolent one, but it absolutely drives these companies crazy. I know that for a fact, because if you go and look at their platforms, buy now is the first thing that you see. It's the first option you have in some cases. The second you select that game screen, it automatically puts your cursor onto the, onto the buy now thing. And it just kind of goes to show with these, with this review system, we don't have to trust anything that these guys say anymore. We can just listen to each other, listen to other players, their influence over the media, their marketing, their sponsorships, any of that stuff. None of it matters in the face of other players just explaining their experience to other people that bought the game before they buy it or whatever it might be. And they actually really can't do anything about it. The only choices they have is either remove your game off of Steam, which you're definitely not going to do, but they either have to fix the issues, which is what we oftentimes see with games on Steam, or they just have to be okay with it being out there that players do not like this game and do not agree with the media and do not agree with anybody else about the game's condition or what the game represents. And man, these guys do not like that. That doesn't mean they don't try to stop it. Now, I want to be clear, I love Steam, but I don't think that Valve is doing any of this out of the goodness of their heart. Their approach to transparency is just old school business. Trust is currency. The more trust that you have with people, the more likely they are to spend money, the more likely they are to come back, and also to create fewer problems for you in the future. I learned this when I used to work in commission sales. One of the best salesmen in our entire company was a guy that nobody could ever catch on the day-to-day, but this dude could never hold on to any of the money that he made because he was constantly dancing around prices, contracts, and just straight up lying to customers. Those customers would then find out later, charge back, and return anything that he had sold to them, and it would just create more problems for everybody else. Management constantly would berate me for not selling as much as this guy, but over the course of a year, I would always come out on top because I was just being honest with people. I would explain everything, including the parts that would make some people walk away. That would cost me some sales up front, but the sales that I did make, well, they stuck. And also those customers would be more likely to come back to me later and buy something else. That's exactly what Valve is doing right now. Putting everything in front of you might cost them some impulsive purchases in the future, but it also means fewer refunds, fewer support issues, and customers who just keep coming back. Valve is making more money by helping people avoid bad purchases, and publishers, well, they hate it because that same trust in Steam is costing them sales.
That's true.
Multiple outlets reported that Ubisoft has had internal conversations with Steam about hiding concurrent player counts. Journalists and developers have called out for tighter moderation of user reviews, arguing that Steam allows for too much freedom of speech and not enough censorship. Developers got angry when Valve was clearly showing whether reviewers had bought the game or received it for free. Others have criticized Steam for allowing reviews that they consider to be hateful, letting users tag games in ways that publishers can't control, or create groups like Sweet Baby Detected to single out games that they don't want to support. These complaints all sound different, but they all say the exact same thing. We want control. Concurrent player counts show whether or not anybody is actually playing. Purchasing disclosures show whether or not that praise is actually coming from a customer or somebody that was handed a free copy. User tags let players be able to describe the game in a language that publishers never approve of. None of this stops a company from selling a good game. It only stops them from controlling every piece of information surrounding a bad one. And that's not to say that Valve ignored problems with review bombing. In 2019, they added warnings for off-topic review activity, showing players exactly what had happened and giving them context before they made up their minds. But that still didn't mean that they would remove or censor any of those reviews. The score that you got is still the score that you got, and that wasn't enough for some developers who had pushed back against Valve and asked them to delete or alter their scores, only for Valve to respond, "I understand how frustrating it can be to see inaccuracies or exaggerations, but we aren't in the position to verify the accuracy of statements made in user reviews, and we don't try to moderate reviews based on accuracy."
Wow.
On top of that, removing reviews can easily lead to concerns from players about censorship or even that malicious behavior is being hidden. It is much better to continue to work on the product while letting the community use the helpfulness feature to surface reviews they actually agree with or find to be uninformed. Valve is basically saying that we understand that this is upsetting, but the trust of our users and the integrity of the system matter more. They'll label the activity and give people context, but they're not going to silence the people behind it, which is honestly unbelievably based, especially right now as we're seeing more platforms that are pushing for heavier censorship and some of them even requiring your identity just to be able to play a game or exist online. It is refreshing to see a company that is willing to stand on business and say that players have a right to voice their opinions without being censored for it. And because Valve doesn't wipe any of that criticism away, publishers just can't wait for everybody else to forget what happened. Review scores have now gone way further than I think a lot of people expected. They don't just decide whether a game gets punished right now, they decide whether a game even ever gets forgiven. Publishers love to announce that something has been fixed. They'll tell everybody that they've listened, they've learned, they've completely turned the game around, but none of that matters if the people actually playing the game still say that it's broken. And I went and I asked my audience, what do they trust most when a poorly reviewed game claims that it's finally been fixed? 71% of you guys said recent Steam reviews, 23% said content creators, 6% said patch notes. Games journalists got 0%, not 1%. I couldn't even round it up. I am so proud of you guys. These guys lost to patch notes. And I think that says everything. The publishers can make the claim, developers can list every single change that they made, journalists can write a comeback story, and content creators can test it for themselves, but most people still want confirmation from actual customers. They want to see whether or not the people who were angry before have actually changed their minds, and I think that's another thing that Steam gets right. Recent reviews give developers a way back, but they have to earn it. They can't declare that the game has been fixed, launch a redemption campaign, and then reset the entire conversation. The score changes when the experience changes, and customers get to decide when that actually happens. That's probably why this system drives so many of these publishers insane. They don't get to control the original verdict. They can't erase what actually happened, and they don't get to decide when the audience forgives them. There is no reset button for these guys. Monster Hunter Wilds is probably the clearest example of all of this. That game had sold 10 million copies in its first month, but performance issues to drag that game into overwhelmingly negative territory on Steam, and it only managed to get another million over the course of the following year. Capcom now says that the game has been fixed, but recent reviews still say that the game is mixed, players are still reporting performance issues, and sales still haven't recovered. That game is now still being outsold by Monster Hunter Rise, a game that came out 4 years ago. That's what happens when the customers do not agree with the comeback story. Capcom can say that it's fixed, but they don't get to decide when everybody believes them, and that's the beauty of Steam reviews. A terrible launch can still stay attached to the game. A bad update still shows up in their review graph, and when these developers genuinely fix things, recent reviews can move things back in the opposite direction. Steam keeps it all there in case anybody wants to see it before they start handing over any money. One review means almost nothing. 10,000 of them can stop sales, force a response, reverse a direction, or drag a game back from the dead. Steam took people yelling into the void and placed their collective...
Remember Among Us? Remember Among Us? Do you think Among Us got popular when it initially released? No. No, it did not. When did Among Us come out? Among Us, when no one learned from Among Us. No one learned at all. When did Among Us come out? June 15th, 2018. Among Us came out in 2018, and it was not the most popular game. It exploded in 2020. 2 years later, Sometimes your audience doesn't find you until 2 years later. No one learned from this. It's like, uh, 2 years.
Opinion exactly where it can cost a company money or make them even more money. And I think that's a huge reason why Steam has continued to grow while so much of the industry has spent the last decade falling apart. Valve built a platform where customers don't just blindly trust the company selling them something. They can see what happened, hear from people who have already paid, and also make the decision for themselves. That system isn't always clean. People are always going to do stupid things. There are going to be some angry, political, dramatic, unfair, and sometimes completely wrong stuff that you're going to see posted on the platform. But the alternative is giving publishers control over what customers are allowed to know, what they're allowed to say, and what they're allowed to complain about. And that's just not fair to anyone, even the games themselves. And I'll take the messy version every single time. Steam reviews didn't just give players somewhere to complain, they gave those complaints consequences. They gave good games a way to succeed without permission, bad games nowhere to hide, and customers more power over this industry than I think any of us have fully realized. As I said before, you are the one that did this. You, voicing your opinion and voting with your wallet, have made consequences come to these companies. You have made bad decisions so incredibly expensive for these guys to make. And as they continue to rack them up, well, things only continue to get worse for them. And that's why we see the industry in the state that it's in today. And it's because much of the power in the industry is starting to shift in our direction. And a lot of these companies are not able to survive it. It's one of the reasons why I've been arguing with a lot of these executives online recently, because it's just like these guys have completely lost the concept of just having goodwill towards the customer and treating them with respect. In a lot of cases, you don't even need to respond to some things that you're doing, some changes that you're making. All you need to do is just try to make sure that you're providing the best possible service and the best possible product to those customers and keep your mouth shut. These guys just can't help themselves. The industry has been wanting to frame a lot of these changes recently on market headwinds, on just the market adapting to new trends and things like that. But the only headwind that I've seen is that consequences are arriving a lot faster than they used to. When you go out and you launch a scuffed game or a game that's just not working or there's just something wrong with it, whatever it might be, just because of how quickly information travels now, thanks to Steam reviews, thanks to social media, thanks to content creation and all these other things, there's not really a way for you to get away with it anymore. It's just going to get dogpiled almost immediately. We see that with like every single launch, and it's within days, if not hours, of some of these games launching it sometimes. I mean, look at Halo Campaign Evolved. That game got fried the minute that it came out because the game itself was fried. It was absolutely deserving of it. I mean, I actually just saw recently that the Master Chief Collection actually has more players playing it right now than the Campaign Evolved, which makes a lot of sense. I mean, because at least those games actually have multiplayer. You know, instead of just complaining about it, I think what a lot of these companies need to do is they should just embrace the business model that Steam has taken. These guys want the same money that Steam has, but that for whatever reason, these guys just won't adapt to the same model that these guys use to be able to make that money. They don't want to put in the legwork. They don't understand how profitable it is to be trustworthy and just how much trust can actually buy you. And in the case of Steam, looking at them, they're the most profitable company in the entire games industry, and they're that way for a reason. It's because people feel safe when they make a purchase there because they have every bit of information necessary for them to be able to make a good purchase. And that's something a lot of people are looking for. Yeah, the internet is just not a very trustworthy place pretty much across the board. You have no idea who anybody is or what their intentions are, but at least with Steam, when you have a collective of so many people that are sharing the same hobby, have the same interests, and are looking for the exact same things, it becomes pretty strong when they can actually all voice their opinions together. You guys are driving me crazy back here. Anyway, but, you know, whether it's their review system, whether it's their refund policies, whether it's just anything that they do to operate their platform, they could learn so much from all of these guys. And that's really what needs to happen. Otherwise, things are just only going to continue to get worse. That's all I can say. Anyway, let me know what you guys think of the video. If you guys enjoyed the video, like the video, subscribe to the channel, share it with your friends. Use Steam, share it with your friends, share it
He
Let me
gave
know
us
what you
a
guys
very
think. If you
important
guys enjoyed the
question.
video, like the video, subscribe to the channel, share it with your friends, share it on social media. Do you guys use Steam reviews? How do you use Steam reviews? Are they valuable to you? I'm actually kind of curious. This is a question I didn't ask. If you're somebody that's on another platform, do you come and use Steam reviews as well? I know I did. When I was on Xbox and I was using PlayStation before I became a PC gamer, before I joined the... Maybe I can't say that on YouTube. Before I joined the Master Race. Oh, God, in this climate. I used to use Steam reviews because it was really helpful for me. So, I don't know. Maybe you guys do too. Anyway, thank you guys for watching. Stay cool. Stay right.
I don't use Steam reviews, but that's because I don't look at reviews. I don't look at reviews until after I played the game, usually. And when I do use Steam reviews, I typically look at the negative reviews with the essays and how many hours they have in the game. Because lots of players still play the game, but they're just unhappy with it. So, and that's where you're going to get your real feedback from. You're going to learn the most from those reviews. So, you actually want to know what's happening in the game. That's where I go. And sometimes I'm like, yeah, I can still play this game. But again, I don't look at reviews until after I've already bought the game. That's how I use reviews. I just don't read them ahead of time.
Just stay safe. The cats obviously say bye. I'll catch you guys in the next one. Peace.
Family.
That was weird. The AI bubble just burst. Did it? Poetic Flacco just got exposed for grifting off the Black community. Oof. I don't cover Poetic Flacco. Brett Cooper finally gets revenged on the Daily Wire. What does that mean? Hood X-Men, the trial of Magneto. Bro, this is probably great. I like this guy. Why does it only give me a year ago? I'm not subscribed. I need 6 more. I'm almost done with my quest log. Oh, Samira and Cardi. Oh, I worship AI. Oh yeah, Rebel D has a new video. Literally nothing else to watch. Sydney Starr faces her most serious accusation. Bro, Sydney Starr is crazy. I don't know if it's real or not, but how the most hype MMO imploded in 51 days. Oh, is this about Ashes of Creations? Bro, let's watch it. It's an hour and 21 minutes. That's amazing. It's called the Video Game Talk docu-series. That's what this channel is, okay? Alone in an Outpost. That's cute. Okay, and I'm gonna make some coffee. Good thing I found some more videos to watch while we grind our way through our last task. Is Enzoy good now? This is also a good thing to watch because I did play Enzoy. I liked it. But I don't know what made me stop, to be honest. Andrew Wilson versus Dinesh, I don't know how to say his name. Are Christians morally obligated to support the Jews? This is also very interesting. I don't know how long I'm going to be here, so 5 cozy games where you can be evil. It's also good. It's also good. Crimson Desert 5 months later. Every influencer looks the same. Oh no, I'm running out of space. I'm running out of space. The TikTok ex-boyfriend who lied about everything. Drama? Okay, hold on. We got some nice juicy ones here. Um, Region 23. We gotta go transfer. Okay, and we gotta go here. Put you here, I guess. Yeah, we got a lot of cool stuff. Let's weed these in and out. Okay, I'm gonna watch this Andrew Wilson debate. All right, let me get some coffee. Okay, I am totally back now. We can start this Cooper video while we play this game. We're gonna play Bitcraft Online. Grinding, 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 grinding.
I recognize the name Nashville Cash. He was a TikToker who would make funny videos, singing parodies. He lived in this cool house because he had all this money. He's flirting with all these other TikTokers like Brittany Broski, kind of together with Brittany Broski. And it was so interesting because he's Johnny Cash's grandson, except actually he lied about everything.
The lies of a pathological liar.
If you remember Clinton Kane, makes Clinton Kane look like George Washington because the lies on this go so deep to so many different people, like known TikTokers that you're gonna recognize. There's Reddit stories, fake identities, lying about cancer, Grammys.
Oh, you know all that acne on my back? You know all those spots on my back? It was actually cancer.
Dozens, if not hundreds of women who have come forward and said, this guy is the most unhinged, manipulative, gaslighting liar imaginable. So the reason we're talking about it today is because there is one particular video that blew up very recently and it caused me to dig into it and see just how much there is. Because apparently people have been posting story times about this guy for like almost a decade, but nothing has ever like really brought it together and it been like a huge story, but it is calming down.
I dated a notorious pathological liar when I lived in Nashville, Tennessee, and it's been 4 years, and the amount of women that I've seen come forward who've reached out to me, who've posted on Reddit and posted on Facebook about this individual is honestly astonishing.
It is actually crazy. Even the comments of this video. Girl, there's so many stories to share. It's infinite, but I will say he also loved to talk about this stalker he had that would show up to his house, and I'm sure it was never true. Mama, he was the stalker. Go ahead.
I think I really need to talk about it, and I have an entire list here of all of the crazy stuff that he told me, the things that he did, and even to this day I still am deconstructing things that I held true. And so I'm currently moving and I found this. This is something that he gave me and it sparked my desire to talk about this. To give you some background, I love Radiohead. They're my favorite band of all time. Now, this individual was involved in the music industry. He's best friends with Johnny Cash's family, his son. I've been to the Cash Cabin. I was there. He would work there on projects.
Interesting. Already setting up. He has a sliver of a relationship with the Johnny Cash family. As the video proceeds, that tiny sliver, along with any tiny sliver he has in association to anything, he weaves into a quilt of lies. He strings this into lies about how he's won Grammys, like he's a Grammy award-winning producer. We'll get there when we get there, but it's important to see as all this goes out, there's like a little sliver here, like, oh no, he does have 1 million followers on TikTok. Oh no, he is friends with the grandson of Johnny Cash, but it's about what he does with those slivers. Keep going, Savvy.
For my birthday, he said that Tom York came to the studio because I guess the Smile was in town, and he doodled in the studio. He doodled, and he took the doodle and he gave it to me for my birthday. This is not a doodle from Tom York. And not only that, he said that he met Tom York, he showed Tom York my paintings, and that Tom York loved this one specific painting. So, of course, when they were in town and we were going to go see them, I was like, oh my gosh, I have to give Tom York this painting. Like, I have to give it to him if he loves it. And my ex was like, oh, no, like, it's okay. Like, I don't know, they're probably really busy.
No, that would expose the lie. No, you probably shouldn't do that. Oh, fuck. So you know your favorite band, I actually met them, and then they think that you're cool, so you know that they think that you're cool because I showed them that. So I'm your connection line between Radiohead, and he also gave you this art that I didn't just draw in the background really quickly a second ago. Oh yeah, she's gonna love it. She's not gonna leave me now. Okay. So it's just if you're dating, just date. Like, why you gotta lie about who you are?
It's because he never said that. It was just a bold-faced, blatant lie to manipulate me into thinking this person was so special, thinking this person had so many like amazing opportunities, amazing connections, and could do so much. So also some background. I wanted to start with the Radiohead thing because it's just very physical, but my grandma was a famous singer. She won 5 Grammys. This person claimed to have won a Grammy.
Okay, yes, this Grammy lie. This is why like people kind of believed it a little bit, is because I'm telling you, like, he was posting videos like this publicly. Like, he's in a music studio, it says 3 songs down, Nashville Cash. Nashville Cash. I'm in the studio, I'm so cool. Ooh, I'm tweaking the instrument. He was always filming this bougie ass house, talking like it was the inspiration for Rainbow Six Siege.
Is that the house from Rainbow Six? Is that the house from Rainbow Six? Is that the house from Rainbow Six? Is that the house from Rainbow Six?
Is that the house from Rainbow Six? Do you see why people like believe like his lies? Like even right now, you might be looking at it like, okay, but what's like? Are you sure he's lying? I'm sure, and so will you be. But he's got all that. He's like flirting with Brittany Broski. She's talking back to him. Bring me a little water now. Okay, that's okay. Me, as like a TikTok user back in the day, I'm like, hey, I follow this cool guy. He's Johnny Cash's grandson. His name's Nashville. Pretty cool, huh? But that's what makes the truth so much crazier, because it's not just like, oh, I said I want a Grammy. He got specific with his lies. Here's what she says later.
He worked on this Loretta Lynn album that apparently won a Grammy.
So the claim is that he worked on this Loretta Lynn album that won a bunch of Grammys, and because he was a assistant producer, he has a Grammy. It's like really cool, and you can look it up.
Because of that friendship, he was in the room with Loretta Lynn on the studio on the hill on Johnny's property, recording as an assistant producer, which is why he has a Grammy.
And the Loretta Lynn album that they're talking about did not win any Grammys. It was nominated, but that doesn't mean you get a Grammy if you're nominated. Oh, but you'll see here it was recorded at Cash Cabin Studio, which Nashville was acting like is his grandpa. But if you go down to the credits and you try to ignore that Will Smith recorded the auto harp on this, but Johnny Cash's grandson is here. His actual name is not Nashville Cash, it's Joseph Cash, and he's a producer, but really he's a production assistant. But he also did some additional engineering. Oh wait, no he didn't. I forgot, he's just friends with the grandson of Johnny Cash. He just acts like it's him, that's not weird. No, his name is actually Forrest Cashian, and he's a production assistant who did no engineering. So, to get this straight, not Johnny Cash's grandson, though he acted like it online, and two people IRL that he manipulated. But the people who knew him closely, he's like, no, yeah, it's just like, yeah, I'm just friends with him, but like I work there, but it's like whatever. I'm just calling myself Nashville Cash to clout chase off my friend, I guess. But ignore that. I have a Grammy, except I don't. I was an assistant producer, except I wasn't. I was a production assistant. Those are very different jobs. Oh, and it wasn't even nominated for a Grammy. Okay. But okay, let's get back to Savvy's story. Now that we know liar, we can really dig in even deeper.
So instead of him taking the hero persona, he took the victim persona with me and my family. He was always the poor boy. Oh, he can never get a break. Oh, this, that, and the other. Okay, so just wanted to preface that. I'm going to go down the list of some lies that he told me. 1, he told me that he slept with Zoe Kravitz. No, he freaking didn't. Number 2, apparently his friend was texting him about how Lana Del Rey wanted to have sex with him. Number 3, he signed with Capitol Records. So his ex actually reached out to me and informed me mid-relationship that everything that he's told me is a lie, that he didn't have a deal with Capitol Records.
Wait, she says, I brought it to him and he told me she was crazy, so I never responded. And I feel so sorry about it to this day. Damn, is that relatable or what? No, babe, I trust you. No, I'm sure Zoe Kravitz and you, yeah, she's so into you, yeah. Oh, Lana Del Rey needs you so badly. Okay. That's why you're just like a poor, sad sap and nothing goes your way. You just have Lana Del Rey and Zoe Kravitz scratching to get to you. And I know that because you have a Grammy.
Now, mind you, at the time, it was like spring. He was like, oh, in November, my album's coming out. And he showed me a song or two. Great songs. I wanted them, but he was always like, oh, no, like, I deleted it off my phone. Okay, that was always really weird. Also, something that was really, really strange about him was that I think he had under 100 photos on his phone at all times. Also, every single message that he ever sent was deleted. So, like, if you went into his messages app, completely deleted.
Oh, super trustworthy. That's like not a red flag at all. Oh, no. I'm texting you all the time, but I don't have any messages with you or anybody else. I don't text anybody. No. I just don't have any messages because I've never texted anybody. But I text you all the time, but I don't text anybody. Oh, you want to go through my photos? I don't have any. Photos? I'm an influencer. I'm a TikToker. I don't have any photos though. Hey, did you take any photos when Radiohead was in the studio? No, I've never taken a photo in my life. Y'all, it's because he was texting other girls. There are so many stories. Everybody was overlapping. Everybody, I think, in the Nashville 100-mile radius is a victim of this guy. I'll just read one comment from here real quick. This man shot a shotgun right next to my head the first time I met him, turned to me and said, see, that was the moment I could have killed you. That sounds like a 4chan copy pasta, but with Nashville, it's not out of the ordinary. Went to the farm once. Very weird night. Never spoke to him again. He went through his fake contact list the entire time and said, should we hug about it? We gonna hug or what? Went on the weirdest date of my life with this guy. He proceeded to call me in the middle of the night for like a week straight asking, you mad at me? Let's get back to her story. It's insane.
That should have been like a huge red flag. But for me, I'm always like, ooh, strange person. I like this. This is strange. I'm not used to it.
He's so weird and mysterious. I don't know anything about him. He's so weird and mysterious. I don't know anything about him. That's like a very different feeling, but it's the same reality. Huh. I'm thinking if I were watching this, I'd subscribe. Okay.
There were periods of time where he would apparently buy very expensive things, and then he was like, oh, I actually shipped it to my house in Manhattan Beach. Okay, that's all the way in California. I was living in Nashville at the time. How the hell am I supposed to check that? Oh, I bought the Celine jacket that Jacob Elordi was wearing on Jimmy Kimmel. It got lost in the mail.
What are you talking about, Nashville? Nashville, man, just be yourself, dog. This is what sucks is like when I was on TikTok in 2020, like he was cool. Like he was doing cool videos like Black Bear sitting in the parking garage. Like that's him. He was doing G-A Womp. You know what I'm talking about? G-A Womp, yo, yo. Man, he was so fucking cool. If he just wasn't lying about everything, he'd be awesome. Because the thing is, just be yourself. Just be yourself. Be confident. Why do you have to have bought Jacob Elordi's jacket? You don't even have Jacob Elordi's jacket. Oh no, I bought it, but it didn't. Shut up. Johnny Cash is calling me. I mean, I am Johnny Cash. That's what it is. Like, it's not like confident, slick, cool, con artist type lies. It's just really pathetic.
No, it didn't. You never bought it. It was a $2,100 jacket. You couldn't afford it. That's totally fine. Most people can't. So there was this house that he always talked about that he owned. He went there. He made TikToks there. He also had like 1 million followers on TikTok too when we were dating. So he was like, he had the essence of someone that was like connected. That's not why I liked him. I liked him because he was weird.
He was weird. His videos were weird. I get why she said she liked it because off rip, like he's flirting with people. People are flirting back. Like he was charming them. When it was just the veneer, as soon as somebody saw what he was made of, they realized they didn't want to kiss shit. It just is it's so painful to watch because dog, just be yourself. But that does make all of his lies so much easier to believe for everybody out there because it's like, okay, this guy lives in a cool ass house. I'm seeing in the comment section something about Cash Cabin. I'm seeing he won a Grammy. He's Johnny Cash's grandson. People are speculating on this in the comments. He's not clarifying at all because he's trying to play up that he's Johnny Cash's grandson. Plus, like public interactions with big TikTokers that everybody knows, like Brittany Broski. I feel bad because it, like in some ways you'll see throughout this story, like she does kind of keep getting brought back up as somewhat validating him to all of these people where they're like, I don't know, Brittany Broski's cool with him, then it's like he's cool. She's not cool at all. But I can understand why an evil person would be able to use the things that he has to construct madhouses of lies for these women to be entertained in. He's the Joker. Okay, keep going.
All of those extra things with also being love bombed on top of that, it's very easy to get lost in the sauce. So there was this house. And my dad is a contractor. My dad is a builder. He can build anything. And we never could go to this house. We never went to this house. He gave us the address. And of course, my dad, being suspicious, was like, I looked up the deed and he's nowhere on this deed.
Dad. This is when a dad comes in clutch. Oh yeah, I was on the government website looking up deed information. Okay, Dad. How do you even know that exists? By the way, I love her being like, my dad's a contractor, builds a lot of houses, and yet he wouldn't invite us to the house. It's just such a weird, like, funny thing to say. I loved it though. Does he not own that house? I actually don't know. Does he not own that house?
For months, it was like, oh, the house isn't getting done. Oh, we can't go, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And I was always like, hey, like.
Okay, so I'm almost done with my quests. One more before I'm trapped behind the heart quest. Well, 2 more, I think. This is 6. Mushrooms. I need to know what the mushrooms are. Morel mushrooms. Of course. Of course. Do I have any commentary about this video? I'm just being entertained, okay? We're grinding. We're out here grinding.
My dad can go and get everything that you need done. Why are you not taking us up on this?
Got it.
Well, finally it got to a point where, it's my contractor died. Your contractor died?
My contractor died. Your dad keeps offering to fix my entire house for very, very low costs. But you can't come over because I have a contractor. He died. Okay, so it's his first day in lying school, and he's trying out a couple new things, throwing up some shots. They're all air balls, but good shot. No, sweetheart, you can't come. My house exploded. The whole thing went to shit. My contractor, he tried to call 911, and his phone blew his head smooth off. The house is rubble, so you just can't come, Okay, Nashville.
When we were breaking up, I also brought to him this list of things that I couldn't prove, that he had no proof of, that he had told me, and I brought up the house. And so in the most nonchalant way ever, he was like, oh, well, it's because I own it with someone. That's why my name's not on the deed. No, he doesn't.
I own it with them. That's why they own it and I don't. We both do, because I said it's mine, but you can prove it's not. So it is. I mean, come on, baby. It's just how property management works. Your dad's a contractor. He wouldn't understand things like us doing a cash business. Grammy-winning producer like me. Okay, buddy. Drink pee.
Doesn't own this 2 whatever million dollar house with anyone. He doesn't own anything. He does it, which is fine. You're at the time he was 26. I think I was 22, 23. Like, most people don't own houses. It's okay.
This is what I love about her video and how she's expressing herself the whole time, because it's not like, oh, he doesn't own the house? I would never date him. Oh, he's not connected to Radiohead? I would never date him. It's like, buddy, I like you for the things that have nothing to do with that. Bit of a side tangent. When you're in a conversation with somebody that's super insecure about their standing and they think that you are cool, and then they start.
That is true. That's true. Sometimes people just lie for no reason. What the absolute fuck? Okay. Can I not count? What the fuck? Is it 1200? Should I have done 1200? I should have just did 1200. Bro, just take all of it. Because I don't know what you want, actually. I don't even need to do this. I don't need to do this. I am retarded. Because I don't even need to do this. I already have it. Okay. I already have it. I just need the mushrooms now. What to do? I'm just gonna put you here. Here, hold that. Going to the pine forest. Squirrel Nut Cove. Yeah. I feel like a lot of people, I've interacted with some people where I feel like never mind.
Like trying to drop like status things, like, oh, name drop this, and you're like doing status checky type things with me. It's the most disgusting cringe thing I ever. I remember being cornered into a conversation with this guy at a party. He's this guy, I thought he was so cool. He had a denim vest on, he had a cowboy hat, sunglasses. He was cool, as if I'm an 8-year-old boy. I'm like, that's cool. And then he cornered me into a conversation and he's like, oh, you're a YouTuber. Okay, well, I run a couple of businesses, I got a couple bars. Guess how much money we made last year? We're bringing in $1 million a year. It's like, I don't give a fuck. Like, who cares? Oh my God, it's just like makes my opinion go so low. Just what's so tragic about Nashville Cash, it's like everything about you, if you're just like, I'm striving for this, I want this. If those are your dreams, that's great. But if you lie about that being your reality because you're insecure that it's not your reality, you are a freak. You don't need to have a Grammy to be loved. And the fact that you think that you do is very, very sad. Keep going, Savvy. I like her name, Savvy.
some other things. It was like we were listening to the song once and I was like, oh, I love this song. He's like, well, I actually produced the intro. I did the sample. It's like, oh, that's awesome. And I looked up the credits later and he was nowhere to be found. I brought it to him and he was like, no, I just said I liked the song.
Oh, you like that song? Guess what? I made it. You love me now? You love me now? Please, do you love me now? I was gonna till you started freaking out. Also, just side note, you didn't make it. I never said I made it. I never would have said that. The fact that you would think I would say that's insane. Everybody's out to get me. Take a deep breath, Nashville. Or should I say Forrest? Or should I say, in her caption, Jerry? Brother, your name's Jerry? I want to take a second to jump over to this other guy's story. His name is Talkie Joestar. He's a famous TikToker. This guy was interacting with people who are like successful TikTokers. The lore goes so deep, but I just want to take a second to pop out of her story to go to his just to see how much it corroborates. Because this is a guy just in a friendship way, not a romantic connection. And he was doing the same shit to him. And this was posted 2 years ago, by the way.
Everyone's telling their stories about dealing with pathological liars, and I wanted to share mine because it started off as a parasocial relationship with a guy who I just met on TikTok, and eventually it became what I thought was a friendship. Turns out he was lying to me about everything for no reason. This guy claimed to be Johnny Cash's grandson, claimed that he was an award-winning, like Grammy award-winning producer for UMG, that he works on all these.
I can't tell. Is that a Crunchyroll beanie? Is that what I'm seeing? Is that a Crunchyroll beanie? Hello? It's not Crunchyroll, is it? I'm just curious. Just curious.
It's a friendship. Turns out he was lying to me about everything for no reason. This guy claimed to be Johnny Cash's grandson, claimed that he was an award-winning, like Grammy award-winning producer for UMG, that he works on all these songs because he's a producer for Universal Music Global, and that he's friends with Taylor Swift, and that you know, he does all this cool stuff all the time. He works with all these amazing artists, and I believed him. I had no reason not to believe him.
That's the thing. No reason to. There's no reason to. It's an online friendship. It's not like he's trying to love bomb this guy and get freaky with him. He's just lying because he's so unsatisfied with who he is. And that can be sad. If you think about it, it's like, that is technically sad. But what he does with that is treats everybody around him like a pawn that he has to manipulate so that they view him a certain way, and he's like controlling their perception, controlling what they know. And when he gets called out, he freaks out and melts down. So like the core underlying pathetic sadness of this does not at all make me sympathetic after what he's done to all of these people. Okay, but back to Savvy, because she's gonna explain how this whole thing worked, because she was in the inside.
He was 26 at the time. He still lived with his parents, which is also okay. But I was always like, hey, like, you claim and, you know, act like you have all this money. We would go out on nice dates, or he would buy expensive pants, like $500 pants. So I was assuming, like, oh, you have the money to live on your own. Like, why don't you get an apartment? Like, what's the holdup? Like, why are you not, like, you know, feeling the adult urge to like live on your own? You're 26. Like, why is this not happening? So I got an apartment. So excited. Yay, I'm going to move in 2 weeks. Oh, it flooded and now I can't.
Oh no, Nashville. Sorry, Jerry. 26-year-old dude living at home with his parents can be fine, but in certain circumstances. For instance, allegedly having the money to be able to move out, having an adult relationship that's progressing, also having a $2.1 million house. Like, how long do you expect the lies to go just believed for? Like, at a certain point, you've lied about your house 3 times. It's very sus. Then you say, oh, contractor died. Immediately, I'm viewing you as a liar. I ask you about your apartment. You're like, yeah, it flooded. When will it end? Like, when will anything be true? She keeps emphasizing, like, it's not a matter of the relationship. Any of these individual things, he didn't need them to be in a relationship. Why is he doing it?
Oh, there's another apartment, la da da, and then I think somebody else died. I can't even remember what his reasoning was, but never moved into there. And like, his childhood bedroom was a mess. There was like dust on things that were there for like forever. Like, you're 26 and you're living in your childhood bedroom and like not even like gonna clean it. It was just, yeah. Part of the reason why I believed everything that he told me was, one, obviously because I'm from a family where these things don't feel that far off. To win a Grammy for, oh, I helped write something is like, oh, that's not like out of the ordinary. You're also working with the Cashes. You're at the cabin. Like, yeah, if you're in the room and you're with a, you know, Grammy Award winning album, like that's gonna happen.
Even in that moment, she's still holding on to a couple things from his lies. If you were in the room with a Grammy Award winning album, it didn't win a Grammy. It didn't, like, he's credited on it, and he's using the credit of a Loretta Lynn album to act like all of these other things must be true about him. But the core truth that everything else is built off of, like, the only thing that is real is he's friends with Johnny Cash's grandson. And I don't know what he's telling Johnny Cash's grandson. I think if this stuff blows up and people are talking about it, like, it's gonna be a very awkward conversation. Hey, buddy, were you using our friendship to gaslight, manipulate hundreds of women and just guys for the hell of it? I might not want to be friends with him anymore.
Also, having a very large TikTok following at the time, he presented basically like there was like a very, very thin veil of truth surrounding all of the lies. So it made all of the lies seem so much more realistic or like plausible. Come to find out, I mean, I crap you not, like these 4 years later, probably once or twice a month, like I'll have an epiphany about something that he said that I realized was just like a bold-faced lie. Even this Grammy that he had, that he showed me, was this like monolith that was kind of the main factor in kind of tricking me into believing everything else.
I hate him so much. I hate him so much. It's proof. It's proof. Don't look too closely. It's an Oscar. I won an Oscar. I know. I can't believe it. Don't look too closely. Okay, that's it. No, I can't take it out of the box ever again. Now show me family. That's what this hat is. So show me family. This hat is giving that and that one photo of Curtis Connor. It's the taking of like the physical, tangible things and mentally going, okay, I could definitely make someone think I'm cool off this. And then just, I imagine him laying in bed, ruminating at night, just crafting theories about what his life could be and all the different ways that he could weave this lie to get whatever he wants. What does he want? Like, what's it? Attention? Validation? Meanwhile, and I said this in the Marsha P. Johnson video, core thing I think about reality is this performative quality that people have. Starves yourself, you're like your soul of life. I'm sounding insane, but I actually do think it's true. Like, if you really like me and you think that all these things about me are really cool, but they're just this projection that I'm like putting out that's not actually me, like that's not actually me, that's just what I want you to think about me. Well, if you think that about me, I've been successful, but I haven't been loved. If I take that projection off, just real as hell, just being myself, and then someone's like, oh yeah, I like you, then the actual self is fed. But what Nashville is doing is like deep insecurity, deep need for validation. And then he keeps throwing things out here to get validation. Okay, well, these things are getting validated, and the only thing that's actually getting validated when that happens is your ability to lie. And this inner self starving, hollow, black hole of dust. Like your childhood bedroom. Okay, keep going, damn.
And I looked into it, and in the periods of time that he worked on this Loretta Lynn album that apparently won a Grammy, it didn't even win a Grammy, and he is nowhere in the Grammy registry. So maybe I'm wrong about that, but I looked it up, and he's nowhere to be found. When we started dating, I was fully love bombed into the relationship, and I was just in a very vulnerable place, and he saw that and he took advantage of it. At the time, I met him when I was working at this store. He was, I guess, going out with this girl there, but then he found me on Instagram and started DMing me.
Okay, instantly, what are you talking about? Hey, I noticed you've been working with my girlfriend. I came in to visit my girlfriend. I thought to myself, man, I finally kindly like a woman like you. If he's cheating on his girlfriend to talk to you, what are the odds that he's not going to talk to another girl while he's with you? This is a lesson that people learn sometimes. Now show me family. So show me family. And that is why it's so, like, as much as it's sad that he feels the need to do this, it's so fucked up. Because while his lies, obviously we can look at it now and be like, oh my God, that guy's insane. Like, those are insane lies. And there can be a part of you creeping in that might be thinking like, how could you believe that? The thing is, the people who believe this are in a situation where, first of all, there is a lot of reason to believe it. That's like majorly important. And then once they're invested off of that veneer of like tiny little bits of truth that you like, okay, I guess I believe everything, then you're in too deep. And it's like, to accuse somebody of lying about one thing when in reality it's like, well, that would have to open up a conversation about you lying about everything. It's like a huge emotional burden to put on somebody. And as she's saying, she was particularly vulnerable at the time. He love bombs her about it. It's like, it's so targeted. It's so cruel. And it's not just robbing his self of the validation, it's robbing these girls of the ability to connect in a true way with somebody in reality and be loved by somebody in reality. In the same way, except they are just the victim.
Do you want to go to my farm? Do you want to go to my farm? Do you want to go to my farm? I was so overwhelmed. But I also was like, okay, I don't have any friends that me and my ex don't share. And so maybe I should try to make some new friends. And it's kind of weird, but like, let me just see what happens. So I go to the farm. And at the farm, I was consistently bombarded with, should we hug about it? Should we hug about it? Should we kiss about it? Should we hold hands about it? And I was very verbal about how much it stressed me out. And I was like, I need you to stop saying this. This is really stressing me out. But during this whole process, I somehow got duped into liking him and dating him.
I feel so bad for her because I don't know how you can go from, can we hug about it? Can I get a kiss? Can I get a kiss? Now you're at my farm, far away from anybody who could ever help you. You want to kiss about it? And you can't say no. I mean, you could say no, but you wouldn't because of the implication. We're at a farm. No one's around for miles. That's just the Cash way. Okay, but there's nothing in your name that's Cash except for your last name is Cashian, but it's really Cash. Can we kiss? Hey, can we kiss? Can we kiss about it? Can we hug about it? Don't be my coworker's boyfriend and then start DMing me, can I come to the farm? And then I'm at the farm and you're like trying to touch me. Like, I'm saying, stop it. And you're still going, can I get a hug? Can I get a hug? And then to go from there into a relationship is just like, I feel awful for her. Because clearly this was a relationship born from desperation. And she's taken for a ride. I'll say that. She was taken for a ride by this jackass. I've been sleeping in my bed. Okay.
He also infiltrated my friend group. So while me and him were going out, I felt really guilty about it because me and my ex had just broken up and there was this weird kind of overlapping period of like we were open, but then I started seeing this guy and I just felt really guilty and horrible about it. So what did this man do? He befriended my friends and then he found out what my ex was doing and then would go, oh, well, he's sleeping with so-and-so, so like you shouldn't feel bad about what we're doing. Shoulder to cry on? I didn't have anyone to talk about it with, and so I ended up being consoled by him.
Wait, what? Wait, I didn't know about this. What? Hey, I was talking to Jennifer recently and she said that Larry has been having sex with Anne. You sad about that? Go ahead, cry right here. So sorry you had to find out this way. Okay, keep playing games with my soul, jackass. I am a vulnerable girl just out of a relationship where I had an overlap in the ex. I feel guilty, and now you're just like making up situations to be the hero. Fuck you. TikTok story time is not enough. For her, I feel like I need like French Revolution stuff to get this right.
During this process, I was pretty overwhelmed by how quickly things were going and him showering me in gifts, showering me in money, showering me in dates and these expensive things. But I was like, I don't need this stuff. It's very nice and I appreciate it, but like, I don't need this stuff, and it was really stressful. So also during this time, I think we met in, I think it was February. So in April, we'd probably been going out for like a month and a half. I was going to Paris with one of my best friends.
Oh no, this isn't gonna go well. Early relationship, somebody who's love bombing, codependent, insecure. Oh, he's gonna be totally chill about it. He's gonna be like, don't need your location, not gonna blow you up constantly. No, it's fine. They've been together a month and a half. She's just coming out of a relationship that was much longer. Realistically, this should be her trip where she's single, independent, free, going to the city of love, having a blast. This should not be a situation that you're going into with a newly realized, overly dependent, attached boyfriend. Okay, I hope Jerry doesn't do anything to her this time. Jerry?
Mind you, I'd been in a relationship for almost 3 years. I hadn't been single in a long time, and I wanted to just like go in the world and be free. I made this very clear to him before I left, and I think any normal person would go like, yeah, for sure, like go live your life, do your thing, like, you know, maybe we'll reevaluate when you come back, or obviously you're not very serious about this, so like I'm gonna go. No, it wasn't that.